Okay. Oh, let's see. Let's pick a different random direction. Let's see who's back up. Looks like Be Blessed isn't back up.
Yeah, I've just been hanging on to this question for a while.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I think that thing broke entirely. Now I gotta find it back. I don't know what happened to Be Blessed. Oh well. So I'm almost done with what I need to grab. I'll be back in, I don't know, 60 seconds or so. Okay. Okay, let's see what we're back to here. Oh, Evil Lesson still hasn't found us again. Darn shame that thing didn't work. I really thought popping away for a minute would work. Oh, Jax is back.
She'll be right back. I DM'd her ready. I already sent a message to Be Blessed. Look, a cowboy hat. Amazing. Everybody, while we're here and getting refreshment and wait until Be Blessed comes back, please tap the screen, share it out just in case if there's that we missed from the last time. Hey, Princess. Hi, panelists. Yeah, she'll be right back. I'll stay here until she returns. Yeah, of course. I don't know. I know Cactus was here, correct? Cactus? It was your turn.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yes, it was definitely Cactus. Oh, no. I apologize. I think it was Steven and then it was Cactus.
Yeah, Steven Cactus, and then Carlito. Oh, that's that Carlito's way. I couldn't see.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Carlito.
Cool. And then Benito.
Yes, that's perfect. Did you get your refreshments? That's right. Okay. Did the dog go out?
She did the last time I took a very short break.
Perfect.
She's been fine right now.
Perfect. But I'll be here and I'll be on mute. But please tap out the screen and share it out. Apologize before it went down because we took a little bit of a break. But it's okay. It happens. But we're all back now. And
yeah, it's up to 37, but it was over 200. So
I know. But you know what it is? I think because you paused the screen. Like, don't pause the screen.
I didn't press any pause.
Oh,
I just
really?
So if there's a pause, I just hit the little button to go back to my home screen.
Oh, probably. Okay.
So it just crashed.
Well, you were on for a while. Maybe that's what it is. But we'll see.
When you did that, it actually came up that you paused the live, so you got that 5-minute ticker going on. So had you just walked away and let the camera roll,
I don't know how it does that then. Yeah, so maybe it does it automatically.
Yeah, so if we like I said, if you'd have just got up and walked away, we were talking well and could have.
Well, I had to do something on my phone. I had two things I had to do on my phone.
There you go. Well, then that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Whoops. So I guess we know that it's no more than 5 minutes. So
well, there you go.
Or less.
Well, we all learn. Hey, we all have to learn it, right? It's TikTok. It's like not a usual thing.
Right.
Well, always thanks for doing this, Doc. And I probably could have had 3 questions, and if we were at the beginning of the live, I'd go for it. So I will just ask one kind of general history question, if that's all right. And I do kind of, as much as I can, audit a lot of lives and just kind of watch them without necessarily jumping on them. But I do get to see what's going on and the feel of it and what have you. But I do have a question, and I know you've spoken about it many times. When we talk about the Jewish folks being kicked out of country after country after country, you've made a clear, what you feel maybe the basic root or cause for European anti-Semitism being, the evangelical nature of Christendom And when they, had wanted to go ahead into the Roman Empire, you couldn't really go out there and say the Romans were the ones who took care of things, and maybe and likely the highest Jewish leadership maybe had a little hand in that, or certainly didn't, or maybe weren't fighting it. I don't know, but in general, after that, we also know that the next level of I think you've mentioned it as well, of conflict was when was with the idea of lending money at compound interest, which allowed Jews to attain wealth in countries, but and beyond Jews just walking around saying, we say, we're the chosen people. That doesn't bring lots of love our way either.
I don't
But
think I'm saying it though.
but was there anything else? Because I do hear folks say, "Oh, where there's smoke, there's fire. You're getting kicked out all the time." Was there anything much else beyond all that we did systematically to anger people?
And honestly, every case you look at, it's nothing to do with them really. It's the circumstances and how other people take it. I mean, the chosenness part, people found that because Christians stole the Hebrew Bible and read it for themselves, so it was part of their understanding of it. No one was strutting around Europe saying, "I'm the chosen people, man." Like, no, they lived in exile and they felt that they had pissed off God and kind of like been thrown out anyway. So it's like no one was happy about that. Woo-hoo. It's the money lending thing. Realistically, almost all of the Jews were dirt poor. There was a handful of them that did well in a few different places, and they did so because Catholics actually prohibited lending. So the states, the governments couldn't raise money, and the governments turned to Jews to basically create a finance system for them because they were forbidden by canon law from doing so. That created a bit of a tension there, but it wasn't their choice. The Jews didn't choose to do that sort of shit, but their religion didn't prohibit it, and the Christian religion did at the time, literally prohibit it. I mean, the whole where there's smoke, there's fire. It's basically it's blaming the victim for it. The aggressor here is Christianity as a whole. It's just, I mean, this is not to say that Judaism is a perfect religion or somehow super awesome that way. I mean, but in the way that anti-Judaism developed, it developed for very specific political and theological reasons inside Christianity that had nothing to do with the Jews themselves. It's like it's how they were understood. Their existence was a theological challenge to the truths that the church wanted to advance, but they couldn't get rid of them because they were literally told in the same text, we have to keep these people around and kick them around. We can't eliminate them entirely. No one was going to say, well, let's unalive the whole population. I mean, people proposed and they say, no, we can't do that because, and then they would go back to like Augustine's arguments, and tons of other people were saying like, well, they were basically thrown out by God, and they're like a living example of what happens when you reject the Messiah. See, they lost their homeland because they rejected the Messiah. Ooh, my eyes are glowing. How cool is that? They were an object lesson. We just used them as an object lesson for how to live.
Okay.
So it has very strong political and theological roots inside the Christian world.
Okay. All right. Well, again, because of the late hour, I'll drop off, but look forward maybe getting in earlier on one of the next ones, and do have a few other questions. And thanks again for everything.
Yeah, no worries. I'll be back for sure on Friday. I'm not sure about tomorrow yet, but I will definitely be back on Friday.
Great. Thank you.
Before I leave you, look, it went right back up again. It's at 142 you viewers.
Oh, it's going fast. Right on.
And Be Blessed is here now, so that's fantastic. You have a peaceful night, everybody. Have a blessed night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah, well,
Good night.
speaking of, I thought I was next. Was I not next?
I think it was Carlito, then you.
No, I don't know. Well, the one with the cactus can go first.
Okay,
It's
Okay,
like
I
9
gotta head
o'clock.
to bed in a second too, so I
It's
won't
9
be
o'clock
too
in the
long.
morning, so I got time.
All right. Oh well.
What's that? Is
Yeah,
that
it's 2 a.m. for me, so I gotta head to bed.
Well, European
Um,
time here, so.
yeah. Well, anyway, speaking of expelling groups of people for no reason, I was very interested in Idi Amin, and how he, as a ruler, kind of went down like the trajectory that he did from being aligned with the West to like kind of being more aligned with Gaddafi, and like of course like the whole weird kind of thing that happened with Israel, and kind of what politically motivated him and what we can learn about post-colonial military dictators like him, and Uganda as a nation state.
I think there are certain similarities you can see in a ton of places. A lot of there's a bazillion surface differences, but the way that a lot of European powers pulled out of colonial possessions was by consciously choosing to negotiate with the kind of people who would not be able to run an effective state and who would effectively create a kind of neo-colonialism where the corporations could still keep doing what they wanted to do, but there would be an illusion of true freedom and the Europeans wouldn't have to be in direct control anymore, so they would save money. It all ends up being kind of bullshit. And it shouldn't surprise anyone that almost none of the governments that were created actually lasted. Most were overthrown in coups, sometimes right away, sometimes years later. But there were constant problems there. And the nature of the states that were created encouraged a kind of kleptocratic regime to develop. You know, you could basically take up the architecture existing of the old colonial power, twist it to your own ends, and become filthy fucking rich. All the better if you can con people into thinking that you're awesome in the way. That was the genius of Gaddafi, honestly, was he was really good at selling himself, but he was robbing the country blind for its own ends. I mean, all these guys were. But they were taking advantage of the way that things were structured by the Europeans on their way out, and that was quite deliberate. The more that you could keep these areas chronically unstable and weak, the easier they would be to manipulate, and the easier it would be to point to them afterwards and say, see, look, they kind of needed us all along, they're just terrible. Yeah, and the Cold War dynamic doesn't help either, because with everyone being told to pick a side, you know, you have to be, you know, in this first world or the second world or whatever, you got to pick a side in our little fight. Then it creates a certain incentive for people like your Gaddafis and Nassers and whatnot to rise to say, you know what, we want a third way. We don't like these two options. We don't like being forced into that. And you can play a kind of populist game with people that way by saying that we're not picking a side in this fight, therefore we are strong and independent. But realistically, they kind of were playing them both off for their own interests, too, to prop up their own power, which means that none of them ultimately could criticize the existing structure they inherited. This is why all those attempts at, like, Arab unity, for example, every single one broke down, because the power structures inside Egypt, Syria, Libya, everywhere else worked against the idea of overcoming that European foundation. There was a way for some existing elites to milk it for their own benefit, and why would you turn that over to somebody else? Why would you give that power up? When people find a way to gain power, they have a hard time letting go of it.
So you would say you could compare Idi Amin to a figure like Nasser pretty well. I mean, it's pretty similar.
There's again, they all have distinct flaws and problems, but they're all responding to very similar post-colonial dynamics and very similar Cold War dynamics, and there at least are parallels in the way that things play out. But the specifics vary tremendously from place to place, but there's a lot of overarching similarities that you can see between them because of the global structural.
And when it comes to consolidation of power and on all of that textbook kind of stuff.
Like how can I wipe out different minority groups who are in my way? How can I manipulate my relation with this particular tribe against this particular tribe of people? You know, you play off those different internal tensions. Libya could do that less effectively than places like Uganda could, because Uganda is a lot more diverse, but there were still places there where you could play off against the Tamazit populations, and you could play off the difference between like Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, like their historical differences. There are still things that Gaddafi did, and honestly, Gaddafi, because he imported so much of his power structure out from the outside as mercenaries, that made that made his situation a little bit different. He didn't have to play off factions as much to secure a power structure because he simply used money and bought that power. He just purchased a bunch of mercenaries to do the work for him. The situation that you got with Idi Amin is actually similar to many to a lot of other ones, in sub-Saharan Africa and in other portions of Asia as well, that are inherently much more diverse, and then you have to play off different factions. And when you adapt elements of the European nation-state model to those colonial boundaries, you are inherently creating a fucked up situation. We hit that a little bit when we talked about Iraq last time, just how mixed up Iraq was by definition, and then trying to impose that model led naturally to some unalivings.
Yeah, that's kind of what gave me the idea for the question, actually, that conversation. So, yeah, thank you.
The number on the top is dropping rapidly. Wonder what's driving that.
Yeah, no, it goes up and down. I think part of that is also
That's interesting, because it was climbing back toward where it was before, and then it just like started plunging.
Yeah, no, it might be that we end up on the FYP, but people are coming, and it's late exactly. So yeah, the time difference.
Oh, yeah, differences of different people. Yeah. It's a shame it broke. I'm sorry about that. I thought it would.
That's okay.
It happens.
Carlito, your turn.
Yeah. Appreciate your content and your panel, man. I was listening to you for quite a while. And I just have just a question. Who were the Canaanites?
Well, the short version of this is that there are waves of settlement in different areas of Semitic-speaking peoples. One of the single most contentious arguments is that the Semitic language may start in the Levant, or it may start someplace else like Arabia or whatever. But over time, you develop a distinct identity. We have existing records about a Semitic-speaking Canaanite people going back more than 4,000 years. Looking at the Ugaritic texts and whatever in what's today northern Syria. The Canaanite culture spans the entire Levant, so from northern Syria all the way down to southern Palestine. And at different times, people have made pretensions to control large portions of it, but it, in practice, was always broken up into tons of smaller states. The Phoenicians and the Canaanites are the same people. We just use different names because of who they interacted with.
Who were the first name you said?
The Phoenicians.
Phoenicians. All right. Okay.
Yeah. So we get that word comes into English through Greek because of interactions there, and then we take Canaanite because it comes out of the Bible. So from Hebrew, it's actually closer to their original name. They would have been like Canaani, but
exactly.
But how we apply the name, it's literally the same population. And the thing is, technically, that's the origins of Jews as well. So the states of Yisrael and Judah, as well as Ammon and Moab and Edom, they're all Canaanite states, as well as the Phoenician states all on the coast, Tyre, Sidon, Byblos, and the areas around Megiddo. All these are all different little separate Canaanite states, and they head off in a few different cultural directions, but they all have a common origin, which meant originally they spoke the same language, and it takes on slightly different forms. The ancient Phoenician language is actually not far off from Hebrew. It's sort of diverging from a close original parent. So it's basically Canaanite, roughly speaking, is the term we use for indigenous Levantine culture. So where today Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, Western Jordan, all together, there's an ancestor culture throughout that whole area.
Exactly. But then my next question is to you: how did the Ashkenazis came in and made a claim to the land?
Well, the claim to the land is based in the long term culture, the ethnic identity that the Jews retained as a population that was pushed out of the land over successive generations, and largely through the Roman wars. But the Ashkenazim were Jews who settled in Europe in the Roman Empire and existed there because they were expelled in that period. Their claim to it, I mean, it's it's really just a nationalist movement that's built around a particular chunk of land, and that kind of drives them to take that land.
Hmm,
It's,
so
it,
so so
I wouldn't
so
make anything
they're
like that anywhere in the world, ethically legitimate, but people do it.
hmm. So it was based on the ideology of nationalism then.
Yeah, the what's developing in Europe is ultimately a form of European nationalism. And
Exactly.
in
Yeah.
that
Okay.
way, it's no different from like German nationalism, Italian nationalism, all these. It's a political project that says a particular group of people, a nation, deserves a state. And what it does is it says, well, the Jewish people originally had a kind of common origin in history, even though we scattered around the world and have different languages. Let's construct a modern national identity. We'll resurrect Hebrew and build a sense of ourselves of like, okay, we are this nation. And having done that, this nation deserves a state. And the main reason for that is that everywhere that Jews existed in Europe, no one wanted them to be part of the in group. No one said Jews should be part of our identity, our nation. They were always kind of held apart from that. And what happened is the European Jews basically internalized that sense. They internalized the language that people were using, calling them parasites and, not really part of the country. They say, oh, well, I guess we are. Well, if we're going to always be parasites in your nation, maybe we should just create our own or something. So they created a national identity that said they needed a state. The problem is really nationalism itself, because nationalism privileges a single ethnic group over all others.
Exactly.
So it's basically it. Zionism is in the way the ethno-national form of Zionism, because again there's tons of forms of it, but the ethno-national version of Zionism is just as legitimate or illegitimate, depending on your perspective, as every other European nationalism, because they're all ultimately artificial. But it's a movement that develops in a specific place in a specific time because of the specific forces there. And it's kind of a general issue. It just so happened, because of the history of Jewish people, when they start applying that idea to themselves and say we need a land, well, there's really only one choice. Like
Mm,
nowhere else would have worked for people. You can't say like, hey, we should all move to like Saskatchewan and we'll start over there. No one would have done it. So
makes sense. Makes sense. Well, thank you, man.
yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Benito, you're next.
Yeah, actually, my question kind of ties in beautifully to the former question. I promise, Liam, I won't berate you about Philistia.
Yeah,
we had a fun we had a
honestly,
fun chat
no,
earlier about, but I don't want to go into that.
it was
This
fun.
is
I really don't know how those threads work. Like how easy it is to find all the different parts. When I have to break it into multiple parts, I don't even know if you guys see all of them.
it's not sequential. It's very frustrating on TikTok.
It
Uh,
really is. Yeah.
so my question, not my question, just maybe elaboration, because I see where the trend going prior to this, where a lot of people tend to like to dissect Ashkenazi from Sephardi and pretend that one comes from a different origin than the other. And
Right.
particularly, I'd love for you to just kind of put a button on what a lot of people like to use, which is the Hazar or the
Oh,
Khazar theory.
please. Yes. Thank you.
I would
That's the
love
whole
to
spirit.
put an end to this. I've done some particular research on my own, and I'm Sephardi, so I don't really have a Hebrew in this fight. But um, the thing that frustrates me, from what I understand, there was a very nominal amount of people, non-Jews, in Central Europe or Central Russia, the Caucasus, that converted. they're and not even like the majority people, but it was like from what I understand, it was like the
The ruling
royals of that,
class,
the ruling class converted. And but
and
those
that's
Jews,
that's
those Jews, from what I understand, still exist. They are like Jews in Azerbaijan. They're Jews that stayed in Georgia and places like that. But everyone
maybe.
associates all
Mhm.
Ashkenazim as descended from Khazars. So if you could just put a button on that and kind of explain to people that it's just a nonsense theory for the most part.
The simplest way to do this is that the origins of the Ashkenazim are in the Rhine. Where's today Western Germany. Like we know where their first records are and the origins of their language. And the language Ashkenazim speak is a form of medieval High German. Like that's where Yiddish comes from. They're from they're from Jews who settled in one of the western frontier provinces of the Roman Empire and settled along the Rhine and built up a distinct culture in that area. And from there, they migrated steadily eastward. What people are doing is they're completely reversing that flow. They're putting them in the east and having them go west. We have documents for that. We have archaeology for that. We have tons. It's nonsense. It's a complete causal reversal. And the stories about the Khazar conversion, honestly, they're written after the fact. There's very few sources for them. It's a couple of Jewish sources on it. We don't even know if it happened. It may never have happened, but if it did, it likely affected a relatively small number of people, and it never created like some giant Jewish empire or something. It wasn't a thing. Whether or not some of the Jews of Central Asia descend from them is difficult to say, because Jews actually settled in Central Asia going all the way back into the Achaemenid Persian Empire. It's one of the first places Jews moved to, because they were, their elite population was plopped in Mesopotamia before the Persians got there, and when the Persians kind of like opened the door to the Jews and said, hey, we'll help you rebuild your temple. We're fine with you. It's all groovy. Like, let's work together. And then Judaism began developing in that period. Jews started migrating further east and spreading throughout Persian territories because they were tolerated. The Achaemenids didn't care. And like the Zoroastrians didn't care about other people's religions, at least early on. The Sassanids did. The Achaemenids did not. So their presence in that area is quite old. And they played a part in actually developing into the Silk Road trades when the Greeks got into that area, and then the Greeks helped to like sketch a lot of that stuff out. Jews and then Sogdians, a kind of like Eastern Iranian people, were the two major early trade populations operating in Central Asia. So I don't know that the history would really easily support saying that Jews of Central Asia are direct descendants of Khazars, although it's possible that population blended into it, because Jews definitely predate them in that region, like by 1,000 years. But if they did convert, they likely blended into those populations over time anyway and became one people, because that tends to happen. Oh, you're Jews too. We're Jews. Cool. Let's intermarry, and then boom, they lose that identity, and that ultimately happens to all Khazars. It's one of the reasons that no one can actually do a DNA test for them anymore, because Khazars ceased to exist as an independent ethnicity. They blended into Alan culture and some of the other, like, North Caucasus cultures and into Central Asian cultures. They ceased to be a distinct population. So it makes sense that the Jewish Khazars, if any existed, probably would have done the same thing. They would have blended into the other cultures that rose in that area when the Khazar culture and language died out.
Yeah, it seems to me to be a very politically driven
Yes,
use case for that, and
it
I
is.
don't. It tries to surmise that Ashkenazi Jews are not actual Jews, which is if that's the case, it seems a ridiculous argument to me, because if you test Ashkenazi Jews genetically against the populations that they live with in Europe, they still test way more aligned with Levant people, with Druzim, with Palestinians, with
Yeah, it's a mix. It's the same. They carry the same genetic markers that you can also find with Ethiopian Jews. They all
sure,
carry that same Levite ancestry. There are a handful of haplotypes that are very distinctly Levantine that we can associate with Jewish populations as they scattered around the world. So yeah,
exactly. So
it's like the DNA disproves the Khazar thesis, but so does archaeology, so does like languages, so did like the basic texts. The fact that Europeans wrote, "Hey, there's a bunch of Jews living here," blah 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 blah. Like that's all predates the Khazars.
Yeah, I must have missed the history lesson where there was High German spoken in the Caucasus.
Yeah, exactly. Like what the?
And
It's like what the hell? But again, the fact that it it literally predates it time wise. There's just no way to get there, you know. So it's politically motivated, and it happens in different directions too. This is one of the reasons, and I've seen this circulating around a lot lately, and I think it's part of that. I've seen a lot of people talking about Shlomo Sand's book. I don't know if you've run into that one before. Or
which one?
um, let's see. This one.
Ah, yeah.
Be very cautious with this book. There are things he gets right and a lot of things he gets wrong. Because he's writing from a specific ideological position that says, "Hi, I hate being Jewish and I hate Jewish people. Here's my perspective on this matter." So it's a kind of like conscious like oppositional narrative. There are things he gets right. I mean, is again the way things are written in the Bible, the myths in the Bible, they're mostly bullshit. I mean, the archaeology consciously easily disproves a lot of the basic narratives there, but it doesn't disprove their origins because the archaeology also tells us they literally were there. It shows how it played out. And we can find places in the Bible that actually are accurate. There are some parts of it that are that stand up historically, and some parts that don't. When you end up with trying to use that material politically and say, well, this archaeology disproves this, therefore the whole thing is bullshit, and we all made it up, and we're ultimately Khazars. That's dangerous shit right there. So
Yeah, the Hazar thing is so
really
funny.
ones. And he
Yeah,
falls
I
for
think
that.
I have read it. I have read it before. It has some interesting points, and I definitely agree that like I guess more of the structure of the Jewish people really did come to fruition post post Second Temple, really in the diaspora. Like what it meant to be a Jew
Here's what
was
it
more
means to be a Jew.
more
Exactly.
was more thoroughly defined, was more isolated post Second Temple.
Yeah, and there's and that is an important revision. It is important for people to understand, but it's also important even if you go back into that, like it developed consistently even in the land. Like over many centuries, it was very very different. So yeah, you can't take Talmudic Judaism and say it's the same as Second Temple Judaism, but you can't say Second Temple Judaism is anything like First Temple Judaism because for fuck's sake, in the First Temple period, they were literally polytheists.
Yeah, I mean Second Temple too, but
Well, it's more henotheistic by that period, but yeah, it's still it's a much more complex picture than people tend to think. And when you take the very simplistic biblical narrative, and Abraham was a monotheist, and created all this, and David created this united kingdom, and if you take that stuff seriously, it's as flawed as Sands is. And what he's doing, and people sometimes do this, here's a flawed narrative that is problematic and causes weird racist bullshit. So here's my alternative to it, but it also is a flawed narrative full of racist bullshit. It's like a conscious contrarian thing. It's an overcompensation, if that makes sense. I think his
yeah.
is a significant overcompensation.
But yeah, well, I appreciate it. I won't clog all the time, but thanks
Well, no,
for putting a
thanks for
button on
thanks for
on the
asking.
Khazar thing.
Any time people bring that up, I'm happy to talk about it because it really bothers me that people spread it around. There's a handful of things that I see in pro-Palestine circles that are actually deeply harmful to the Palestinian cause because of the way, because of how dishonest and messed up some of the stuff is. It actually, and it's hurting the movement itself. So
Yeah, I think
care about
disavowing either person's indigeneity
yes, exactly.
is wrong. Like I question Jews when they say that too, when they say Palestinians are all from Arabia, and I'm like, that's
Exactly.
it's kind of bullshit. I think most
Yeah,
Palestinians
it's
aren't
complete
even
bullshit.
Arabs.
Yeah,
What's
it just
the largest clan? Jabaris are descendants from like Saladin's people, like Kurdish. Like there's a lot of people that are descended from Jews, and it's like they're mixed people, just like Jews over 2,000 years slept with some non-Jews.
a lot of them. I mean, both
Yeah.
populations have a lot of other mixed up stuff because a lot of people have moved into and through the Levant over the years, including Crusaders. Lots of people did. And they all slept with people. But they
I would be
all do.
interested to follow up on our Philistia conversation at
Well,
some
yeah,
other time, but
that's a
like,
good one too. Because again, in those cases, I mean, at different times, Philistines literally claim the entire Levant. Like, I am the king of all of this area, and it goes all the way up to fucking Syria. Like, that's, I mean, because there's different populations that settled in, but all of them are relatively small, and they're all mixing in different times and places. But their contribution, it's a very small one, but there's tons of small contributions like that. The Palestinians themselves are just as mixed up as Jews are. But they all have the same Levantine markers going back to the Neolithic period. So
mhm.
just historically, archaeologically, and genetically, all these people are indigenous to the area, but they all also are mixed up like everyone else on the planet.
Yeah, let's just go
Mm.
the Samaritan model. Let's just say we're all Israelites and we're all chill.
I mean,
Nice.
as long as you don't go the Samaritan model, like we are the only pure people and we can't convert anyone, and we're going to be massively inbred and die out, because
No,
that's
no, no. They're sleeping with Russians now. It's all good.
yeah. Like I'm glad at least they finally said let's do some conversions, because they were down to what 300 people. Like holy fuck,
Yeah, but they're
it's
lovely people. I've been out to there
oh
many
yes
times
yes.
outside Shechem to Mount Gerizim.
Mm-hmm.
I think Rebbe Cohen died some years back, but I met his son, and like that whole community is just incredible. They all have
Yeah,
Palestinian
I get to
IDs, they
meet
have
them.
Israeli IDs. A lot of the community now lives in Holon,
Yep.
and
Yeah, they're in two different places. Yeah, there's the Holon one and then up in Nablus. But and I've interacted much more with the ones around Nablus, but I've met people in both communities, and yeah,
uh,
they're honestly lovely people, and
amazing. Speak
sadly,
Arabic, speak Hebrew, speak
they
Samaritan. Like
have
they're
a lot
awesome.
of
Mm.
diseases too. It's really sad to see how many people are disabled in the community. It's but yeah, I mean, I'm in some ways I'm really happy that it survived, and it's really interesting because it helps to make some of the interesting, like longer term archaeological arguments. Realistically, their views changed a bit over time too, but they are probably descendants of the original Northern Kingdom's population
I was gonna
during
ask you about that.
yeah.
Like that, at one point, wasn't the Samaritan population like a couple million? And
Yeah,
then
they literally fought wars with the Romans too. There was a major Samaritan uprising in the 4th century, I think it was. Like and their population went down massively because of that, because the Romans slaughtered unalive them.
like God, a couple million to like 300
But
now, right?
but yeah, there were fights going back well into like the Second Temple period, where because of the forced merger, where Judah took over the territory after the Assyrians pulled out and made claims to all of it, and then tried to centralize worship. We can only sacrifice here, and they went around smashing all these altars. Eventually, the Samaritan solution to that was to come up with their own like one holy place, and it became Mount Gerizim. But originally, that population, had tons of altars to El all over the place, but they lost a lot of those. But their Torah is still in the original Hebrew script, so
Hmm.
it looks like the Canaanite script. Like they're a holdover in some ways. They did adapt, they did change a bit, but they're probably a legacy of the cultural fight between the surviving Israelite population and the Judahite population, when the Judahites essentially absorbed the north, and they won ultimately. That's why Judaism is the big religion.
Yeah,
But a fraction of them said, "Fuck you," like, and
I, I,
you can see
I
elements of
just,
that fight in the Bible. In the Hebrew Bible, you can see elements of that fight in the New Testament.
I just think they're incredible. I encourage anyone here in the chat to go. There's some really good documentaries about the Samaritans of Nablus, of Hashem, of Mount Gerizim. Just awesome people. They all have like Arabic first names and Jewish last names, and speak all three
Mm.
languages, carry all
Absolutely.
three IDs. Like they're just it's really interesting to see, and they could be like a bridge for peace. I think for
They could be in some ways, because they do get along with everybody. And again, just anthropologically, they're fascinating because there are just so many older. Okay, so like they still have blood huts for menstruating women, where
hmm
like Orthodox Jews, they'll sleep separately or something and not have sex during menstrual cycles, but They literally, like, women have to go live separately. And that there's evidence of ancient, ancient Jews doing that too. But it dropped away. There's a different interpretation of it, and gonna roll with that later. There's so many places where their customs are so antiquated that it's fascinating. The same way that, like, other surviving ancient religions like Zoroastrianism are fascinating to me,
Yeah.
because there are elements they've been holding on to for 3,000 fucking years and refusing to change. I admire tenacity. Like, the whole world is changing around you, and you're like, nah, screw it. We're gonna keep doing the same. Oh, animal sacrifice? No, we totally do that still.
Oh yeah.
So
They have a couple of cool holidays up there on Mount Gerizim. They're just
yeah, it's
incredible.
they are an impressively weird people, but yeah, and to your other point, like, just culturally, they're genuinely nice people, and they do get along with everyone around. It's how they survived. They
They
learned
also
fighting the Romans and decided to stop doing that.
they in terms of peace, everyone agrees they make the best tahini. Like
I don't know, but
no, on Mount Gerizim they have a factory, and it's like the most famous tahini
that's
in
cool.
the
I'll take your
Palestinians,
word
and
for it. I haven't tasted
both
it.
both the settlers and like people from Nablus will come and buy tahini from them because they can
Cool.
just all agree like it's the
I'll
best.
remember that next time I'm in the area.
Okay, I'll drop off. Thanks, guys.
Oh, thanks, Benicio.
Appreciate you.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions from the chat. The first one is a fairly quick one. It says, what history is your main area of expertise?
Shit. I don't know. I'm not sure how I would answer that. Because again, my expertise is in systems of thought, not in a. It's harder to pin down to a specific. Like, I had a friend that, like, spent his career studying 18th century France. Really, really good at it. That was his thing. It's very easy to say, I study 18th century France. I can't easily do that. I think if you had to boil it down to an important concern, I think you can get to things like questions of identity really fascinate me. And it's something that overlaps into my studies of, like, philosophy, psychology, history, religions. How people define themselves and relate to the world is fascinating to me. But yeah, honestly, I don't know that I've ever even thought about that.
Maybe just for people that might be new, the areas you teach in.
Well, so professionally, my teaching fields are Europe and the Middle East, and I suppose Middle East is somewhat dominant between the two, especially since at one of the universities I teach at, I created their entire Middle East history program. But the my dissertation research had a foot in the ancient world and a foot in the modern world, because it looked at the impact of ancient Persian, Hebrew, and Greek apocalypticism on 19th century German philosophical and scientific movements. So that involved me studying everything from, like, Darwinism to Marxism to Nietzsche and Hegel and Kant, and then also looking at Avesta and Hebrew and Greek texts, and like, it's it's hard to explain, but I have an interest in both the modern and the ancient worlds, and it's more about the transmission and development of cultures and ideas. But one of my particular areas of interest really is identity. So yeah, my discipline is cultural and intellectual history. My teaching fields are the Middle East and Europe. And yeah, I'm fascinated by what the hell makes people tick. I think that's probably what got me into a lot of this shit in the first place, because, I grew up a confused autistic kid going, what the hell planet am I on? Who are these people? They make no damn sense. So I decided to read everything I could get my hands on to try and make sense of the world. And one thing led to another. So.
And then the next question is, what is the role of the Grand Mufti in the HCOST?
Non-existent.
Yeah, I thought that,
Yeah.
but I thought I'd ask anyway.
Bibi's argument about that a few years ago was so astonishingly dishonest that Yad Vashem, the Israeli Shoah memorial, immediately said, "What the fuck? The prime minister is lying his ass off." I mean, the people trying to make the connection there. Okay, so there is a way you can tie them together, because after the Arab revolt, most of the Palestinian leadership was unalived and the survivors were driven into exile. And he's one of the ones that went into exile. And he happened to choose Nazi Germany because, he didn't like Jews and they didn't like Jews. And he spent the war years actually recording propaganda to recruit Muslims to fight for the Yazis, and did. So there were Bosnian recruits to the Waffen SS and Chechen recruits to the Waffen SS and all kinds of people who signed up to fight with the Yazis, and he did play a part in that. But what he was trying to do was get Hitler to care about the Palestine situation, and he didn't really care. So all the so-called promises he made were literally just Hitler lying to him to manipulate him because it was useful to his purposes to recruit Muslims to fight for him. As far as the Shoah itself, he played literally no part in that whatsoever. There's no connection at all between them. That was complete fiction. But
And then the
he
last.
did support the Yazis. But realistically, a lot of anti-imperial people too. There were tons of people in Iraq that signed up and supported them. People in Iran.
Hello?
So it's sort of like the
Hold on,
enemy of
Echo.
my enemy is my friend. So there's one of those.
Echo, did you want to add to this point before I ask the next
First of all, I
question?
want to say hi, Liam. How are the cats doing? Hopefully they're great. It's always amazing to see damn books he has back there. It's insane.
He gets to hang
But-
out right here, right now, which is cool. She hasn't kicked him
Liam,
up.
do you know a book called Eichmann in Jerusalem?
Yeah. Hannah Arendt.
Yeah. So, for example, that book, it goes deeper into it, and
Please wait
it
in
talks
line.
about how a lot
Please
of
wait
these
in
Hold
line.
on. It's this particular point. Just hold on. Go ahead, Echo.
Oh,
Yeah, no, go ahead, Echo.
do I go?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
please go
okay.
ahead.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
yeah, within
Blessing
that
gets to
book,
choose
it
the
talks
order.
about how
That's her thing.
Okay, I'm confused, bro. I haven't slept. I had an exam and I have not slept yet. But I passed.
You're fine. You're fine. So what was the
These
point?
myths that we have about Mufti Amin Husseini are simply a result
I think
of
part of
fabrications from one man who was in prison, and during the Nuremberg trials, he made it all up. He did everything he could to put blame on Eichmann and Mufti Amin Husseini, just so he could get out. And in the end, he did get executed for it. And actually, no one had any reason to believe anything that he said. So even historically, Bibi's argument, the people who made it, like Ephraim Karsh, they all relied on that one man's testimony. And that one man, no one believed it. Not even the people who imprisoned him. Not even Eichmann's own writings confirmed anything he said. It's insane.
Yeah. For anybody who's looked at this, I mean, Ephraim Karsh is one of the worst Israeli historians ever. I mean, the guy
He's
is
a cunt.
racist.
Oh.
So Ephraim
Thanks,
Karsh.
Echo.
Oh yeah. It was just saying. Okay. Who We should. Yeah. Let's erase him. Yeah. I mean,
Literally, he's the worst.
he's one of the people that I mean, there's a lot of people here that when I buy their books, I buy them used intentionally so they get nothing out of it. So he's in that category.
Do you want to name that book again, please, Echo, before I move to the next question?
Oh, the honor one?
Oh, the Eichmann in Jerusalem one.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Eichmann in Jerusalem.
Anything by Hannah Arendt is worth reading.
I think there's also the banality of evil, Eichmann before Jerusalem. That one too.
Yeah.
That one is a really good read too.
Totalitarianism is great. Her book on revolution is great. She has a good one on the human condition. She's an interesting thinker, and fascinating.
Wait, this whole question thing.
and
How can I
fascinating as a
ask a
Jewish
question? Is there like a
intellectual.
line?
She's a
Hold on,
Jewish
Echo.
intellectual who fell in love with a Yahtzee. So that's a weird story right there.
Yeah.
Like her
We're
love
gonna
affair with Heidegger is fascinating.
Be blessed. This question thing. Is there like a queue or something?
There
'Cause I have
is,
to.
although the person whose turn it was has now disappeared, so it is your turn.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
Sorry to
Liam, have
return echo.
you, because you're like into identity and logic, have you read about the difference between Aristotelian logic and Avicennian logic?
What logic and what?
Aristotelian logic and Avicennian logic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, uh, realistically, everybody after Aristotle, there's a and even some before, there's a ton of like variations. So like there was a Stoic logic. There's different approaches to it. What you see with like Ibn Sina's approaches, there are significant refinements that happen to it. Realistically, the first serious critique, though, of Aristotle's structure doesn't happen until the 18th century. But there are, yeah, I'm familiar with some of the work there around Ibn Sina and the approach. It's what you got
Which
with
critique are you referring
what
to, by the way?
helps what helped to introduce. I mean, it actually helped to reintroduce logic into Western Europe because Aristotle was completely unknown. He had disappeared for Christians. You know, they had almost nothing from him. So when people started introducing Aristotelian logic into Catholicism, they were actually using Ibn Sina.
Boo, Thomas Aquinas, boo. Wait, I have
Yeah,
a
Thomas
question.
Aquinas is basically, Thomas Aquinas is
Literally a note.
basically like Ibn Sina with like, smart
Yeah,
notes.
Catholic ones. Wait, I have a question, right? The critique about Aristotelian logic that you're talking about in the 18th century, are you talking about David Hume's one?
Um, uh, Hume in part, but more Kant. Kant
Oh
was
my
the one to fundamentally show that a lot of the medieval uses of Aristotle were deeply flawed. And it showed some of the limitations of that thought because by the time you get to the High Middle Ages, and especially through the improvements and introduction from the Muslims who kind of made him safer monotheists, I guess. The it showed some of the flaws in Aristotle's work too. So yeah, I'm kind of taking some of that up to like yeah, people like Hume, sure, but more like Kant and whatnot.
God, I hate Kant so much.
There's things to dislike, but also things to enjoy. I mean, I like some of his cosmopolitanism, and honestly, the first critique is still fantastic work. It's a shame he
I,
didn't. Oh,
I
it's a shame he
despise him
didn't
as a
do his
person.
guns.
I despise him and the categorical imperative. I hope he burns along
That
in hell.
sure, yes, but like the epistemological positions he sketches out in it, I think are fascinating work. It's you have to put things in their own time, you know.
Mhm.
But yeah, in moral terms,
Oh
I
yeah, yeah,
have
no, no, no. Like, listen,
huge
his
problems.
yeah, like his idealism was necessary for like materialism to come along right after. So I'm glad he did his whole shit. But fucking ethics, no, I hope this guy would have literally just shut his
Yeah,
mouth.
no, again, I agree. Yeah, his ethical positions are super flawed. But again,
Crazy.
you got to take everyone for what they are, you know?
For context for everyone, I know this seems like a circle jerk, but for context, Kant, he had this belief that, you should act according to the categorical imperative. Simply put, it's like the action that you should do to consider it moral or not is whether you're willing to universalize it, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Liam.
Yeah, yeah. Like that it should be that it should stand for all time and no one should be able to like that it has to apply in every situation. I mean,
Exactly.
one of the classic ways of criticizing this fits the context, the conversation we had a moment ago about Eichmann, because if you actually follow Kant's logic here, then if the Yazidis knock on your door and say, where are the Jews hiding, you would have to tell them
At the time.
because it would be impossible to lie because lying is bad. If you accept lying is bad, then you have to turn the Jews over to the Yazidis. And like, holy shit, no.
You know what my worst objection to Kantian ethics is? Not even the whole exceptions thing, right? My biggest objection would be like the whole intent disagreement, right? Like if you acted, right, in a way that, would be consistent with Kantian ethics, but your intention was a different reason, it is still considered immoral. So, like for example, if you save like a burning child and you do it because you don't like children burning, and not because you don't believe, not because you believe in the categorical imperative, he would believe you're immoral and he would believe you're disgusting. And funny enough, this is all of this is coming from like a very, 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 very religious Christian man. So I don't know how he like reconciled everything together.
Not
It's crazy.
really. He has a pietist origin culturally, but it would be difficult to say that Kant was actually Christian. He was influenced by it because that's his context. But I
Wait,
don't think
Kant was
his own
Christian?
beliefs fit it at all.
I'm pretty sure he was pretty religious, actually. No?
No, no,
Oh, damn.
in the way that he lived his life showed the pietist origins of his family, but he himself was not actually like a committed Christian.
Oh, oopsie. Wait, who
So
am I thinking of then?
it's a kind of like
Who was the
it's
Christian?
like some of the ways that you can see him living kind of fit that, but not in his thought. No, his theology is definitely diverges considerably from Christianity.
Oh,
There's a lot of people though that where their religious positions are kind of like Hegel shows his Christian origins, but his views also contradict Christianity. So it's like you're kind of like walking a weird fine line, you know?
So I have a question for you, right? Because, like, sorry, if anyone has any more questions,
Yes,
'cause
Faisal, and then I'll
Yeah,
come back
go
to you.
ahead.
So if you could hold that thought. Fal? Are you there? There you go.
No, actually, I'm enjoying this conversation. Can you let Echo finish it with Liam, and I'll ask later. That's fine.
Yes, okay. Go ahead,
Thank
Echo.
you.
So Liam, because like
If anyone wants
logic
to
and identity
see how
is something you're very familiar
far
with.
down this rabbit hole I went, so let's see. Half this shelf is Kant shares the shelf with Spinoza, but like half this shelf is Kant here, and then the whole rest of the section above it is different forms of German idealism. I'm
Where's
not
the
an idealist, but I've definitely spent my time with it.
Ah, damn, that's one. Bro, every time I see your library, I'm like in shock and awe. How many books do you read a week? Out of curiosity.
I read several books a week. So
What?
there's a stack of 6 new ones sitting back over here. There's new ones coming in.
Okay, what was the last book you've read?
Uh,
No, he doesn't even know that. Easy.
Shit, it's a God, what's the title? Something about tribe. Damn it, I can go grab it. It's in the room. I'm blanking on the title.
Bro, whatever
Never
he's
mind.
doing,
I got
want
it.
that.
It's Our Tribal Future. Our Tribal Future is the title of the most recent one.
Okay. I have a question about logic, right? Because I honestly I know little to nothing about it, right? So, like, simply put, when people say classical logic, which logics are they really referring to?
I'm not sure I'm the best person to ask on things like that. Honestly, I put enough of a toe into it and took a couple of courses in logic, but it's never been my
Oh my god.
my relationship to like analytical
You're
philosophy. I
referring
know
to
the
them.
basics, but it's not really my area.
Wait, when you said identity, you meant like culture and like ethnicities. Oh my god, I thought you meant like the laws of identity. Oh my god.
Oh no, what people mean, like who am I? What is my relation to the world around me? What is my relation to God or nature or my neighbors? I mean, who people think they are. Sorry, yeah. I have, yeah. So I have enough of interest to have like a handful of books on logic itself, but like the history of logic and logic as a major branch of philosophy, it never held my interest. I spent a lot more time studying things like ethics, than.
Yes, double utilitarianism. Ooh.
Yeah, like there's tons of different forms of like ethical thought. I mean, there are a lot of branches of philosophy that were really interesting to me, but logic was never really one. Aesthetics also I struggle with.
Nobody studies aesthetics. No one takes that shit seriously. I'm gonna
I have friends in graduate school who are totally into it. I had some fascinating conversations with people in like comp lit and visual studies that were really into that stuff. I actually did a project on Kant's third critique because of the aesthetics thing, but it was like, holy shit, really? Oh, I don't get this shit at all. It just, I have a toe in logic, but I couldn't tell you what a lot of people mean by it because, hell, at my alma mater, they actually split the philosophy department in half because the logical philosophers hated the continental philosophers so much that they literally insisted on a separate department for themselves.
The logic people. I'm gonna be honest.
I didn't hang out with the logic people. I hung out with the continental philosophers. So sorry.
With anyone, like sit in a room and like yuck, we don't like them. So wait, what branch of like ethics are you most familiar with? Normative, meta.
I honestly, a lot of what most interests me in ethics is like virtue ethics. So like going to, like
No.
Hellenistic schools, I found a lot of that kind of stuff like really helps with a sense of like personal purpose and meaning, like how do we interact with each other. Um, so I mean, yeah, for me, I kind of like some of that shit. Um, but honestly, there's so many different approaches to it. I mean, I've enjoyed Singer's books. I enjoy the utilitarian stuff. I mean, they're all kind of interesting in the arguments that they make. But for me, a lot of when I get into philosophy, one of there's a couple of driving things for it when I'm looking at any individual thing. One is I'm looking at the influence of different ideas and how they move around because I'm interested in cultural transmission and whatnot, right? So it's instead of like, is this idea true? I'm more interested in who used this idea and where did it come from. And the other thing that I look for in a lot of it is it useful? Like, how can it motivate people? How could it help you to live a good life? So that's why I've always been super attracted to things like existentialism, because it's about how to live well. Like all the different schools that teach you how to be a good human being, I'm kind of interested in. So that's what got me sucked into like virtue ethics. So sorry there, but I don't know, Stoic
Okay,
ethics.
I know I've asked 100 questions. I've asked 100. It's going to be the last one, I promise. Are you a moral realist?
Am I a what? What
Moral
was that?
realist.
What exactly do you mean by it?
Huh? Wait, I didn't hear what you said. You cut out.
What exactly do you mean? Like add a little flesh to the question.
Oh, like meta-ethical position, like moral realist, moral anti-realist. You believe that there are like moral facts, and some people don't believe that there are moral facts.
Yeah, I think you'd have to put me in. I think you'd have to put me in the Nietzsche school on that one. There are moral phenomena, but not moral facts. So it's more a matter of like interpretation. There is, I think, evolutionarily a core component to what becomes our different moral senses, but the shape that it takes is a social construct, and it shifts dramatically over time. But there are certain core features like unaliving is bad that actually are part of our evolutionary inheritance in our lizard brain. But that's the closest you could get to there being objective moral facts. Anybody trying to lay out like this is a real true system that applies to everybody, that's nonsensical to me.
I've got another question from the chat. What 5 countries were considered to be what is now Israel? I think that keeps shifting, and a lot of people keep mentioning different countries like Argentina, Uganda, and recently I'm hearing Congo.
Hold on. I completely misunderstood the question when you went in that direction. Let's try that again. I did not understand that at all.
So which countries were considered to be what is now Israel, so a Jewish state?
None. There aren't any other ones.
No, I believe that the question is coming from the discussion around once.
Oh, where else could Zionists go?
Yes.
Okay, no other option was ever seriously considered. Britain suggested Uganda at one point, and the Zionists said, "What? No." The Stalin created Birobishan in the Soviet Far East along the Mongol border, but people didn't choose to go there. Some people said, let's go to South America. No one took it seriously. There was never any serious option other than Palestine.
Do you know where this Congo discussion has come into it?
I've
Because
never
it's
heard anybody
completely new to
mention
me.
Congo. Uganda, yeah, but I've never heard anybody mention the Congo.
Okay.
That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, all the other ones that are mooted there, they never actually come from the Zionist movement itself. It's like outside players suggesting, hey, how about this? And people are like, no. And realistically, in no other place could you have convinced people to move. Like no one would have done it. So I mean, if anything, I mean, why not just say Brooklyn? There were already a buttload of Jews there. Take over New York or something. But no, nothing else would have been seriously proposed.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on the place in Russia? Because I understand that some of that discussion has recently been resurfacing.
Well, it's been interesting, but there was almost never any Jews there. There were very few originally, and most of the ones who did live in Birobidzhan moved. They're now in Israel, so it never worked. It's interesting because as a state, constitutionally, it is still officially Jewish. There's a giant menorah and that city hall and things like that, but there are almost no Jews there. It was more a matter of Stalin basically trying to get the Jews the hell out of his hair and kind of like co-opt some of the ideals of Zionism. Say, hey, I'll give you a state. It's all the way over here where no one else wants to live, and then let's deport some people to it. It's actually, I mean, Stalin moved a lot of people around, like just forced tons of populations, the Volga Germans, the Crimean Tatars, tons of people were forced out of their homelands and moved into different areas. And that was just one more of those. It was no one ever actually took it seriously outside of a Stalinist context.
Great, thank you. If anybody else in the chat has questions, if you can just send them at me and I'll ask them for you. Faisal, it's your turn.
First, thank you, Leo. Actually, I really appreciate the time with you always. But
Oh, you cut out. Oh,
He seems very popular. I think he's got a call.
Yeah.
no, I wanted to record the list because I was going to ask you. I believe that you already know about it, but I was talking to someone and I wanted to get a list of the times where a peace proposal or a partition plan was discussed between the Palestinians and the Israelis, even if it wasn't taken seriously. But I wanted to look into details of each of those discussions or plans or proposals. So I created a list that consisted of about 10 tops, but I wanted to confirm with you if I'm missing out on anything.
Okay.
So
that already sounds like a whole lot more than there should be. So this will be fun.
Okay, so again, I'm not sure of the number because I'll just go through them and you could tell me where I'm falling short. So the first one is the Peel Commission. The second one is
Slow down. What was the first?
the Peel Commission. The Peel.
Oh, Peel Commission. Okay.
Yes, the Peel Commission in the 30s. Then there's the UN Partition Plan in the 40s. The next one was what? The next one I have on the list that I jumped to is 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the Oslo Accords, the Camp David Summit, the Taba Summit in 2001. Then there was discussions with Ariel Sharon that he shut down immediately. Then there was something in 2008 with Ehud Olmert. What am I missing here?
Madrid.
Madrid?
Yeah, but before Oslo.
Madrid. And which year was that?
1990.
Okay. What else can you recall?
Well, most of these actually aren't serious. Like the Palestinians weren't even asked about Peel. I mean, and they weren't present at UNSCOP either. So neither of those actually involve Palestinians. Our partition ideals, the British looked at it and said, nah, this can't work, but they didn't actually consult Palestinians on it.
Okay.
The first time Palestinians actually spoke for themselves was at Madrid.
In the 1990s.
In 1990, yeah. That was under George H.W. Bush. He insisted the Israelis sit down across the table with Palestinians. That was the first time anybody forced that to happen. Before that point, it was always through intermediaries and everything else. They never actually interacted with them.
And in the partition plan, in the UN partition plan, how was that approached? Who rejected that?
They didn't talk to Palestinians about it.
Then who talked with who? Because at the time, the there was a movement, the Zionist movement, but there wasn't an actual government, no?
Well, the Zionists had a government. I mean, the Yishuv was essentially a government in all but name. They were very organized, but realistically, that was, I mean, the member states themselves kicking around an idea and producing something, and then saying, "How about this?" And it couldn't have worked because the Zionist movement at the time was already committed to conquering anything they weren't given, so they would have taken all of it anyway. And the Palestinians were simply not at the table. They made an argument to the UN, said, "We would love to be involved in discussions here. Can we please slow this down? Let us organize something, put a delegation together," because they didn't have any kind of functioning government. So there was no one to talk for them. They said, "We'd love to be involved in this. Can we please do that?" And they said, "Nah, we're not going to wait for you. We'll just do this on our own." Because one of the reasons that you shouldn't consider Peel or UNSCOP a discussion with Palestinians, in both cases they were not actually talking about giving anything to the Palestinians. It would have been given to the other Arab states.
Okay, that makes
Zero
sense.
chance that Palestinians would have gotten jack shit out of either of those situations. They weren't involved in discussions, and they were not intended to give the territory to Palestinians.
And normally when, because I looked at both of the UN partition plan and the Peace Commission, and the thing that is in common with both is that it was a plan to give the Jewish immigrants a state in some areas, different areas in both cases, but in both cases the idea was to make sure that it's a purely Jewish state, so Palestinians had to be displaced in both times. Is that accurate?
Sort of. It was discussed, but again, it's one of the I mean, in the Peel proposal, they actually went through several possible maps. They kept trying to draw new ones, but every time they did it, they realized it would involve significant ethnic cleansing, and it's one of the reasons that Britain said it can't work, and they tossed the idea. It's not that they weren't willing to do that kind of crap at the time, because they were, but they realized how complicated it would be, and it would create tons of problems. So they all could have involved exactly that, but I don't know that it was explicitly said, if we do this, we have to blah, 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 do that movement. More a matter of, this will happen and it will be a problem and maybe we shouldn't do this. I mean, Britain tossed the Peel proposals because they said, this shit doesn't work. We can't do this. And if they were already so intermingled in the 1930s, how the fuck does it make sense 100 years later?
Okay, so when it comes to the Peace Commission, what was exactly the reason that those discussions were even initiated? Because based on what I looked, every time there was a discussion, it was never that there is, even before it was Israel, but it was never the other side willing to have those conversations unless something was on the stake. So if the Oslo Accords only happened because of the first Intifada. And that's how exactly in the Appeal Commission only came after Azzeddin al-Qassam said, "Okay, this the political."
No, leave Qassam out. He has almost nothing to do with this.
Yeah. Okay.
There's in hindsight there is an attempt to connect him to it as a kind of like spiritual forefather to Islamically themed resistance. At the time, Palestinians didn't really take him seriously, but the fact that they went down fighting said maybe we should find some other way to do this. But the resistance that organized at the time, it was all secular. It focused on things like strikes and civil disobedience and groups like that. It wasn't actually inspired by him. He plays a very small part in it, but that's in 34 and 35. He went down fighting in 35. The Arab Revolt started in 36 and ran through 39.
Okay.
In hindsight, people squish them together for ideological reasons. It's better to understand there is some relationship, but they are separate events.
Okay.
Can I just jump in quickly while you're on this topic? There's a question on this in the chat that said, was the Havara agreement real?
I'm brain farting on what that was. And give you what was that one? Argument. Shit. I'm brain farting on the word.
Give me a moment.
Yeah, I can-
Yeah, let's see if I can remind myself of something. In there. Oh, hey, look at you.
I really think you need to dust off that device that you've been avoiding.
Oh, the little tablet thing.
Yes.
I actually had it. I turned it on earlier, and then I turned it back off a little while ago. I figured, well, I haven't needed this thing yet, and then finally something comes up where I gotta like remind myself of something, and that's 2 places in a row where it's not even mentioned. So crap. Where did this name sounds so familiar, but I cannot remember what the hell it is. Where's this at?
Well, according to Google, it says it's an agreement between Nazi Germany and Zionists that was signed in 1933.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Hey, come here.
Oh, sorry. And the rest of the question is, was it exaggerated? Sorry, Circle. Thanks for correcting that.
What happened here? Oh, this one was the. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, shit! I remember this. All right. Yeah. Oh, I go with that. Exaggerate. I'm assuming they're meaning in terms of like how it's used or understood. If that, then obviously, yeah. A, because nothing came of it, and B, because it was only talking about moving a relatively small number of people. But the key there for a lot of early Yahtzee thought was we have a Jewish problem. Jews don't belong in Europe, but we don't really give a shit where they are if they're not in Europe. So it was like, this is why the Madagascar plan came up. If anyone's ever heard of that one, nothing came of that either. But it was like, hey, let's deport them all to some distant colony where no one has to deal with them, because Hitler only cared about Europe. His idea of colonization wasn't like in Man in the High Castle or something. It was like he wanted to take, much of Russia, but that was about it.
Is it possible for Rogue to come up? I think
Oh yeah,
they
sure.
might be able to add. Yeah.
There's one there. You can't do that. Somebody else told me that they could as a mod bring people in.
Yeah. No, I'll DM
I know.
you to
I
then
did
see if
that
we
one.
can
I
get that.
just didn't
Yeah,
know if you didn't have the
that's
ability.
fine.
I want to make sure that's cool for all the mods. The
Yeah, jump in whenever, Rogue.
For it works in with this one, the issue there is more a matter of they were discussing every possible option they could come up with for how to get people the hell out, and didn't really mind the idea of them going to the Middle East because it then wouldn't be their problem anymore. But nothing came of it at all. They had no ability to make it happen, and I mean the British mandate wasn't going to take people anyway, and said so directly. So yeah, it's a nothing burger. But that some people were willing to talk to them, sure, that's weird if people care about that. But I mean, they were the government and they wanted to get rid of Jews, and some Jews wanted to get the hell out of Dodge. So at least it makes sense to have those conversations.
Okay. In that case, I'll let Faisal finish and then Shmolik. So yeah, Faisal, do you want to finish and then I'll jump to the next person?
Was
No, actually, I'll
somebody
let
else's?
someone jump because my next question is going to be a bit long, so I'd
Okay.
rather wait.
All right. Shmolik, is that then you're next?
Hi, thank you. I actually maybe I should have just sat down and listened a little bit more before jumping in. I just kind of entered the channel. I want to say thank you for letting me in. Uh, I'm originally from Israel. I moved to the States around 1989, and I'm now just trying to fill in a lot of the gaps in terms like from what my general semi-glorified nationalistic ideology of what the state of Israel is, how it came about, Zionism, the wars, all that kind of thing. And I'm trying to read
Assalamu
any.
alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
and I'm trying to read Benny Morris, Rashid Khalili, uh, uh, Ilan Pepe, just for kicking shits and giggles. Um, and I ordered the Hajj Amin al Husseini's memoir just for no,
Oh, oh, oh my
sorry,
God, no!
just
Don't
just
torture yourself.
just just so I can like point at the fact that he mentions the Temple Mount. That's all.
He's
That
I
so
think El Coco
dishonest.
can go.
just
He is so
Liam,
dishonest.
no.
is it
Okay,
possible to
fine, fine.
drop
Like,
down?
you know what?
Sorry,
That's a
Shmala,
great
can I
question.
interrupt for a second? Yeah,
What
is
Oh,
it
was that?
possible to drop El Coco?
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to put him back down. Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Sorry, Shmala, go
okay.
ahead.
Thank you. You know, it's funny. It seems like both Rashid Khalili uh, and Benny Morris kind of paint Haj Amin as like someone who just tried to play all parties and had big aspirations about like kind of carving up the ruins for himself, so to speak,
Yeah,
and was also behind the incitement of a lot of the Palestinian people. Uh,
me too. Yeah. You mean Haldi, right? It's Rashid Haldi. Yeah, yeah.
Rashid, like, is it Khaldi? Okay, sorry, I'm
Yeah,
mispronouncing.
yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, yeah. I just want to make sure I'm getting the right person. But yeah, they. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I remember that. Where? Yeah. No, they're actually both kind of right in their characterization of him. He's essentially a charlatan, and he really had no real legitimacy because his office is literally a product of the British Mandate. People try to paint it as like some indigenous Palestinian thing. It's not.
right.
What Britain tended to do everywhere they went was they looked for conservative figures that they could give an illusion of power because they realized people like that will focus on these cultural issues and not the control issues, so they're no real threat. So
I see.
he's just the same thing that they did in places like
So this,
else.
but they wouldn't have had any other like authority figures other than these kind of families that ran like the nearby villages, right, or the villages, right?
The notable families were the only real power structure. The Palestinians were very slow to adopt a lot of European style political organization.
In
It's
other
one of
words, they had
the
no
reasons.
governmental structure of any kind other than
Yeah,
the patriarchy type of uh,
on
uh,
local level. So like yeah,
patriarchy hierarchy type of thing.
they had a broader regional identity, but not a political system because they've been ruled by successive empires and they focus more on the local area anyway.
How
So
does
they're
a I'm sorry to cut you off. I just my mind runs as people talk. Sorry. I so then how does an area run by like a number of families create things like civil properties and elements like roads and I don't know certain like
yeah, the same.
state owned elements with like sewage systems like how
Honestly, the same way most human beings have for thousands of years. Governments historically didn't do that stuff. It was
okay.
extremely rare for governments to do much of anything for people beyond draft them into wars and shake them down for taxes. I mean, most of the time, infrastructure was handled at a local level with people pooling resources together and planning the projects together. That's true everywhere in the world before the modern period. And you can still see elements of that where states fail. There was so people ask about how people can do that even in the contemporary world. I gave a neat example recently. This was in oh, where was that? Cote d'Ivoire, I think. It's a West African state where they could not get the government to actually build them a sewer system, so everyone pitched in and did it themselves. I mean,
Interesting.
these things still happen even with modern states, but before the creation of modern nation states, that was the norm everywhere.
Yeah, but I mean, this was already a place that had a train station, and I'm thinking
The
like
railroads were built by the
small things like roads. I can understand. Like, I'm gonna
yeah,
build a road to my town, and you build
the,
from there.
the telegraph lines, the rail lines, the policing stations, all that kind of that's part of like the Tanzimat era Ottoman constructions in the area. The empire built
Oh,
those.
oh, I see. Okay,
So
all
that's
right.
that. I mean, because they are part of an empire, and because the empire itself was adapting to newer demands of states in the world, they started doing that kind of infrastructure that they never would before. So starting in like the 1840s, they started building stuff all over the empire, and that continued all the way up until their dissolution. So they spent about 80 years building infrastructure. The rail
Okay.
lines were all Ottoman. A lot of it was like German designed, often German built, but it was Ottoman.
Okay. Well, I'm probably going to have 100 more questions. I'm just going to sit back and listen. I'm
Yeah,
fascinated
that's
with
that's fine.
the and I hated history in high school, but all of a sudden now it's like that's all I want to read now. So
Yeah,
thank you
no,
for allowing me in. If you don't mind, I'll just stick around.
no, I'm great, and I like that you're reading a variety of authors too. Because I mean,
Because I'm
Morris and
dealing,
Pape have
because I'll
very.
tell you why, because I'm dealing with, I'm trying to reach out to people of all creeds
Mhm.
and just trying to establish a dialogue. And I feel like I can't speak to a dialogue with people if I only look at material that's, is like I don't want to say biased, but at least comes from a single source that could be viewed as biased. And so I'm trying to be fair to everybody, and that's why I threw in Elon Pepe. Just on that matter, how would you describe the differences between those three authors, and which would you choose, and do you have other recommendations, etc.?
Yeah, I do have others I could point to for sure. They all do ultimately good work in different ways. Haldi tends to lean a lot on diplomatic and intellectual history and on the notable families, networks, and their records, but because he does come from an elite family and is aware of a lot of where that material was stored, he actually does bring a lot of 19th century Palestinian sources into the record. So he does really good work in that area. Pape is actually quite good at striking a balance between Israeli state archives and Palestinian oral histories. And a lot of the most egregious elements of like the founding myths,
Our
the
oral
sources
histories.
are literally Israeli archives, like literally the accounts
Oh, I
of
see.
militia members. Like it's not from the Palestinian narrative. He's narrating these. What am I supposed to say? Massacres. Like some of the worst
Oh,
stuff. It's literally Israeli soldiers saying, "Hi, yeah, we just did this, and this is our report."
I was thinking about that. We're talking about Deir Yassin, correct?
There are. I mean, I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but there are
There are
about
more.
70 of
Oh,
them
wow.
and the numbers will never get precisely, but it's somewhere around 15,000 people,
Wow.
lost in them. It's Deir Yassin is one of many. It's one of the ones that's held up more because some of the like the Irgunists, they literally dragged people through the streets. They paraded them before executing. Like it was like they made a show
Really?
of it rather than just doing it. Where most of the time people just walked in, lined some people up, machine gunned them, and moved on to the next place because the idea was to spread terror so that people would flee. So most of the time it doesn't get that bad.
Did
But
Ben Gurion want the people to flee because he understood that the seven armies are coming in?
no,
Like, is that
the interventions, and most of those interventions were extremely weak too. Only a couple of them actually had any real effect, but those came as a response. By the time you get to May 48, the operations have been going on actively for 6 months, and
right?
200,000 people have been driven over the borders already. So they were a response to what was happening rather than the other way around.
I need a clarification because I know I'm aware of like as Benny Morris kind of categorizes it, there were like three phases. One is the middle class began to evacuate in the early like 20s as conflicts began to arise village to village. And that he calls the first phase, which he attributes about, anywhere between 30 to 50,000 people evacuating to uh, up
Their homes
north.
in Lebanon and places
Yeah.
like that.
And then he says the second phase is when the leaders recommended to the villagers to leave, meaning the local leaders said escape because we're about to conduct a war and there's going to be
That one
something.
is
And then,
fictional.
huh?
That one is fictional, and actually, a lot of
Completely,
Morris,
because Benny Morris does mention that.
even in some of his own, he really later revised some of that stuff later
I'm
because
reading the revised version. I'm
yeah,
reading
his
the.
his earlier work is honestly a little bit more honest about it. And the problem is that he's trying to square a circle for himself because he is still a committed Zionist, but he had access to the declassified records from the 1980s, and he
Hmm.
saw the stuff and is aware of it. And it's very difficult. So he's trying to find a way to save some element of the traditional narrative alongside, a little bit more critical scholarship. And
Hmm.
it's difficult because there is almost no evidence of that ever happening anywhere. And there's a lot of
Of
discussion
what?
of the process of
Of the leaders calling them?
yeah,
Okay.
and honestly, and some of the work too archivally that shows where some of those stories were manufactured. Those records came about later too. So I think he's ignoring some of that work. Some of those records anyway. But yeah, it's people actually frequently fought to hold their homes, right? And organize themselves as best they could. People were going around telling them to leave. The one of the things that Morris does leave out that's really problematic here is that there was a long running project of Orientalists, so like Arabist scholars in Israel, or actually in the Mandate, studying the villages, like documenting them, who lives here, who lives where, like where are they all located, like let's build a map, let's figure this out. And the goal of that project was to pave the way to clear the territory. And that ultimately, it does go back to people like Ben Gurion, because the goal here is they wanted a democracy, but a democracy that had Palestinians wouldn't be ethnically Jewish democracy, and they wanted an ethno-state. So they had to reduce the Palestinian population as much as possible. And a fight like that, when people really aren't able to see it, is the only time you can get away with that.
But you know what? That's only if they really had the intention to take over the whole country from the get-go.
Which you have actually
And
documented
I will
many
concede
times.
that there were, it sounds to me like certain people certainly had aspirations, had ideas about it, but when it comes to like push comes to shove and pragmatic elements and the necessity of establishing a country,
Yeah.
certainly getting the partition that was proposed would have allowed for a Jewish state without expelling the Palestinian residents within it, because it was only, I'm assuming, like I'm throwing a number like 60,000 families in within that partition.
Within
It's not,
the
but
territories that was partitioned, it still would have been close to half Palestinian. It would
okay,
have been probably
but then you have a state where you control your own immigration.
sure, but what they did immediately, I mean, and this is starting in December of 47, so 6 months before, while the British were basically sitting on their hands, but they were still present, they immediately started moving into places like the Galil, pushing up toward Jerusalem. They started pushing people out because they decided that the borders that the UN discussed were not acceptable. The goal, and this is in discussions, you've got this from the right and the left, like Ben Gurion, we literally have their journals and minutes from meetings and whatnot. And going back into the 1930s, so when the Peel proposals were made, everyone makes a big deal out of the Zionists coming to the table and saying, yes, we will accept partition, even though it's this little tiny coast state, we'll take this. But you have letters between Chaim Weizmann and Ben Gurion saying, it's fine, we'll take that because that will give us sovereignty, legitimacy, we can call for large-scale immigration, and we'll conquer the rest of the territory. And that idea carries through in Ben Gurion's work all the way into the 1960s. He was a territorial maximalist until just a few years before the 67 war. Up to that point, he still wanted all of it. Even the strip. I mean, hell, he authorized an incursion into the Gaza Strip in 1956 specifically to try and drive people out. I mean, his views don't change. His views do change. But again, we have his journals, we have his letters, all this kind of stuff is there. And that's where, like, the story as it has been told for ages is not quite true. But that's honestly, I don't fault the Israelis for that, because every country lies about its origins, especially when they have violent origins. The Americans did too. We lied endlessly about our own origins and what we did to the indigenous peoples here. But they did. They did literally did lie about it, and his own views were consistently a territorial maximalist all the way up to the early '60s. So
Interesting.
it gets problematic to sustain a lot of the stories around him and compromise, especially when they went immediately to areas that the UN did not leave to them, that were full of Palestinians, and tried to drive them out of those areas as well. And even we like to, I mean, and this is fun, and I've honestly been guilty of this too, because there are places where Haifa is a fascinating case, right? So in Haifa, you did have people who said, please stay, we'll find a way to make this work out, which is why you have some, there's still Palestinians in Wadi Nisnas, like there still are some Palestinians in Haifa. There are people who said, please don't go, we'll work this out. But at the same time, you had militants doing things like setting the road on fire, and when people came out to try and douse it, they took them out with snipers. There were conscious terror attacks trying to drive Palestinians out. And they actually drove a bunch of them out into the harbor onto boats, and then tried to take out a bunch of the boats. It was really, really brutal. So it was like a mixed message. Like there were some people in Haifa saying, stay, we'll figure this out. And we can focus on that narrative and say, yes, there are some good people here who wanted to find a way to make this work. But there were also some really fucked up people committing atrocities in the same city at the same time.
Do you think acting on behalf of themselves,
People
or
tend, like on behalf of like an ethno state, on behalf of driving out Palestinians? So these are like members of like the militias. These are members of like Haganah and Irgun doing this. So it's before the state is fully formed, right? So there's the problem there is like Palestinians can focus on one aspect of it, and Israelis can focus on the other, and we've tended to leave all of it out and realize that there's a much more complex history here.
Question, it's a follow-up question. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you say that there were people who told the Palestinian residents, just stay your course, stay in your houses, and we should figure it out. Are you talking about individuals, just Jewish residents of the
mayor
area?
of Haifa. Like the mayor of Haifa was saying, like, well, we'll figure this out, don't go. Where in a lot of other places, the political orders in different areas also worked with the militias to drive people out. In some places, the political class bucked that and didn't accept it. Because again, Zionism is a much more complex phenomenon. There are plenty of people from the very beginning that wanted a binational state. It's always a more complex picture. But the mayor was saying, stay, we'll figure this out, and then the militias attacked people. So it was, and in some places they really were herded into areas and then attacked. So it's really kind of like an nasty situation. But I'm not talking about ordinary people. I'm talking about Zionist militias and Zionist political figures disagreeing with each other on what to do.
Okay. Yeah. Is there anyone else other than the mayor of Haifa that actually did that, who told people just stay in your houses?
There were, but that's the most prominent. Yeah, it's the one. It's a best example because it's the leader of a fairly large community that was bucking the general trend. In most places, they kind of went along with the plans, the A, B, C, D plans and how this is going to play out, and they kind of agreed on the general contours of an ethnically Jewish state on as much of the land as they could get away with, and then whatever they can't get, they don't get. But there were definitely dissenters. Just like when we go back in the 1920s and 30s, there was a whole bunch of like leftist Israelis, Zionists or whatever, that wanted to work with the Palestinians and brought them into labor unions and shared territories with them. There was always disagreement. But in the actual Nakba, there were very few political figures who bucked that. And that's largely because there was already a functioning government in place that all you had to do was change the names. They were ready to go, and that government was issuing directives, and most people were willing to kind of go along with those. So, but yeah, it's not as, but it's also not as monolithic. So this is where I say like there are places where we can lean too heavily in one direction or the other, and the nuances are important.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'm going to jump to Rogue if I can.
Was
Rogue, go ahead.
Was that Shmuley? Did everything else or?
Oh no, yeah, I'll just say I had a question if nobody else was coming up, but I'll wait. I'm not in a hurry.
It's great. Yeah, Honestly, I'm always happy to talk about this stuff. You know, it is a fascinating history.
Rogue, and then we'll circle back to you, Shmalik.
Hey, Dr. Liam. I just had a question. I am
Dominic,
45% Native American, and after my grandfather died, we also have Scottish and German roots, but my Native American part of me kind of died after he passed away. I was at a young age, so I'm just now getting back into it. But what do you know about the Bering Land bridge crossing with the Native Americans coming from like East Asia, parts of Europe and Siberia, like
yeah,
15, 30,000 years ago? I'm reading a um, genomic study on PubMed now, and it's getting very interesting.
yeah. The entire Amerindian population, from the Inuit all the way down to Tierra del Fuego, they have Siberian ancestry. And so their closest genetic kin outside of the Americas is in Northeast Asia. And even some of the languages too. There are a few languages, like indigenous languages that the Russians haven't completely gotten rid of, that actually are related to some Native American language families. So that movement is like it's empirical. We know how that worked. The land bridge was really just because when sea levels are lower and there's more, for anybody who doesn't know how this works, like when there's more land ice and the overall sea levels are lower, tons of like continental shelves become land. So it was like dry land when they walked across. It wasn't like they were crossing like some ice bridge or some cool thing like that. It was literally just dry land with rocks and plants and animals and everything else. But later, as sea levels rose, it went back underwater.
Yeah,
So when they moved across, people probably had no idea that it was permanent. They were just moving around, following their herds and whatnot, and doing their thing. And then they just got stuck there.
yeah, like I during this like journey within the last 2 years when I've started digging in, I've noticed like a lot of similar cultural aspects from like the Siberia area and Asia area with our Amerindian heritage here.
I'll give you a fun one that moves sort of westward from Siberia that actually also fits that movement there. The oldest musical tradition that exists in Europe is the yoiking done by the Sami peoples of the far north. And the Sami peoples, they're ultimately a Uralic population. They're from Asia, and their ancestors migrated ages and ages ago. It's actually why you'll commonly have epicanthic folds in certain parts of Scandinavia is their presence. But the way that they sing, like yoiking would be Joik. Like look that up, listen to that, and tell me that doesn't sound like some Navajo singers or something. It's the parallels in some of the cultural traditions do exist, but it's but that there's so much time you're talking about that it's very difficult to reconstruct anything like that. All you can do is you can see some similarities, but it's very difficult to say what came from where or how. But it is fascinating,
Yeah.
like
Okay.
at least the possibilities.
That was all I had. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That's it's really cool. And that's you have. Is it Two Spirit? That's part of your name. I can only see part of your name.
Two Spirit Wolf. Um,
Yeah, that's the. Is that a reference to like the so-called Burdash type cultures, or I'm
um,
just curious.
I am Ojibwa, but it has to do with the Cherokee proverb, with the two wolves that live within
Uh,
us for
okay,
one.
totally. Yeah, I was just wondering by the name, because the Two Spirit identities that existed among a lot of the Plains tribes have been sort of resurrected more recently, which I think is neat. Socrates, what? Socrates is saying hello.
Shmalik, it's back to you.
Oh, sorry. I'm just like enjoying the whole show. It's great. I had a
We
question.
bounce
I
all over
kind
the
of just
place.
I set it. I set my question aside. I guess. Oh, you know what would be interesting to know is I'm wondering a lot about Transjordania and how it played into Palestine pre-mandate. Like, was it or after made it really. When was Jordan ever part of Palestine? Was I know there was like the Greater Syria Palestina, but like when people say Palestine, are they referring to the borders of Israel proper today, or are they talking about that and the Hashemite dynasty in the Jordanian area, or like
It really
Was
depends on who's
Palestine
saying it
all
and
of
why.
that?
Yeah, it depends entirely on who's saying it and why, because there's different historical and political reasons for people to do things like that. Um, Palestine proper, we tend to cut off at the Jordan as a geographic region, but at times it was larger because frequently what substitutes for Palestine, like the borders for it, go back to like the Persian and Roman provinces of Judea, and those sometimes can carry the Amman region. So like Amman, Irbid, like the northwest part of like Jordan, and sometimes it didn't. So it's really kind of variable. If you go
So,
back into Canaanite periods,
uh-huh.
that whole region is literally part of it. Like the Amman and Irbid region in the northwest there is absolutely part of like the historical Canaanite area. So it shares the same kind of cultural history as like all of Palestine and Syria and Lebanon. But the eastern part of Jordan was just tacked on chunks of desert to make a larger country, and that was sort of like also Britain likes to create places that are going to have ethnic conflicts because it's easier to kick them around and keep them in the empire. So they literally married two groups of people that had nothing to do with one another into a same country, creating
But
problems.
okay, I'm understood. Is Amman, I'm assuming, is very close to like East Jerusalem, so it would have been
It'd be so like the northwest region of Jordan. There, it's closer to like it's basically like start in the Galil and then just like walk east and you're and cross into Jordan there, and then go south a little bit down close to where Jerusalem is. But it's that whole northern stretch there. There's
okay.
historically were a whole lot of cities that go all the way back to the ancient world in that area that are very closely related. There were some desert populations as well further south that are also very closely related, but not as close as like the Ammonites were.
So is it fair to say then that what Palestine was bigger than what Israel proper is, including the Judea and Samaria? So a little bit further away from that, a little bit further away from that, and then as they were forming Jordan, they just shaved off a little bit of that and extended the land to the east and just said, "Let's call this Jordan," because they
More or
were the ones
less,
that
yeah.
essentially just established the firm lines, right?
The lines again, they are a bit fluid, and frequently what they're doing is they're basing it on like Roman borders for it. So Roman Judea didn't actually include that part in the east. That was part of the Decapolis region. So where Amman is today was actually connected to Damascus, in a long stretch of cities linking up there.
Okay.
So in the Roman period, it was distinct. And when people are often referring to Palestine as a geographic term, we mean the Roman term for it. Same way we like call Germany from Latin, right? So technically, Palestine ends at the Jordan, right? So it doesn't include the Golan, it doesn't include Amman, it doesn't include up the Litani River, all these like places where some of these people claim more of it. Everyone has a different political reason to do it. I'm saying at different times, culturally and historically and politically, different parts have been connected. There are times when Western Jordan was culturally connected in. In the Hasmonean period, it was part of Judah. In the Canaanite period, it was connected to it, but the Roman Palestine never included it. That area was part of the Decapolis. So technically, Palestine, in the way we understand the geographic term, doesn't include Jordan at all. Britain briefly, when it inherited that whole territory, created like a larger Palestine mandate, and it connected to that, and then decided, you know what, that doesn't make sense, and like within a year, split them again. But they were thinking originally of like just trying, how are they drawing the borders? They're trying to figure out where they can create these different states.
Mhm.
But they ended up deciding to go with essentially, like for the Palestine at least, the Roman designation and cut Jordan off. And then they figured, well, we'll create a nice puppet monarchy here and we'll tack in some Bedouin and blah, blah, blah. So they invented Transjordan out of thin air.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I the only one taking up the time with anybody else?
Are
You-
two other people asking to pop up, which I'm doing
There
right
you
now to see, but
so if you don't mind holding, Shmalak, I'll go up in terms of order. So Kyle first, then Palestinian engineer, and then we'll come back to you. Kyle, the mic is yours.
Oh, thank you. I was here earlier and I had a couple of other questions I didn't get to. Um, before I go on, if it's not a problem, if it's easy and possible, if you could upload this entire live, that'd be awesome to your YouTube. I missed the last 4 hours, so
yeah, as long as it gives it to me.
yeah, I don't know how it
I've done
works, but if it's
before, like
possible, definitely.
there were like 14 before this, or 14, 13 or 14 before this. One of them they cut a few hours off of, and I don't know why. And this one is gonna be split. I'm gonna have to link together two different pieces because it broke and then
Right, the
restarted. So
original.
if both of these survive and I can download the whole things, I'll link them together and I'll upload the whole thing.
Cool. But yeah, one question I've always wondered, and maybe you can help answer this. It seems like it might be up your alley. Is I've always been curious as to why and if it's possible the Muslim faith has never had, to the degree that Christianity has, a popular Islamic Reformation. And is that maybe why the specifically Palestinian-Israeli conflict has been so persistent over the last 80 to 100 years? Because you don't see this anywhere else. Whenever another culture gets conquered, they either get assimilated or they move out. I think this is a very unique situation. I don't know of any other cultures where the conquered stayed. So it's kind of just like a very unique situation. And I'm wondering what those, why is that? Why is it specifically? Why haven't they left? Why haven't they assimilated? Or, and I know the individual reasons why over time, but in the grander scheme of things, I don't know if you could shed some light on that. It'd be,
Okay, so two very different things. So in one case you're wondering why Palestinians didn't leave, assimilated to something, and then the other that one was sort of like a kind of like a reformation or whatever in
yeah,
Islam.
just in Islam as a whole, how come it hasn't had uh, a reformation to the degree that Christianity has, where ultimately a great portion of the population embraced secularism after Luther. So, and just as a segue, is that a reason why maybe the Palestinians have justified?
It's
Yeah,
it's not relevant to this at all
no,
because I mean, for one thing, significant chunks of Palestinians aren't even Muslim. And for another here, there have been a lot of Reformation movements and have been for centuries. Honestly, Enlightenment and secular thought started entering the Middle East shortly after it spread across Europe. It just kept going eastward and also went down into the Mediterranean and spread into the Middle
right,
East. I mean, the reason that a lot of it hasn't had the same kind of political effect is because of the integration of that region into the economic periphery of European empire, and then its later conquest by Europeans. So the Europeans were able to remake those societies, and in many cases, especially in the British case, but in slightly different ways for France as well, who wanted more direct control, what they did was they consciously elevated reactionary figures into positions of authority. Britain realized that if it elevated cultural reactionaries to positions of political authority, they would fight over how people dressed and what language they used in sermons and on Fridays or whatever, like instead of actually fighting the colonizer. They wouldn't be able to unite. They would be at each other's throats over the cultural issues. So that kind of like retards the whole process. It slows it down. But there are fights intellectually from the start. So I mean, there's a bazillion texts on this, but I can give you like just a tiny slice of some of this. Like, here is starting in the actual Enlightenment period, the 18th century. Like, here's like, let's discuss this stuff. Let's start talking about it. And like, oh gosh, I didn't grab that one. In the same period, there's a whole movement that starts up in Egypt after the French land there, and as they pull back out and they start reforming, they start themselves. There's this massive cultural renaissance in Egypt of Arab thought. But anyway, so this is a good starting point here. Goes pretty far back. Another one here. I love the title for it: the Islamic Enlightenment. So here's an attempt to again secularize, modernize things. There's just tons and tons of reform movements. If you want to look at individual people, look at like. Al-Afghani or Muhammad Abdu, tons of like reformers in the 19th century. But I mean, a lot of this continues into the contemporary world. So like, there's just tons and tons of work where you're talking about like, major changes and like thoughts about this. Like, like what can we do now? Like how can things turn out a little bit differently than they are? Like, how can we get more democratic? Like, a lot of these trends have been there for ages and ages and ages. They're not new. So yeah,
Chalk it up to geography
into the 18th and
and
19th century,
colonialism.
writings. And yeah, realistically, some of it goes all back into even the time of the Reformation too, where while crap like that is happening in Europe, people are being influenced in the Ottoman Empire as well. It's there's been a long-term trend there, but it's been kind of stymied by structural factors, by political and economic factors that have kind of like made it harder to have the same broader impact. That's happening now in the contemporary world. We are literally living through a new type of, like Islamic Reformation, but it's largely because it was derailed for a while, by the progress of European empire.
Yeah, I see. It's sad though that unfortunately these more or less extremists kind of garner all the attention from Western media. So I'm sure my view might be skewed, but the voices of reason.
Yeah. Everyone wants to talk about the
right, what's going to sell the papers,
people, and not talk about this shit. Like, hello,
right?
It's there too,
right.
And realistically, every religion in the world has a lunatic fringe. They all have extremists. They all do. We don't tend to say like the World Church of the Creator in Idaho that thinks Jews are soulless mud people created by Satan. We don't tend to say they are the representatives of Christianity. We don't tend to say that the Yazis who thought Gott mit uns, that they were chosen by God. We don't tend to say this is like Christianity. We don't tend to point to like the KKK and say these are our exemplars, but we do that for Muslims. And we say, oh yes, like the H group and Al Qaeda or whatever, they're Muslims and that's how Islam is. It's nonsense. It's the same. There's like 10% of all religions are kind of like, there are people who are loopy, but it's,
well, you kind of have to be to subscribe to that.
So.
Yep. So those are my other two questions. I just
the one for Palestinians though, just to, as far as like first off, people wouldn't leave because that's home. Second, nowhere else actually has the same exact culture. Egyptian Arabic is totally different. I mean, they're not, it's not their home. So it's like, it's essentially saying, why didn't they move to America? And part of that is like, hey, why do you want to be expelled in the first place? People are going to fight to stay home. It's true anywhere. It's the same reason. It's like, why did the Amerindians resist, white people moving onto the plains and taking their land? Well, of course they're going to shoot back. It's the same thing there. And then assimilation was simply never possible. They weren't offered the chance.
They were never given the opportunity. Right.
Exactly. They were told, no, we don't want you as Israelis. Even the citizens, like the 1948 Arabs inside Israel, none of these, they never actually served in governments. Like there were governments occasionally that depended upon their votes in the Knesset, but they were never actually invited into cabinet and treated as equals. There was always a sense where, in the absence of an actual constitution, Zionism is the guiding ideology, and the dominant interpretation of Zionism was ethnic, which meant that Israeli Arabs were always second-class citizens. So they weren't really given the opportunity to really become part of it. And that's, I think honestly, in the long run, had that been the case, had that not been the case, had they taken a very different approach, I think that a lot of them would. And early on in the first generations of Israeli Arabs, there were serious attempts to say, "Hey, let's make this work. Let's find a way to participate. Let's try and get into the Knesset. Let's learn Hebrew." And everyone just basically said. So eventually, people got disillusioned, and Israeli Arabs increasingly started thinking themselves as Palestinians again. So they
Yeah.
never had the opportunity.
But that's kind of why I asked you if there was a formula to figure out the breaking point for society. There's got to be a breaking point. I got to figure this out. It's my life mission to come up with this formula.
Yeah, no,
I've been thinking about it for years.
things like that are honestly they're fascinating. I love those kind of like thought
Right?
puzzles, but coming up with something definitive, I mean, I'm too much of a purist to take the possibility seriously, but I really love the project, and there are so many places where you can lay out patterns. Part of me, and this is just, I grew up a science fiction nerd, so part of me wants to think, is Harry Seldon's psychohistory real? Can we really predict the future? We can't, but it's fun to think, like, can you find the the patterns and really see how
Right.
things play out, So I like it as an idea. It's fun.
One thing that's always blown my mind, and then I'll let you go on. Those far right Orthodox had not assassinated Yitzhak Rabin. Can you imagine the progress that, even if it was short term, that could have been made in the whole Israeli-Palestinian peace process?
People tend to forget that Rabin was an active participant in ethnic cleansing.
Right, he was far right, like Likud far right, crazy, and he came to the table. Was
That's
in and
the
of
thing.
itself.
We tend to forget that the economic left among the early Zionists were what we would call far right in terms of their nationalism. They disagreed with the revisionists on economic issues, not on the kind of state that they wanted. So he was largely the way the Oslo process was worked out, and why Oslo is so different from Madrid was it allowed them basically to dictate terms, and his end goal was to create something akin to what we have now, like little tiny Bantustans of small islands of autonomy. There was never in the Oslo process any possibility of a sovereign state. So, I mean, I don't think that it would have played out any differently if he had survived.
No.
I really don't, because in the end, Palestinians were going to say, you know what, you're not offering anything, this is bullshit, and it would have ended up in the same place. But it's always tempting to do those what ifs of different people or whatever. But Rabin was no angel in this, and he had some very dark motives for pursuing it the way he did too.
Yeah, I was always curious about those motives. So if you have any sources that you'd love to share, my ears are open. Like what motivated him to kind of steer in that direction.
Yeah, send me a message. I can send you good readings of the whole Oslo process and how that works. Like, Oslo was dishonest from the start. It wasn't really intended to create a Palestinian state. It's just how we like to frame it in the West, because it suits our interest to do so. But they were never actually saying, hey, you can have a sovereign state. They just wanted to create small autonomous areas that they wouldn't have to care for anymore. It's kind of like reservations, maybe, You can think of it that way.
Liam, is it possible to bring a couple of people up who've requested? And I'm going to jump to...
Let's find out. I want to make sure, because, again, another moderator said they could do it. Can you look and see if you have the ability to do it?
I don't have that. So you might have to make me a super mod for that.
How does that work?
I think if you go into the super mod settings, or mod settings, you should be able to do that.
Moderator.
Palestinian engineer, you are next.
It's manage guests, I think. Add and remove guests, manage their cameras and microphones. Boom. Okay, done.
And go ahead and give me a kick when you guys have an opportunity. You said earlier that helps your algorithm potentially.
Let me see if I can do that.
Whatever I can do to help, kick me. And thanks.
Oops. Yeah. Sorry, that was a bit too fast on my part. All right, let's do that. Palestinian engineer, you're next.
So I came up to Shmulek about Transjordania, but Liam did a very good job, much better than I could do. So,
thanks. Thank you.
Actually, I wanted to ask Liam something. Yeah,
Palestinian, can I just interject quickly? Guys in the chat, can we please start behaving? I don't know what's going on today. People seem to be very trigger happy. So yeah, if you can start behaving, maybe take a minute to just like listen in and enjoy the live rather than going back and forth today. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Palestinian engineer, and then I'll go to Sav after you.
yeah. I'm just here to listen to Liam, but I wanted to know his perspective on something. So I was living in the U.S. a while ago, and you have Mexican immigrants who don't speak English, and then they have a child, and because he's born in the US, he's an American citizen. And when people ask him, "Where are you from?" he doesn't say Mexico, he says, "I'm from the US," right? And then you have Palestinians who are third, fourth generation in the US. And when someone asks him, "Where are you from?" he will tell you, "I'm from Palestine. I'm from Qalqilia. I'm from Tormos Aya." They would tell you which village they are from. They would never say, "I'm from the US." So
I mean,
why do you think that?
I've run into people who do, but and I know a number of Palestinian Americans who are very proud of being American too. But that trend is there. Part of that is that the cultural memory of Nakba is so important, and a lot of families pass on those memories, and it becomes a significant part of personal identity. But some of it actually is part of the American tradition, which okay, so think of it this way. Looking at my name, a whole bunch of people would say, "Hey, dude, you're Irish, right?" I'm like fifth generation American. I mean, no, I'm not Irish. I mean, I'm not from Ireland. I know where my family is, so I can tell you, yeah, we're from Tipperary and Cork. I can trace the family back in, well, at least portion of my family, because I'm also, Sicilian, Polish, Bulgarian, blah blah blah. I'm American. Like, it's a giant mix. But people in the United States will tend not to say I'm Californian, right? They'll say I'm Italian or something. Like they still remember their families pass on certain things. It doesn't have some of the same power that a lot of Palestinians do, but that's because A, it's more recent, and B, there's a generational trauma that makes it an important part of personal identity to remember, yes, we are from Tulkarm, this is our family, we had a key, and that's important to remember. In the long run, though, overall, it's really not that different from the way a lot of Americans identify themselves. Some of the reasons a lot of the more Latin American populations choose not to follow that pattern is because of the pervasive racism towards them as migrants in the area. And it's a way of trying to say, like, no, we're here, we chose this country, we belong here, we're American. And they don't want to be perceived as somebody who has a dual loyalty south of the border in the current political climate. But successive generations of people to the U.S. have, for some reason, retained a weird sense where they want to say that they're Italian. It's so bad. Like, I run into people in the U.S. who say, "I'm Italian." Like, you realize that sounds nothing like how Italians would say Italy. Like, you're Italian? What the fuck is that? Like, but they remember it in their family. So there's that history,
If I can add, I think that's also, as you said, depending on the country that people have migrated to, how well they have done in both assimilation, but also in terms of accepting diversity, and whether or not that diversity is genuine or surface level. In whether or not the person who has migrated does feel like they're part of that society, or
Yeah,
so
yeah,
take for example the UK.
yeah, yeah. So,
I think that
for like, oh yeah, no, sorry, go on. Sorry.
No, I was saying that I think part of that also depends on where you are. So here in the UK, for example, most people, like I will more often call myself than a Londoner than I will call myself, or I'll find it easier to call myself a Londoner than I would call myself a Brit, just because I am deeply tied to London more than I am deeply tied to being British, if that makes sense. Um, so yeah, I think that some of that is where you feel the closest tie to.
It can be governed by power structures too. So Scots are a lot more likely to say that they're Brits than the English, and the English are a lot more likely to say that they're from England. So there's a sense of imbalance there, and I think you can see that reflected in the U.S. too, because people like Italians and the Irish are more likely to remember that cultural memory. We are Italian or we are Irish because they were kicked around in the 19th century here. Like they struggled to be accepted. Where people who are, say, of British descent or German descent are a bit less likely in the U.S. to identify first as German. They'll say, I'm an American. But people often would say like, hi, I'm an Italian American or something. They'll still remember that because there were some traumas here in assimilation. And I think some of that does have to do with like the power dynamics. So yeah, you can see that in places like the UK as well too.
And just speaking for Nancy, yeah, I hear you. I think
Yes, because
most
we're
Scots will
Scottish,
probably
yeah.
say,
But
no, we're
but
Scottish.
of people who are willing to say I'm British, they're a bit more likely than the English are to use that word.
Absolutely.
Um,
Sorry, Palestinian, go ahead.
yeah, I just.
Palestinian engineer. Hold on one second,
Oh,
Ginny.
okay.
Are you finished, Palestinian engineer? Can I move on, or do
Yeah,
you want
yeah,
to?
yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
sure, I'm
perfect.
finished.
Sabs drops for a minute, so I'll go to you, Ginny. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've been hearing you for a bit. You sound very intellectually, um, like there. Like I've been listening to you. I love the knowledge that you're giving out, and I appreciate the time you give. So regarding what's going on right now in Palestine, Israel, like, what do you think is gonna happen in the future? I don't know if someone asked you that question already, but I'm just curious, right? Like, I don't know if you heard about the Iranian general that got unalived, right? In Syria, and Iran just threatened Israel, right? And a bunch of things happening in the Middle East. So, what do you think is gonna happen? What's your take?
there are there are too many variables to make good predictions. This is something I point out to a lot of people. Like what we can do, like what a good historian can do is point to general trends that will you can see like things can go any number of ways, over a long period of time. But in the short run, no one can make good predictions. We all fail there. It's hard to say how this is going to play out, but I can tell you a number of possibilities. But that's really it. There's no way to know how this is going to go. There are a lot of places. There are a lot of factors militating against a larger war. So actually getting big powers into it, having a giant to do there. I think plenty of Christian Zionists would love that, but I don't think that that's really likely because I think everyone knows what it would cost. And yeah, I mean, for fuck's sake, if the Iranians actually got involved, that's the reason we part 2 aircraft carriers there. That's a threat. That's like, yeah, try it. Yeah, and it's an excuse for the U.S. to throw its weight around and do something like that. So I think that they're quite well aware of how much that would hurt. So I think what you're going to get is a lot of big talk. I think you're going to get continuing low level support for different militant groups and proxies, but I don't think you're going to see any larger scale military actions. And I think Israel will be able to continue to do what it's done for years and walk around in its neighbors. I mean, it has freely bombed neighboring countries for decades now, and no one's ever been able to stop it because they understand that trying to do so would have really disastrous consequences for their own regime. It's going to be a lot of like chest beating, but that's about it.
Yeah, I don't know. From my point of view, I feel like it might get bigger, and hopefully it doesn't. Right? Hopefully this year goes good, but I don't know. With this going on, it's quite
No,
scary.
I feel you, and I can understand the reason why I would think that it would, and especially if you're talking to ordinary people, the sense of like anger and solidarity that's there. But what people often forget is that governments don't think like human beings. They follow a very different logic. States are predictable; they have certain things that they'll do, but states don't. State actions don't generally make sense in the way that we might want them to. They have other things that kind of drive them. And I think the rationale for these different states and for their own self-preservation, and I'm not talking about the country or the people, I'm talking about the regimes, the people in charge. They know what it would cost them to get involved. And I think most of them want more than anything else to stay in power. So it really kind of argues against larger escalation. But again, anything is possible. So all we can
Right.
do is watch and hope that it doesn't get bad.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, no, go ahead, Jeannie. Finish up.
No. So another question is, I know of a lot of Zionists, because I debate, right? So a lot of Zionists bring up the fact that oh yeah, the Muslims have been persecuting the Jews for, even before in medieval times, and I try to explain to them that no, they actually prospered, right? And I read a bunch of articles from the University of Princeton and all these other academic sources, and generally they lived, I think, way better in Muslim empires rather than Christian European
That's
empires.
true.
Yeah.
That's definitely true. But again, I try to be fair. This is why I piss everybody off. So
No, you know what? I would love to take knowledge and
I'll give you
criticism. This is my favorite thing. So
this is
please.
this is a good example
Yeah.
of Jews being treated like shit in a Muslim country.
Okay.
I mean, the Mellah is basically a ghetto. It's not that far from like the East European ghettos. It's they were made to feel inferior in some very significant ways. Now, this treatment varies considerably from place to place. There are times when it's quite good and people prosper, and there are states that were certainly better. Like the Ottoman Empire was definitely better to Jews. I mean, it really varies from place to place and time to time. But hell, at one point, especially in their last few decades, the Mamluk Sultanate actually were forcing Jews to dress in distinctive clothes and, like persecuting them there, but as a way of trying to show up their support because they were about to be conquered by the Ottomans.
Yeah.
States, when they're threatened, tend to turn on minorities. And Muslims are not immune to that. People would like to think that because they're Ahl al-Kitab and because, the Quran says not to mess with them, blah, 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 that Muslims are always nice to Jews. That's factually inaccurate.
That's false. I could agree with you on that because they don't follow what it says. So
Exactly. Humans are humans and humans fuck up. The difference between Islam and Christianity in this context is that Christianity has a theological reason to hate Jews, and Islam does not. But individual Muslim states and cultures have turned on Jews. So there is a difference, and we have to be fair and say, yes, definitely it was better in the Middle East than it was in Europe for Jews. But it was no paradise. They weren't honored parts of the community. They were made to feel inferior almost everywhere.
Yeah.
Are you able to elaborate a bit more on that book? I mean, do you know what the root cause was for that friction and treatment?
There's a lot of causes to it. I mean, some of it is just like social competition, economic competition in different areas. Some of it is just like communal tensions in a way that states will try to, again, show up their own support against minorities. In Morocco's case, think also about the way Morocco has traditionally treated the Tamazight peoples, right? Berber speakers.
Oh, right.
They
Yeah.
also were treated like shit because the state had identified itself as a distinctly Arab polity. And as it developed its own sense of identity, it also tied itself to a particular branch of Islam. And that creates problems for Jews as well as like for Berbers. So it's more a matter of like humans being kind of tribal and choosing in groups and out groups. When we apply our basic psychology to larger states, bad shit happens. But there's no single reason in the case of Morocco or any of the other ones. I mean, it's a complex.
And what about the Andalus? I know that was the Jewish golden age, right? And
yeah, and what's neat there is because the power structure was so diffuse in much of in much of the territories. Kind of like if we use Al-Andalus to refer to most of like Islamic Spain, right?
Yeah.
So you've got significant Christian, Muslim, and Jewish populations all living together. Christians and Jews were still made to feel that they weren't the social equal of Muslims, but there was an unusual amount of interaction between them because the populations were pretty well mixed. There was a significant Jewish population, and the Muslim and Christian populations were almost equivalent. So it was a different kind of cultural dynamic. And there was a lot of back and forth because people were converting to Islam and people were like learning the different language and developing hybrid cultures. If it had lasted longer, you'd have something similar in places like Sicily, And there's an interesting long-term process where you can see, like, I don't know if anybody knows, Maltese is actually a form of Arabic.
Yeah,
I mean, there
that's
are
cool.
places these hybrid civilizations do exist. The Maltese speak a form of Arabic, but they're also heavily influenced by the Normans and in Italy and everybody else. Like, it becomes something very distinctly different. But it's a matter of, like, what are the political factors that could make that possible? Honestly, the relative wealth and political weakness of Al Andalus played a significant part in fostering that, as well as the way that the populations were balanced and how they could kind of share ideas. So it was sort of to everyone's advantage in those cases. But where Muslim states were more powerful, they could fall into the same kind of fuckery with minorities as any other country. There's nothing about being Muslim that insulates you from that.
Yeah. It's a quite interesting topic. I love history and politics a lot, actually. So I'm gonna be listening to you a lot more, and I appreciate you for your time. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I generally do these on Fridays. I'll be able to start a little earlier this semester than last semester, but sometime Friday late afternoon or evening, I'll go on regularly. Beyond that, during winter especially, I'll have a bit more time. But I can always guarantee Fridays, I think.
I appreciate your time, Doctor. Thank you. Peace.
Cheers.
Thanks for
Amazon,
copying me.
you're next in line, so we'll go to you, and then I think I can circle back. So go ahead, ask your question.
Me?
Yes, Amazon. Yes, you. Sorry.
Sorry. Question, not so much. I just wanted to kind of make a statement. Canadian Jew, woman, 50 years old, was brought up in the in a Jewish school system till grade 12, then went to university, and then unlearned a lot of all that shit. So I can't remember the question. I had a very specific question, but I'm forgetting it now. So
I can happily circle back to you if you'd like.
For sure. If I can just hang out, I'll mute myself and you guys.
Yeah, sure.
I feel like you've been on a long time, Monsieur Liam.
I don't remember that. Let's see. I guess all told, this is like, what would that be? Oh wow, this is long.
And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just didn't want to be like a drag your honor.
Yeah, I should probably go to sleep eventually, but I think this has been nice because it did distract me from the pain in my neck from the biopsy. So it's like this is actually quite sore, but I'm not thinking about it, which is great.
There you go.
I have not minded at all.
Okay, so Shmuluk, you're next, and then we'll circle back to Amazon.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
I think I have maybe a statement, I guess I can categorize, and then one question, maybe a loaded question, I guess. I'll start with saying that Jeannie was concerned a little bit about like what would happen in terms of war. I'm imagining like a World War III in the region. I think that was the concern, but I keep thinking about what would happen if there was an actual attempt at a one-state solution and how that might destabilize the Middle East, given that the Jewish ethno-state would turn overnight to an Islamic-controlled state, and what ramifications that has in the geopolitical spectrum with the superpowers wanting the Middle East to stabilize. That was my statement of if you care to pontificate about that, that'd be great. But
sure, yeah.
And I have a separate question after that. I don't know if you want me to put both and let you talk or.
Well, I'll give you a couple of quick points at least to consider on that. One is that a one-state solution is only possible when the people are willing to talk about it and they come up with a different way of thinking about it. It won't be forced by anybody. There's
Okay.
realistically no one with the ability to do so.
So impossible unless the two parties
So,
agree.
unless the two parties actually get over their shit and talk to each other. As to it being an Islamic state, that is like literally impossible.
Can
Palestinians.
I ask? I'm sorry to cut you off because it's important because I'm talking to a lot of pro-Palestinians and that's all they echo. When you say the two parties have to agree with each other, can you elaborate a little bit more about like the pragmatic elements of how to do that? And if that's not done, then what? Like, there's no options. You're saying?
Um. Oh, like what would be necessary for that to happen?
I mean, yeah, you're saying for the people to talk to each other. Okay, great. What we just got to make friends and set aside all things and
Well, no. And honestly, the thing that's most complicated about it is it involves a significant reevaluation of what it means to be Israeli and Palestinian. It involves essentially reconceiving of Zionism and
and,
taking
and
the ethnic component of it. Like, and for Palestinians, for a lot of them, they kind of have to get over the fact that that millions of Jews are going to live there, and that those Jews are going to think of themselves as Israelis. Like that's not changing. I mean, there are two distinct national identities, both with a tie to the land. And realistically, they have to come to a binational agreement where they say both of these identities are valid and both can live on this land. And until people are willing to do that work here, it can't. People can sit around the table till the cows come home right now, and it's not going to change anything at all, because people aren't in the right headspace. They don't treat each other as having a legitimate claim. Until Israelis, collectively think that Palestinians have legitimate rights to live there in Palestine, and until Palestinians think that Israelis have a legitimate right to live there, you can't really have the conversations at all. So we're a long way away from that being possible. The cultural work has to happen first. People have to change the way they think. I don't think anybody realistically can force the situation. If it is forced, it sure as hell isn't going to be the Islamic State, because Palestinians are among the most secular of all Arab peoples. I mean, if you look at, and polls have been very consistent on this, the number of Palestinians who actually support an Islamic State there is about 5%. That's lower than the 10% lunatic fringe you get in most parts of the world. A lot of people support the H group because they're fighting, and that's it. It's because of the nationalist component. They have a national identity, and these are practically the only people willing to pull triggers. That's all they really care about. They don't want a Sharia state. So, yeah, I mean, that is so unlikely in the area. Palestinians would overthrow the H group overnight if Israel wasn't an issue, because they don't actually like them. So
Can I
it's more a matter of
interject?
you're kind of like stuck with them in a sense.
okay.
If I can quickly just interject before we move on from this point. Somebody actually mentioned an interesting point in the chat about Christians, Palestinians also. And I remember hearing somebody who's Palestinian saying that overwhelmingly Palestinian Christians would support, would be happy with having more Islamic rule, if that's... I know I'm being vague, but I'm trying to recall the question. It doesn't sound as specific as that, but I do remember hearing something along those lines. Is that the case? Do you have anything that features in that area?
Palestinian Christians have tended to fall into several camps. Some are apolitical, some are explicitly like secular leftists. Others are kind of like cosmopolitan liberal in their views. They fall all over the place, but none of them are saying, "Hi, can I please have dhimmi status again under an Islamic state?" It's not a thing.
So it's more important that they're
There are people who
recognized.
think that, like, if that's the best you can get, whatever, that might be better than what they have. But there's no significant movement among any Christian Palestinians to say they want Islamism.
So it's more just being tied to the identity of being Palestinian rather than
Right.
Okay.
Which is why Christians were involved from the beginning. I mean, again, the Popular Front was founded by a Christian. I mean, Christian Palestinians have been involved in nationalist struggles from the start. And it's very similar to the way a lot of Egypt, if you go back to look at protests in 1918, 1919 in Egypt, and you see people waving flags that have crescents and crosses on them. Copts and Muslims are both Egyptian. There's a historical solidarity in places that have developed a distinct national identity. Egyptian nationalism has always included both peoples. Palestinian nationalism has always included both peoples. And both of them love the fact that they're Palestinian. Neither of them want to impose their religion on the other because they both think that they legitimately belong there. So religion isn't the issue there. Some militant groups in more recent decades have basically wrapped their nationalism in religion, but that's more at the end of the day, the H group and PIJ, they're nationalist movements. They're not Islamist movements per se. They're nationalist movements with an Islamic component. And the Palestinians who support them for their nationalism. The people who support their religious ideology are a tiny part of the total population.
Shmalik, if you would just bear with me one more point, if I can.
Okay.
So when we talk about nationalism, I don't know, for me, it feels like the issue is nationalism as an idea and everything that's encompassed in what it means to be, to show patriotism at a national, to your nationality rather than even to being Israeli or Palestinian. It's the whole idea of how nationalism works means that you have to subscribe to it.
It's your ethnic
completely.
identity.
Yeah.
The key there is so again, we want to avoid the word patriotism here because Palestinians don't have a country. Patriotism is something patriotism is support for your state, for a functioning government, and a lot of Palestinians hate the PA and they don't have anything else beside that. They don't really have a government. What they have is a common national identity. So they're loyal to the idea of Palestinianness, in the same way that a lot of Israelis are loyal to a kind of Jewish national identity that in many cases even transcends the Israeli state. There are settlers in the West Bank who literally shoot at IDF soldiers. I mean, it's their Jewishness that matters to some of them more than not. So there are different national identities that we're talking about here. What people think of as themselves, not necessarily the political identities. Political identities are much more in flux for a lot of people. And this is especially true for anti-colonial nationalisms, nationalist movements that don't have a country yet. And Palestinians fall into that. So it's Palestinianness that matters more. And there are many ways that anti-colonial nationalisms are a bit different from other types. There is a liberatory component to them, but in the long run, they prove just as problematic as any other form. Nationalism itself is problematic because nationalism is built on a kind of reflexive tribalism writ large that has in-groups and out-groups. And as long as you're saying, this is my in-group and you don't belong, you're always going to have problems because every state in the world is diverse. So in the long run, Palestinian nationalism and Israeli nationalism both have to find a kind of common ground that unites them and transcends their identities and really kind of reconceive of who they are, and find some way to work together. But Palestinian nationalism makes sense as a reaction to Zionism. I mean, it's here's one ethno-nationalist movement. Of course, an ethno-nationalism will develop, alongside it, in response to it. It's what we call a resistance identity. So it has its own kind of exclusionary components when it's aimed, even though it's aimed at liberation, it does still have a kind of exclusionary component to it that in the long run is problematic. In the short run, in fights for independence, they tend not to be very bad. But you can see that in tons of the FLN in Algeria said, we want a country for all people, regardless of language, race, religion. But by the end of that struggle, they're fuck anybody who isn't us. It becomes an ethno-nationalism. It's how they tend to play out in the long run that gets kind of difficult, So
Isn't
I'm
that
thinking
pretty much like colonialism the world over since 2,000 years ago?
The way that colonialism messes things up? Yeah. I mean, Yeah, there's resistance to any kind of colonialism and imperialism. I mean, the resistance itself is always justified, but nationalism is a distinct European identity that really only takes shape in the 18th and 19th century, and it, when you apply it to politics, has some problems. People have always resisted, other people. It's possible to develop an identity based around a nation that isn't a nationalism, and that's kind of what I mean. Tending to love nuance, I tend to point and say, hey, maybe that's safer than actually falling into the same pitfalls. I'll be like a Frantz Fanon saying, you know what, the Europeans fucked up in a lot of ways. Maybe we shouldn't be copying them. Maybe this isn't the best idea. Maybe it'll lead to more wars. I don't know. Maybe wars are bad. So I'm kind of on that side of this fight, but I understand where Palestinian nationalism comes from. I can't help cautioning people on how it plays out, because it's never good for anybody.
But Liam, I have a question. And in in Palestine, we have Armenians and Bosniaks and Chechens and Cherkess, and they are all part of the struggle. So it's not about ethnicity or anything. It's about people, like anyone who claims or feels that they belong to Palestine. They are part of the cause. It's not only the Canaanite Palestinians, right? It's
Yeah, I'm
all
with you.
of the Palestinians.
Mhm. And you often get that in independent struggles that way. But this is where I'm saying, like, nationalism as an idea, if the situation changes. So let's, like, weird hypothetical, Israel ceases to exist tomorrow. Palestinians control everything. If a nationalist movement is the one that did that, then it would structure the state around Palestinian identity, and other people would end up taking a subordinate status. It's sort of like today, like Circassians and Druzi and whatnot all participate in elements of Israeli society. But being non-Jews, they are distinctly inferior too. So they're citizens, but they have a kind of second-class citizenship within the context of a nation-state, because that's how nation-states work. Nation-states say this country is for this nation, and you can kind of live here and be part of us, but you're still not fully us. And that's the long-term play for here. In the context of a struggle, anybody who has lived in Palestine, so like the Bosnians who moved there in the Ottoman period in the 18th and 19th century, like, sure, they've lived there for a long time. They connect to Palestinianness in some sense, but also they don't in others. There's ways in which they could be marginalized in the long run. So I'm kind of like, again, it's about the specific contours of nationalism as a concept. It will create an in-group, and if it gains power, that in-group will not be nice to the out-groups. It's all a matter of power relations. Right now, Palestinians have no power, so of course everyone is welcome.
Sorry, if I can, because this is the point that I was trying to unpick. I think, speaking to a lot of Palestinians and also Israelis, I think that there is an aspect of people embracing their identity as Palestinian or as Israeli, and feeling like as if that can only be seen through, or that can only be expressed through a nationalist lens, as opposed to people holding that identity while still criticizing the ideas of nationalism.
Yeah, it's hard.
Sorry,
And the problem really is that the nation-state model was essentially forced on the world. It's become normalized. And we forget that in the 19th century it was deeply contested. We forget that as nationalism spread into the Muslim world in the 19th century, most Muslim intellectuals said, no way, this is terrible, this is not us. But it became normalized across the 20th century, and today it's very difficult to think outside the box. I'm just saying, as somebody who studies nationalism over long periods of time, everywhere it takes root, bad shit happens. So maybe we need a different box. Like, maybe this isn't the right way, is all I'm saying. Like, I get why people fall into that. It's essentially a trap, but it makes sense why people end up in there. But
And that's
definitely the
the
trap,
biggest
but how do
problem
people
of the
uncouple
world.
it? Sorry,
Sorry,
Alison.
Dan.
Hello, Doug.
I think The world
sorry.
is caught up in that, right? The majority of the countries who are the wealthiest are caught up in that, and they know it, and they're doing it for themselves. And yeah, they
Well,
don't
the
really care about a
states.
lot of the conflicts going on because they're just saving their own asses. And that's my cynical opinion.
Well, thinking about specifically the nationalist issue, all existing states in their education system, they use the European nationalism that they inherited. So they're not really talking about real patriotism. There is an ethnic core to a lot of them. And it's one of the reasons that so many post-colonial countries are deeply unstable, because they're multinational by definition, because somebody just drew a line on the map and threw a whole bunch of different people with different cultural identities and languages together in one country. And on top of that, you're trying to bolt a specific national identity, and frequently those national identities do privilege some groups more than others. And it's why we've seen so many civil wars, so many G-sides, so many problems in post-colonial, meaning like countries that came about after European empires. They became independent with the borders that Europeans had drawn for them. A lot of them are deeply unstable because they've inherited a nationalist ideology, but an environment that doesn't suit it at all because they're much more diverse. Technically, that wasn't true in Europe either. In Europe, the process started earlier, but every single nationalist movement in Europe, every single country in Europe has a ton of internal diversity, and in every case, they have been terrible to it. Look at the fact that in Italy, they say that Venetian and Sicilian are dialects of Italian. It's fucking bullshit. Italian was invented in the 19th century. Venetian and Sicilian both descend from Latin. They're independent Romance languages. But for political reasons, they're folded up in that because there's an authentic Italianness that now has to transcend the diversity that was already there. The reason that they're a little bit more stable is those countries are much older now. A lot of the countries that became independent only in the second half of the 20th century are now going through a lot of the violent birth pangs that a lot of countries in Europe had in the 19th century, because the populations don't really fit this model well, because nationalism, again, causes problems everywhere. So it's a very complex dynamic when you think about it. But I mean, in cases like Palestine, where it makes sense, everyone has solidarity, everyone knows they have a resistance identity against Zionism. I get that, but in the long run, if a nationalist movement wins, the majority population of Palestinian identity will win out over the Circassians and Armenians, and they'll become second-class citizens. And I don't want that to happen any more than I want it to happen everywhere else it's happened in the world. And I can just rattle off a bazillion examples. It's always bad. So I think that if we're trying to come up with something new, if we're trying to change this, maybe this is a good opportunity to think differently, because this situation is so complex, because you have multiple national identities. Maybe this is an opportunity to start thinking beyond that. If that makes sense.
I'll go back to Shmuluk so that he can finish, and then Amazon, and then Abu Musa and Nasser. So yeah, Shmuluk, thanks for bearing with us.
Sure, no, it's a pleasure. I'm gonna go to sleep after this question. I hope I don't blow up the room with some controversy and then leave. But I kept a spicy one for you.
Ooh, fun.
Uh, a lot of people are talking about ethnic cleansing with respect to this war, and we're talking about ethnic cleansing with respect to 1948. The way I think about it, though, and I guess where my question is rooted is the Jewish people as a ethnicity, as a people, and as a religion have been ethnically cleansed from the land for 2,000 years. According to the Romans, you could say that even biblically, the Christianity adopts Judaism and Islam adopts Judaism and Christianity, I believe. I'm sorry if I'm ignorant of the topic, but more so, you have 1,300 years of oppression and driving out and killing Jews, and you got the pogroms, and you got the Crusades, and today we got the Palestinians holding on to East Jerusalem and Al-Aqsa Mosque on the Temple Mount. And so, how can we describe Israel as an ethnic cleanser today if it's reclaiming if it's surviving from ethnic cleansing. I mean, I know the optics are similar, but can if the ethnicity that's being cleansed is revived, is it ethnic cleansing? Can we call it ethnic
It
cleansing?
still is.
Is it a train running both ways, back and forth?
Well, here's the thing: the people who are there now are not the ones who persecuted and drove out Jews before. They're literally not Romans. So
No,
that
no,
part doesn't work
but
there.
the
And they're certainly
Arab
not.
Caliphate,
They're
but
certainly
the
not
Arab
the Spaniards or what. They didn't. I mean, when the Arab Caliphate was established, that's when Jews were allowed to move back to Jerusalem. The Christians kept them out of it. They were able to move back into Jerusalem only once the Arabs took control. So
when
it's
but
not
I
the
do
same.
speak about like taking over like the Al-Aqsa Mosque as well, and even I think today the name Palestinian is a
Al-Aqsa
misappropriation a bit.
Mosque was built on the site of a Roman trash heap. The
Okay,
Romans literally
I
stored their
see.
feces up there. It was
There's
destroyed by the
no
Romans.
evidence.
It was destroyed by the Romans and kept in a shitty condition, and we have records describing how the Romans treated the area and how the Arabs found
And
it.
it's not the Temple Mount.
Well, it historically was the Temple Mount, but the
Okay,
temple
so
was
that's what I'm saying. It's
point is that Palestinians didn't destroy the temple. So the the
no.
the, the point I try to bring people around to is that one injustice never justifies another injustice. And it's even worse when the people who committed the first injustice are not the ones being punished afterwards. So think about it today, like, okay, so the Dakotas belong to the Lakota peoples, but there's also a million people living there that are not Amerindian. So if those million people were driven out of their homes because maybe their ancestors moved there 150 years ago, would that be an injustice? Yes. The people would be recovering their historic control of the land, but a million people would have lost something that was part of their identity, and they weren't the ones who stole that land. And that's the situation you have here. The people living in Palestine, not only are they not the people who initially harmed Jews, they certainly aren't the ones who did it in Europe, and they certainly aren't the ones who did it for the Romans, but they are also historically, archaeologically, biologically, literally descendants of Jews and Canaanites. They have always lived there. So it means that they have the same physical claim to the land that Jews do. They literally go back to the exact same populations from which Judaism stemmed. Today, like genetically, Lebanese, Palestinians, and Israelis all carry the same Levantine Canaanite DNA. They are the same people who have lived in that same area for thousands of years. So what you have is an ethical argument for Jews to be able to return. Yes. But no ethical argument for chasing out people who are descendants of people who were also there before Judaism even existed. And Palestinians literally descend from people who lived there for 10,000 years. I mean, they literally go back to Neolithic DNA. Same as Jews do. Again, they all have a claim in terms of that descent. So there is a moral argument for return. There is no moral argument for removing the other people who live there. And that's where they kind of depart a bit from me. And it creates another injustice out of it. I mean, and there's just tons of examples you can say. For me, like, France seizing Algeria in 1830 was an injustice. But the European Algerians fleeing in the 1960s is also an injustice. Because most of them had nothing to do with it. They were just born there. As far as they were concerned, they were Algerian. They just happened to speak French, so they didn't feel safe anymore. To me, that's fucked up. They had a claim to live there too. So I don't have a problem, honestly, with Zionists living there. I don't have a problem with Jews living there because at this point, they've been there for 150 years. It's the same situation as in Algeria. But they have no right to chase out people who literally descend from Stone Age populations in the same land. It just
That is a very succinct and beautiful. As an Israeli, it's a very interesting way for me to see that. I just want to conclude by saying that, well, first of all, thank you very much. I plan to follow you as much as I can. But also, as I'm trying to like formulate and digest and process all these things, for me at least, and maybe you would disagree, maybe others would disagree. I see a lot of this as just a cause and effect domino effect that started with maybe anti-Semitism in the European world and driving Jews into like
Yeah,
the necessity and the to survive as a survival mechanism to do anything to establish a country to push to and it all just like just a train that takes off
yeah,
and can
exactly.
never come back.
The
And
problem here, yeah, when I talk about this for people too, and this is where again I can piss people off on all sides of this here. I
yeah,
I start with like Jewish generational trauma matters. And their history matters both on the land and in the longer history here. So they felt a drive to do something to solve this problem, but in doing that they created another problem and another generational trauma. And every time that population fights back because of its trauma, it triggers the other generational trauma. And it creates a feedback loop where they're just going to fucking kill each other for the next 1,000 years unless we actually break the cycle. It's cause and effect. Everything flows from each other, like this naturally leads to the next. And at some point someone has to like stop it. They have to like lift the needle off the record. And if we don't do that, it's just going to keep on playing.
we just all have to become atheist, global globalist.
Ben
Uh,
Gurion was an atheist, so that doesn't help.
okay. Thank you, Liam. What an incredible source. I didn't know people like this are on TikTok at all. And you know,
Oh, thanks.
my life has been crazy the last 3 months, and to speak with politically illiterate kids all the time about facts that aren't facts and opinions that are irrelevant
Again,
to the
yep.
conversation.
I see this everywhere. I mean, no, no,
You're a
no size
golden
in
source here.
of their mythologies, and what we have to do is we have to cut through the different mythologies and find the commonalities if we're going to find a
I'm
few.
concentrating on just establishing a dialogue.
Yeah.
just
Yep.
just a dialogue, just get to know me. Let's think of the Middle East as the problem between two religions from two foreign planets, and look at it from that perspective and not involve ourselves emotionally. It's hard. I grew up in Israel. I have family in Israel. I see what's happening in Palestine. I can't reconcile that as much as I can't swallow all the guilt. Like it's not, why do I have to own all the onus of things that I didn't do as well? And so
Yeah,
everything is so complicated.
right. And this is where I try to bring things back to identity for people. And if we can change the way we frame things or the way we bring points up, it'll help a lot. Because when you make people feel personally attacked, it's like there are so many fucked up things that my country has done to different people over time. But if you frame it in a way that people suddenly feel like they are responsible for all the crimes of the past, and they're going to dig their heels in and they're going to do all the same fucked up shit to people now and learn nothing from the past. When
Right.
realistically, the goal is to learn from the past and actually grow. So the way we talk about things really matters. And this is why I love dialogues like this, because Israelis and Palestinians are the ones who have to do this change. They're the ones who have to think about this and grow together. And if we have these conversations in a way that alienates the other, this is why I have friends on both sides of the green line. I've lived on both sides of the green line. I relate to both peoples in a way, and I can see their perspectives. And I've had arguments on both sides of the green line and tell people, no, what you're doing here is never going to work. This is not going to save anything. You have to be able to see them as human too.
Hmm.
It's true on both sides of this. I've run into Muslim brothers in the West Bank that want to drive all the Jews back to Europe, and I've run into people in Israel who wanted to drive all the Palestinians out, and it's ridiculous in both cases. So
Just
we
very
need to
very
talk.
last second, very last second. In the last couple of days, I joined a live of an Israeli that's we've been able to establish a very, very good dialogue and having very intimate conversations, and things are going forward very well. If you don't mind, can I invite you to that at some time?
Yeah, yeah.
I Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything. Good night.
Alternatively, Shmalak, I think Liam's going to go live again tomorrow.
Oh,
He
okay.
tends to go
I
live on
may
Fridays,
tomorrow.
so
Yeah, tomorrow evening is definitely possible. Friday for sure. But
I
tomorrow.
will drive
so
people your way, and I'll hope to see you at the lives that I join as well. Thank you very much.
I think Amazon, do you have your question, or can I throw to Abu Musa?
Wait, no, tomorrow can't be. Today was Wednesday, wasn't it?
Tomorrow is Friday.
Tomorrow, it's Thursday. Oh, it's now because it's 2 a.m. No, come on, it's still Wednesday for me. It's still the day I went to the hospital. It's not Thursday.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I guess technically it's now 2:40 a.m. So I guess it is Thursday. So, but it's not. This is my Wednesday.
Fair enough. Yeah. So
It's
Amazon, are you there?
This has been a very in-depth conversation all over the place, which is good because you're rounding it out, right? You're rounding out all of the angles, which I appreciate. And yeah, I still think that Mr. Netanyahu and his party, and I actually feel for the soldiers, some of them. I think some of them have been doing what they're doing for a long time. But I think, like, who expects 18 and 19-year-olds to, you know what I mean? Like, I'm all over the place. I have ADHD. I'm just like, meh. But that's kind of I have a very overall, thought process about this whole thing.
There's a lot of PTSD in Israel from previous conflicts. I mean, there's a ton of it that came out of the 82 to 2000 Lebanon incursion. There's a lot of Israelis who are deeply fucked up by what their government has done to them. And yeah, I mean, anytime you send people in to do this kind of thing where you are mostly interacting with civilians, I mean, yeah, think about the boys that we sent off to Vietnam, you know? I mean,
it's exactly the same thing.
Next thing you know, they're like shooting up rice paddies, you know? You're scared of everybody because you don't know who the enemy is. And that's exactly the situation they keep sending these poor Israeli boys into. It's like,
yes and no, because
this person could be a militant.
Because Israel prepares them, right? Yeah. And that's the problem. And it's been going on that way for a long time.
All nation states do that. So you condition people to fight for your side no matter what. And if that means opening fire on the rice paddy, then that's what you do. You know, but a lot of them, they really have a hard time dealing with what they did in hindsight. So a lot of them, a lot of the actions will seem heartless. A lot of the individuals themselves will suffer. You know, this will create trauma, especially for young people. This is just a fun point of like biological trivia for people, but male brains don't finish growing until sometime between age 25 and 30.
For sure.
The connective tissue is not finished. And since the connective tissue is not finished, you're digging in traumas that will be very difficult to get out. The actions you're doing at age 19 when you're seeing this kind of horrifying shit, it's going to have problems for the rest of your life.
And that's been the history of all colonized countries, including the US, Canada, everyone, right? I mean, like, honestly.
War and colonization are a bad thing for humans, go figure.
Well, humans.
Interject on that point, though. Doesn't that, in a way, benefit nationalism?
Doesn't what?
Having people that are affected by trauma, particularly soldiers.
Yeah, because what people will do in order to deal with the trauma, many people have to double down on the beliefs that helped to guide them through it in the first place, which means you end up with a lot of like hardcore reactionaries that refuse to give up. Like I've literally sat down and interviewed former phalangists who in the 70s and 80s were like committing atrocities against people, and they're still proud of it. Because the only way they found to live with what they did is to lean into it and to lean into the reasons that they were told to do it. And that's
nothing new in terms of war.
Really sad, but it does help nationalist projects for sure. It's just the human cost is still incalculable.
Always. And so, you know what? Let's just get women in charge, please. Please and thank you. That's all I'm going to say.
In charge, as long as they're not trying to do exactly this. I mean, if you put Hillary Clinton in charge, nothing has changed.
It's not about Hillary Clinton. It's about
saying, like, it depends on what they've learned. Like, you know, like Thatcher is not bringing a different perspective to it. She's
For sure.
overcompensating.
There are
So,
shitty women, and you just named two.
yeah,
But
exactly. I'm
I
just
think
saying, so it doesn't
there's about
solve the problem
1
per se.
million men who I could name who are even shittier than they could have ever possibly have been.
Right.
So
what I would love to see more of is a balanced perspective where women weren't trying to become more masculine to get into politics, and men weren't treating women like shit who wanted to get into politics, and we actually got balanced perspectives, because that would be healthy. But instead, the system tends to force women to conform to masculine expectations, because otherwise men won't tolerate them in the room. It's a really
that's
fucked up
old.
dynamic.
In my opinion, that's an old thing. Like
yeah, it's
10
been
years old.
around for quite a while. Yeah,
And I think Trump has just ruined it all. And obviously, he's not an actual human because he has no feelings. But yeah, let's go, women. Although I'm very disappointed when I hear, like, I love Katie Porter, and then she's like, I support Israel. And I'm like, God damn it. I'm Canadian, right? And I'm just like, God damn it. I watch your politics because it matters, right? It matters to us.
She is not as big a friend to progressive causes as she's like to position herself. Yeah. She's good on some issues, but she's not actually good at long-term systemic change. She's actually been a serious obstacle to some of it. So everything's always a bit more complicated.
Abu Musa?
Oof.
Welcome.
Hey, how are you? Thank you for having me up. So, I just wanted to pretty much kind of like a comment. So, just to add, speaking to my grandmother, I'm kind of first generation here, Palestinian. Like my grandma, she was born in the early 30s, and she was telling me like stories of how when they first they left Palestine in, I think it was in the 67, like right after late 67, after the 67 war. And my family kind of went to South America, to Venezuela, when the whole war happened. And it was, they obviously lived through the 48 war and the 67 war and all that. So, she told us how they went through that. But it was pretty interesting to hear like how she told us, growing up, she said, we really never had a problem living with the Jewish people. She says, in fact, we lived with them just as we live here in America. She said we lived side by side. We loved each other. We cared for each other. In fact, she said even her uncle, her dad's brother, married a Jewish lady, and we're Muslim. And she said, he married a Jewish lady. He had kids with her. And she said even they never actually seen him anymore. He actually moved out with her, and they moved to another village, and they never actually really seen him after that. But in a good way, not in a bad way. But she said, yeah, we worked together. She said, my grandfather used to work in a factory, like a Jewish factory at that time. So she said, yeah, to be honest with you, like it was some of the most beautifulest moments. She said, we cared for each other's kids when, either the Jewish ladies went to synagogue or the Muslim ladies went to the mosque. They watched each other's kids. They cooked outside together. And unfortunately, when the government came in, and the war started, and all hell broke loose, and she said that's where all the corruption started. And she said at that point we hated each other, and it was just she said she always used to tell us stories of how it was the most beautifulest times of her life. She said, I wish it could go back to those times. In fact, she said, she had some of her best friends were Jewish ladies in that area. And we were told today we have two houses in East Jerusalem, actually. And, it just kind of boggles my mind to hear that, before this government came in and all this corruption started, and how I wish we could go back. And I've spoken to many Jewish people, like Hasidic Jews and stuff like that. I know a lot of people here on TikTok say that these Hasidic Jews, they don't trust them, they don't believe in them, they say they're fake Jews. I don't know why they say that, but I've spoken to many of them who say that, we love, the Palestinian people. We have no problem with them, and we don't mind living with them even in a one state. They said, and again, we honestly, with me personally, I don't care if it's not even an Islamic state. I think it's fine if it's just a Palestinian state. There's Christians, Jews, Muslims, they all have the right to live together peacefully. It doesn't have to be any religious state. They all have the right to worship their own faith, religion, but to live in peace. That's the goal. That's the end goal.
Right.
And,
This is where, for me, I tend to lean heavily on cosmopolitanism. What you're describing in the interaction there is not something distinct to Palestine. It's how people lived before nationalism.
yeah,
People all over the place would find ways to get along, but when political factions divide people by identity, it doesn't work. What helped people there is, first off, they're not in direct competition over resources because there is an existing state, but that state is not constructed around a nationalism.
correct.
The Ottoman state was like, okay, well, as long as you pay your taxes and are loyal to the Sultan, I don't care what language or religion you have. It didn't matter. So people feel free to be whoever the hell they are because their state does not push a particular identity. Modern nation states give people a political identity based on a particular ethnicity.
Yeah, I didn't want to throw the word out
Gets
there.
people to fight each other. And a lot of the tensions that exist in the area, they're so sad. Like, I look oftentimes at places like Lebanon and Syria, and I just want to cry because these people lived beside each other for thousands of years without problems. They were neighbors. They had the same culture. They spoke the same language. But suddenly, you're Alawite? You're Sunni? Now I hate you. And people are like crucifying each other. But the divisions were literally stoked by France.
Yeah.
It created national identities among the different people to get them fighting each other so they couldn't resist French permanent control. There's consequences again to nationalism. So if you had a kind of like overarching political identity that did not have an ethnic component to it, we could all get along.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But then
how do you get back to that?
that's the question.
Like, oh, let's have a world government or something. But to me, I want a Star Trek future. I want like a united Earth in some way where we all have like democratic representation and local control over on affairs, and we can cooperate on bigger issues. But then people don't have to feel this country is for people who speak my language or look like me. That shit has to go away.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like you can't. It's like what Shmolik was saying earlier is like it'd be hard to. How are we going to ever get down to both sides really agreeing to a one state? And is it going to be in Palestine or is it going to be in Israel? And is it going to be just a whole different name?
Both or neither. It can't be one or the other. It has to be both or neither. There's no way to. The only way to impose one vision on the other is literally G-side.
Yeah.
There's no way around it. And that doesn't mean like necessarily unaliving. If you completely remove one or the other population from that land, within a few generations their identity disappears.
Well, that's the thing. And then again, like I'm not trying to side with H group or anything, but I know they updated their whole charter and all that stuff, and they said, we have nothing against the Jewish people. It's just this whole Zionist government that they were against, and we don't mind them live. We don't. It's not that he said we don't mind them living with us. It's just we want the downfall of the Zionist government, and I guess that's their whole.
Finally, they grew up about that because their conflict was with Zionists who happen to be Jewish, and they're politically less sophisticated.
Yeah.
They fell into a lot of racist traps borrowed from Europe. I'm glad at least enough of the leadership has begun growing there. Yeah. There are still, I've spoken to a lot of these members. A lot of those racist ideas are still there.
Yeah.
But they're at least heading in a better direction.
Correct. And I think slowly by slowly as things are, war is not a good thing, but I think the outcome of these types of things, they will start to open up their minds and do we really want this to happen again? No. So let's start, expanding our views more.
I'm saying it doesn't replace the previous one. That's literally what they do. If a country writes a new constitution, the old one is no longer in effect. It's the same basic concept here. What it doesn't do is it doesn't erase the damage the first one did. The rhetoric in the first one has created lasting damage to the image of Palestinians and Muslims in the area, and that's sad. But people can change the positions. And literally a new covenant directly replaces the old one. That's what they do. That's the whole point of writing one.
Yeah.
So people saying like it doesn't replace it. I'm like, yes, it does. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't erase the harm that it caused. That will take a long time to go away.
Yeah. And then people always say, well, you could say the same thing about those those groups. I think it's the Haganah or whatever it was. They have their charter as well, and they have some crazy stuff that's said in there too. So like, it's tit for tat. They're gonna keep using that against each other.
Well, fuck the fact that Irgun and Lehi were folded into the early IDF without really having to criticize their views. I mean, they were hardcore.
Yeah, and I forgot which one. I forgot. I think it's Yargon or the other one you mentioned. With this whole thing about from the river to the sea. They're using that against the Palestinians, that it's a racist slur, when really that's not what they're trying to say. We're not saying drive all the Jews to the sea. No, we're not saying that.
Go back to Irgun's goal was actually to take all of Palestine and Jordan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's in their charter.
They wanted more. Their charter
yeah. But now they're trying because the Palestinians are chanting this in the streets. They're saying, that's anti-Semitic to say that. We're not saying that to drive the Jews into the sea. No, when we mean that, not at all. What they're saying is they just want.
There are, to be fair,
yeah,
there are Palestinians who do mean that, and I've literally spoken to a bunch who say that. But what's unfair is to say all Palestinians mean that, and that phrase only means that. It's the same thing with Israelis. There are Israelis who do think that the natural border is the Litani River of Lebanon, and Western Jordan should be part of it. They want that. They're Israelis who think that their understanding is much bigger, but not all do. It depends upon the person and what they mean by it. So river to the sea can mean still driving Jews out. And it does in some cases. In more cases today, it doesn't.
Gotcha.
So that's the thing. It depends a lot on who you're talking to and what the context is. Exactly. But we should at least be fair and acknowledge there is a range of positions here.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Nasser was next.
I'm going to step down, Bless. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Doctor, again.
No problem.
Appreciate your
Thanks,
time.
Mm-hmm. Nasser, you're next, and then Kurdistan.
Hi, Professor. I hope you're doing great. I just want to defend the Palestinian nationalism a little bit. To be honest, I'm a Marxist, I'm not a nationalist, but I think when we equate the Israeli nationalism and the Palestinian nationalism, and we perceive what's going to happen in the future if the Palestinian nationalists were managed to liberate Palestine, I feel like it's same as when people say today's revolutionaries are tomorrow's oppressors. But there's a core difference between the two nationalities. The Palestinian one aims to liberate their land, while the other one has a racist ideology deep rooted in it, being a supremacist ideology, being based on them being the God's chosen people.
I get how it's framed. I understand that. I'll ask a simple question here along this line. Where has a national liberation movement not created problematic understandings about minorities after the liberation movement has succeeded? That's what I mean. Find an anti-colonial nationalism that has no problematic components in its identity after the fact, not during. Because again, in the struggle, many of them are great on a lot of these issues. In practice, in the long run, afterwards is the problem. And with that, you can't look at the Palestinians at all because they're literally still in a colonial framework. You have to look to other places and other places where it's played out. And that's where I can't think of any. I struggle to think of any that haven't had some component. They all have some fucked up racist aspect afterwards. So what I don't want, what worries me is after all the shit they've been through, do we want Palestinians to also fall into the same trap? Or can we not aim for something better, is my only argument there. It's
if
nothing
I
about
want,
Palestinians themselves. I mean, I'm just saying, like, where has this ever worked?
if there's an example I could give, like, okay, it's not the national movement because it's like, I can't think of one right now, but I want to think about where nationalism was used. For example, like if we can take World War II, between German nationalism and between how Stalin used Soviet nationalism when they raised
Oh,
the slogan "За Родина, за Stalin." What?
during I mean, Stalin was literally deporting other populations. And no, Ireland has significant problems with Protestants still. Like that, Irish nationalism has not been nice. I mean, it's better than many, but that's largely because Ireland was more homogenous. So just referring to the chat. No, Stalin using Great Russian nationalism during World War II actually fed into a lot of atrocities against minorities and a much more aggressive Russification, of minority groups inside it. Stalin, again, is the one who, like, deported the Crimean Tatars and the Volga Germans and shit. I mean, there's nothing good about that use of nationalism. It saved a country, but patriotism could have done that. And the Great Patriotic War didn't have to use Russian nationalism, and he did. And that was harmful. That really was harmful. Russia still today has 140 ethnic groups. It used to have twice that number. I mean, its diversity has been declining steadily because of Russification.
Professor,
Yeah,
I have a question for you about the same topic, if you don't mind.
Was Nasser
so-
finished?
No, it's
no,
the same.
he can
Okay,
go.
okay,
It's
go
on the
ahead,
same
Nasser.
topic. No,
It's
you
the
can go.
same
You can
point
go.
that Nasser is making. So we have, the People Front, who are, they have a Muslim minority in the People Front, right? They are mostly Christians and Marxists and atheists and a tiny bit of Muslims. And then you have the other resistance groups who are Islamic. So those are the groups that we have now. When we say that there would be like a nationalist liberation, it's going to be those groups or new groups that come after who follow in their footsteps. So what we see from these groups that they are embracing each other and embracing the Muslims, embracing the Christians, and the Christians embracing the Muslims, and so on. So if it's the same groups that would win, why would they, after the liberation and the victory, start showing racism against each other, even though they are now working shoulder?
Religion can be a component of national identities, but it doesn't have to be. So saying people of different religions can work together doesn't mean they don't have the same national identity. So it's like, what are the outgroups? And in the struggle there, so if for example it has a particular national component to it that other people can collaborate with, it doesn't mean that they're part of that in the long run. Pointing to different religions doesn't actually address it, because religion isn't always part of a national identity. For example, religion is not a component to Egyptian national identity. Egyptian national identity, at its beginnings in the early 19th century, explicitly folded the Copts and the Sunnis together into it. And actually, originally Jews, they eventually fell out. But like these faiths were all considered to be equally Egyptian. So religion wasn't part of the national identity. But Egyptians were still Egyptian, and the Sudanese were not. So Egypt literally colonized Sudan and treated them like shit. Because even though they controlled the territory of Sudan, Egyptians did not view Sudanese as Egyptian. So they were awful to them. So it depends on what goes into your national identity. National identity is a very flexible construct. It can fold in a lot of different factors.
So, do you think there would be racism towards the Armenians and the Bosnians, not towards?
It's possible, and that's the thing. No one can predict the future, but it is very possible that Circassians and Armenians will be pushed out of that identity in the long run, and I don't want to see that happen. Or even Druzi, like people could say, like, well, hey, you sided with the Israelis, blah blah blah. No, we'll side with you now. Oh, sorry, we're angry. You don't know. Like it's impossible to predict how it will play out in the long run. All we can do is look at past examples. And over and over again this causes problems. So I'm just saying, given how difficult the situation, how intractable the conflict is, this could be a good opportunity to try and think out of a different way to do it. Rather than playing out the same thing and then hoping it's different and hoping Palestinians are better. I'd like to think, yeah, that'd be great, but I can't think of any place yet where it's worked out well, and that makes me sad. I just so yeah, in the long run, I don't want to see that kind of thing. Is all I'm saying. I'm not saying it has to happen, but I'm saying it could. So why chance it? Why not try to think outside the box? I guess is it.
Nasser, did you want to get a chance to finish your statement?
Yes, I just want to mention one thing. Okay, now Stalin might have been a bad example. I don't want to get into defending him right now because, like, defending Stalin will take hours.
It's a very complicated conversation.
Yeah, but by the way, you see, actually, my profile photo. It's like where he was born, next to the house where he was born. Actually, so I visited his home place recently.
Yeah.
Um,
No, it's fun. I know where a lot of people go with that, and I can understand why some of the defenses happen. But for me, any good thing, it still has to be leavened with the bad. You can't selectively read history, and a lot of bad shit did happen. So I mean, the trick here is I will fight with you to get people to acknowledge the good things that happened under Stalin, if you'll work with me and also acknowledge the bad shit. but that's a
I
long
do.
conversation if you want to have it. But that's always the deal I make with people. I'll stand with you and say, like, yeah, okay, so this was done, this was done, this was done, these were fine. But he's also a piece of shit because of this, and this. So like,
I think he's a primary reason the Soviet Union was dismantled. His mistakes were horrendous,
there you
actually.
go. So okay, so
Yeah.
so it'd be a fun conversation overall. I'd like to, on a day when we have more time, we could like pick a day and just like let's talk about Russian and Soviet history. I would have immense fun with that. I'm actually looking forward to it. There's a guy at one of my universities who's been doing this for years, and he's getting closer to retirement. He's like holding on because he's like me. He doesn't want to retire. I get it. I don't want to retire either. But when he goes, I will inherit the Russian history class because it's one of the things I qualified to do, and I'm so looking forward to writing that course. So
Uh,
it's it'll be fun to have conversations on this topic with people.
but please let us know beforehand so I can like be there from minute one. I like if you're gonna like go on live and discuss it, I need to be there from like
Yeah,
minute
yeah.
one.
Exactly. Maybe we can plan one someday. Like put out feelers and say, hey, does anybody want to have a conversation about Russian and Soviet history, like whatever? Yeah, that'd be fun. But
Absolutely.
but it can come up on any normal one too. Just it's kind of late in the day for a Stalin conversation.
Exactly. Um, I wanted to one last remark I wanted to mention. It's about like how we Palestinians need to like find common ground and work with the Israelis, and it cannot be Palestine, cannot be Israel. To be honest, I feel like this isn't practical. I feel like Palestinians, we've been like holding on to it,
I feel
wanting
like
it to be our entire state for 75 years. But to me, I compare it. It's not a clash that we choose. It's a clash that we're forced into. It's like it's a class. I would compare it to the class struggle. Like the working class and the bourgeois, they didn't choose. It wasn't an option for them to clash together. It's their existence is to clash. Like I believe the aim need for the Palestinians need to be the dismantle of the Israeli state as an entity, not as deciding the individuals. I completely agree. These are people who have been living in Palestine for years. Some of them know nothing but this land. Uh, Also, to the like new generation who were born in Palestine, the idea of removing them, uprooting them to them is not fair in an extent. So, but, like, I believe, yes, it's like gonna be hard. It's gonna take a lot to reach that goal. But in this, like, I would like to quote Gramsci, where he says, like, pessimism originates from intelligence, while optimism originates from will. And we do have that will. And I think, like, people before said that the Third Reich will last 1,000 years. Well, it didn't. People said, like, always thought slavery was the nature of human being, and it's like a system that will always be there. It didn't. Like, at that time, it was, people couldn't see that change was possible. Like, I believe it is. If there is a will and there is like good organization of the people, I believe it is actually.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so dismantling the existing Zionist state, I agree. But something has to be done that also includes their identity. They have to revise the way they think of themselves, and so do Palestinians. If think of it this way, would a Palestinian be willing to become Israeli if the Israelis said okay? Like, no, because they think of themselves as Palestinian. The Israelis will have exactly the same thing. They have developed a national identity that means something to them. So it has to be something that is both and neither. It can't impose one's vision on how the state should work on the other people. It has to be something that builds organically, collectively between them. And that's why this is difficult. That's why we're looking at generations of work here to come up with a way that people can really understand each other and build something together. It's why this system is so, this problem is going to be with us for a long time. But the way that people have held on their identity, it makes sense. I understand how resistance identities work. The way Palestinians feel themselves, of course they're going to feel that way. This is why I tend to prefer a system where Palestinians can be Palestinian and Israelis can be Israeli, but you have a non-discriminatory state that equally respects both. We create a unique country with two flags. I mean, there's plenty of countries that have multiple names in different languages. Belgium has 3 names for the country in 3 different languages. Israel and Palestine can both exist. We'll just create a weird situation where both flags fly together, and you can call it Palestine, Israel, Israel, Palestine, Israel, Palestine, whatever the fuck you want to call it, doesn't matter. It's the same country. Some kind of composite can be made, but that requires us getting past the sense that our identity is the only one that can shape the future. And that's the problematic issue. Just saying Jews can live here because Jews used to live here, there's no way Israelis will ever accept that. It's a non-starter. Hey, calling it Canaan would be an interesting one. I don't think you could do it, but I think realistically that'd be nice because both populations descend from Canaanites anyway. Why the fuck not? But I don't think people will buy it. But it's possible. There was a small group of early Zionists who moved to the area, looked at how the Palestinians lived, and said, fuck, they live in a very authentic way like our ancestors. Maybe this whole Zionist thing is bullshit, and they started calling themselves Canaanites. They literally did. It's a small faction, but some people in the first Aliyah literally called themselves Canaanites and gave up on, the Zionist ideal. It's bizarre, but I don't think it would really catch on. But it's a nice idea. I as a historian, I love it. But it has to be something that I think acknowledges both identities because they both have had 150 years of shared argument between each other with the way that they think of themselves. And I don't think that's going to go away. I don't think you're ever going to get Palestinians not to call it Palestine. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe in hundreds of years of effort, but is it really worth it? Like maybe coming up with some kind of composite, and honestly, maybe come up with a way like a kind of like Canaanite identity that can go along with it. Maybe create like a tri-national system when that's a possibility, and if that catches on, that can eventually replace it. But if not, the other two can still be there. Who knows? I mean, I like the idea of thinking differently about this because it is such a complicated situation.
yeah, I agree. But to be honest, also I think like there's an issue with the core existence of Israel as an entity. Like how aggressive it is to the other surrounding countries. Which other country but Israel is taking out scientists in
The
Iran, like the one
U.S.
they took
Mine.
in order of the
This
US?
country. This country has been deeply fucked up to every single one of its neighbors and really fucked up all the people who lived here before. So the argument there is like, okay, so should the United States completely cease to exist, or can we transform it into something better? So what you're talking about here, I agree with you. The Israeli government, as it is constituted and its ideology, that has to go. But something that replaces it has to take into account the identity of the people. You can't keep the current Israeli government. There's no way. But elements of it have to fold into something new and some new composite structure. That's the hard part. But you're right that it has to change fundamentally. It cannot be Israelis. Palestinians can't become Israelis, and Israel can't simply reform itself into being a state for all people. But we can't ignore the existing national identity of the people who are there. Any more
I
than like
agree, but
you could ignore 200 years of people calling themselves Americans. This country is founded on genocide. This country is founded on war crimes. This country has been horrible. We're an evil empire, but you're not going to get rid of 330 million people who call themselves Americans. So we're stuck with them. What can we turn that into is my project here. My goal for this is how can we make Americans something better than what they are? And I think the same has to be done with Israel in the long run. We have to think about how we can transform that identity into something positive. Because you can't erase it. We can't relitigate the past.
I totally agree. But if we're gonna be realistic and pragmatic with that solution, like transforming Israel, I really deeply believe if Israel ever sincerely sought peace, the US will give up on it, and then I don't think they'll be able to last much during the hatred they managed to accumulate from their
Oh,
neighbors during the years without the
they
US
don't need the
support.
U.S. It's a nuclear state. They don't need the U.S. If they truly wanted peace, I think that the world would embrace that, and the Arab world would embrace it too. I don't think the U.S. could force it. We have plenty of other proxies. We ultimately don't need them. Israel has actually been so much more of a problem for the U.S. than an ally. We have so many countries in the area that are so much more willing to get down on their knees for the U.S. than Israel ever would be. So, honestly, if the Israelis were to change, I don't think it'll matter here at all. The Christians will freak out, and some evangelical Christians will be angry in the U.S. No, what about Jesus? It'll be problematic that way, but this country is not going to get in the way of it.
Yeah, their prophecy will be.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, millenarian views inside Christianity have an astonishing capacity to transform themselves and say, well, this idea didn't work, the next one will come. And then they just change the prophecies. I mean, people have been looking for the end of the world for 2,000 years. They'll survive. They'll adapt. But yeah, I mean, I feel you on the current power dynamics, but I don't see us getting in the way of it. The bigger problem is, can you actually get people to treat each other as human beings? In my lifetime, I don't think it'll happen. I mean, I'm it's sad, but because I love people on both sides of this border. I want them to be friends, and I think they'd be stronger together. I don't see it happening. Yeah, it's depressing.
Yeah, to be honest, me neither. Thank you so much. I'll thank you, and I'll give the mic to someone else, and then we'll drop. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Be blessed. Thank you,
No
Leah.
problem. Thanks, Nasser. Liam, I just want to do a time
Definitely.
check with you. Are you happy to just do the people that are currently on the panel, or?
Let's see. Yeah, we should probably do that because I have a couple of errands to do tomorrow, and I want to start. I want to add another section with chapters, so I've got a little to do to tomorrow.
Okay.
So yeah, let's see who else is on here.
I think it's only 3 more people, and then
Kurdistan, Darmas.
yeah, so
okay.
it's Kurdistan, Damasol, Kavi.
I
Then
have
if
a question about about what Nasser was saying, so we don't get out of the same subject. It's the last question. I will not come in again in this conversation, and like I mean in this session. So you said earlier that many of them don't even have like Israeli nationalist identity. They have a Jewish nationalist identity, right? So how does that contradict with Palestine? I don't think it does. I mean, you can have a Jewish nationalist identity within Palestine, and that
Oh
wouldn't
no!
contradict with anything.
Oh my God, they are so much worse. No, the hardcore Jewish nationalists are the ones who want to G-side Palestinians because they want to do it so that they can rebuild. They can build a third temple and restore animal sacrifice. They are not your friends in this case here. I mean, the Israeli state has frequently foiled them from actually doing horrible shit. There have been multiple bomb plots to destroy the Dome of the Rock. Those are the Jewish nationalists doing that. So
Talking about a specific group. Not, you didn't mean that all Israelis are actually Jewish
no,
nationalists.
I mean the
Okay.
hardcore Jewish nationalists who don't identify as Israelis. The ones who will stay in the Okay, so think of it this way: the West Bank is most of the biblical heartland. So if you are religiously connected to a kind of religious Zionism and the idea of bringing Mashiach back to the earth, then you need to stay there no matter what the government does. So if the government says you got to get out of your illegal settlement, they shoot at the government because their goal is to stay right there because they are purifying the land. They are sanctifying the land so that Hamashiach can come and they can rebuild the third temple. So that it's a very specific type of Jewish nationalism I'm talking about that conflicts with Israeli state identity. Israeli state identity will actually stop them from committing what I'm supposed to use for the T word.
Yeah, T word is fine.
T word. The Israeli government stops them from engaging in T word shit, right? Because what they care about is protecting the state, and they understand that if these guys get their way, Israel will be in a hell of a war with the world. So no, it's a very specific subset of Jewish nationalists I'm talking about.
Dharmasol, you're next.
Actually, can I run to the restroom really quickly?
Yes, I was actually just going to ask you if you wanted a break. So
Yeah, it'll be like a 60-second break, but
yeah, sure. Kavi, I think your reception is a little bit funny. So also Palestinian engineer. Sorry, I don't know if I should have asked if you had finished.
Oh no, I finished. I'm
Okay,
just
cool.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. It seems to
Okay,
have gone now,
perfect. No.
but you had the
Yeah.
low bars thing a few seconds ago.
We don't mind the bathroom break, but we could maybe look at the cat. Where did the cat go?
Yeah, is it
What is the
Minerva?
cat's name?
So there's a
Dharma's.
couple.
Are you
What is
South
the cat's
African, Miss
name?
Dharma? I
Yes,
asked
I
if you were
am South
South.
African, ma'am.
Oh,
I am South
great.
African, definitely. Myself and Truth Seeker.
Yeah, I noticed the accent immediately. I am of East African descent.
Oh, lovely. Welcome, African.
Yeah.
Yes. So, what is the cat's name? Be blessed.
I think it's Minerva and Socrates.
Minerva.
Yes.
Minerva? Oh,
That's
mashallah.
the ginger cat, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to cuddle that cat. We'll just wait.
Yeah, the cat is definitely the added character to the live.
Yes, the cat is the pool.
Yes.
Like I saw cat, I was like, oh no, I've got to be here. Do you know that this is the first time I've actually encountered the professor? The first time, and at 5 minutes in, I was like, wow, I need to stay close to this guy.
Yeah, no, I'm
just
glad
hearing
a lot
his
of
voice.
people tend to find and then come back every week. Sorry for anybody who's requesting, just because Liam did say that he wants to just finish with the people that are on here, but he is back on live tomorrow. his usual time is 9 p.m. PST, but he might do a little bit earlier, so I'll ask when we're done. So if you hang in there, I'll be able to confirm what time it is. But if he does come on a little bit earlier, he usually makes an announcement on his page. So yeah, Ramsey, thanks so much. And I think Mark was the other person who has requested, just because I think he's already done 9 hours so far.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I went to bed and I woke up because I was there when he started his live. He had another live. He had an interview with Chip Gaines, I think was his name.
Chip Bonds. We love Chip
Jim
Bonds.
Barnes. Yeah, that person. He had
Amazing
like an
guy.
interview. He had an interview with them, and then he ended it. And I think that was 3 a.m. like European time, like Central European time, 3 a.m. or something like that. And then now it's 12:25 p.m. I went to bed, Liam, and I woke up, and you're still live.
What the hell is wrong with me?
Good afternoon, Professor.
Heidi, I overheard a time thing about Fridays. I just want to make a general point for to be blessed and anybody else who cares. In the fall term, I have to start later in the day because I have a late commute. In the spring term, I actually finish on Fridays at, I think, 11 a.m. or something like that, and then drive back up here. So late afternoon is better, honestly. So my schedule is much easier in the spring term on Fridays, so it doesn't have to start that late.
Oh, perfect. Okay. And then there was another question about the cats. So it's Minerva, and I've forgotten the other cat's name.
Yeah, Minerva and Socrates. You had it right.
Socrates. Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah. So Demisol, you got the mic.
Okay. So, good afternoon, Professor, and thank you so much for your time. It's the first time I meet you today, and wow, am I fascinated. Thank you. So, yes, I have to be honest, though, the cat was the pool. So, okay.
I still miss my third. That's one of my things, and coming up this year is I get to break into third. I like having 3 cats. It's a nice dynamic. But Moshe died a couple months ago. So I'm one down, but
okay.
These 2 are still yours.
Okay, so I am from South Africa. I was born while the apartheid era was still alive and well in its Afrikaner nationalism. I was there when Mandela was released and walked straight into the presidency. Yep. Right to the end of his rule, and now we are here in South Africa. So I think myself and Truth Seeker, we are proof of the fact that a nationalist state deeply rooted in apartheidism and segregation cannot survive over and above humanity. Humanity is something that it tends to I don't know. Humanity outgrows apartheid. It just can't survive over maybe 100, 120 years, but more than that, it cannot. So we find now that after our nationalist state, we've had to redo our constitution. We've had to redo our declarations. We had to redo our flag and the whole bang shoot, because there was no other way to do it. And so I think that is something similar that has to be happening in the Middle East, where we're having these conflicts. However, a lot of people here who are still missing the old nationalist state. I think they're missing they're saying that, oh, our rights are not being adhered to, our rights are not being recognized. And all of us are saying it's not your right, it's your privilege that is no longer being withstood. Okay, and so what is happening, I think now that over in Israel, a lot of people are afraid that they're so deeply rooted in their nationalism, but they don't understand it's their privilege that they're afraid of losing. Because if you look at how You know, they when you speak to Israelis, a lot of them, and I make a clear distinction for myself that being Jewish in no way, shape, or form implies that you're Zionist, because we have very, very good Jewish people here with us, who are open-minded, who are free-thinking, and who are supporting democracy, and who are supporting no genocide kind of G-side kind of thing. But what we are saying is that if you're having to manipulate the media, you're having to manipulate facts, you're having to manipulate the reasons why you're doing a certain thing and why you won't implement a ceasefire, because you have your own socioeconomic, your own political agendas that has nothing to do with the Jewish people. We're against that, because if you really were for the people, then you would stop the G-side.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
you would.
honestly, I've made the point over and over again that the people who most strongly support the Zionist government are the greatest enemies to the Jewish people in the region. That
Yes.
in the long run, what will happen is if they continue on this current trajectory, then a complete collapse, South Africa style, will be the result. It'll become Palestine, and Israel will lose it. What you'll end up happening is a large flight out, like had in Algeria. And I don't want that, because I think that together they could build something more beautiful. I don't want one injustice to be replaced with another. But if on the current trajectory, if they keep this going, it'll take a lot longer. But in the long run, Palestine wins.
It has to fail, because humanity will suffice. Humanity will,
and numbers too. Just like the thing that made it harder to sustain apartheid in South Africa was that the black South Africans so greatly outnumbered the numbers there. And in the long run, because the Israeli population is not replacing itself, the immigration levels are so low relative to the emigration levels, and the birth rate is so low that their population won't grow. Meanwhile, the Palestinian population is going to keep growing, both inside the territories, inside Israel, and in the diaspora. So once they greatly outnumber, then the world turns on it the way that it turned on South Africa.
Yes.
And I think the way that plays out is just not going to be good for anybody.
Yes, it will not. I think that for now, the Palestinians are just saying, listen, we're just wanting the right to exist in our own land without it being annexed while we're living in it.
Yes.
Right? That's all we're asking. We are not anti-Jewish. We are not anti anything. We are just wanting to exist in peace. Right. And so, but a lot of the time, I think the Zios are pushing the rhetoric that, they are T's, they are this, they are that, and the world is not falling for it. Right. You are trying to, as the Z's, and just the other day, I was actually defending Jewish people against the Zios. I was saying, do you understand that you're giving these people an extremely bad rep by weaponizing their Torah, by weaponizing their Bible? You have no right. You have no right. These people have the right to exist, and they have the right to exist peacefully, as they have been doing before you came along with your ideologies. Right? You are pushing a T narrative and a religious narrative to carry out your political agendas, to carry out your apartheid agendas, to see that you are basically in control of everything, and no rights go to the Palestinians who were there when you entered. And so if you're wondering why there's an uprising, if you're wondering why the world is supporting them, it's because we can all see what is happening, and we don't agree with suppression. We don't agree with people's dignity being taken away. We don't agree with people's democracy being taken away, right? But this is as well where we find a lot of people here supporting Israel, because they remember what it was like, and they see what it is like now, and they feel that those people's rights are not going to be taken away the way ours were. I'm like, you were a minority group. You were a minority group that was benefiting off of the majority. We are just wanting the majority of people to actually benefit from the land. That is what democracy really is, when everybody benefits and not just a certain group. Right? And so we're saying, as much as you have the right to exist, and you do, as much as you have the right to life, and you do, as much as you have the right to democracy and all the rest of it, so do the Palestinians. That's all I'm saying. And that's all I not argue for and fight for, but yes, in fact, I do fight for. Because I'm like, no, you're playing the victim of the problems that you create. And that's extremely narcissistic.
In fact,
Okay?
this is what
This
bugs
is
me. Bugs me about people constantly pointing to like T groups or whatever. Like T actions have a political cause. People don't do it just because they want to randomly unalive people. There's something happening. And unless you deal with that issue, it does not matter how many militants you unalive, new ones will spring up to take their place. No movement like this has ever been eliminated without addressing the causes.
yeah.
But at the end of the day, the reason they make those arguments is not because they don't know that. It's because they don't care. Because
exactly.
the more that Palestinians are angry and the more of them turn to T to respond to that, the more it feeds their own narrative, because it plays on the generational trauma of Jewish people, and that allows the far right to keep manipulating Israelis, and it keeps them on this trajectory. So it's a dynamic that they consciously cultivate. The reason for the atrocities right now in the Strip is because it will create a whole new generation of militants, and that is in the interest of the Israeli right. It's a really toxic dynamic, but it's deliberate.
So many times when I say to somebody who, it's one thing to support Judaism, which I fully support as a Muslim myself. You have the right. But once you go into the realm of supporting Zism, I'm like, listen, you're like the flying monkey that supports the narcissist. You know, the only reason why you're there is to further their agenda. They don't really care about you. They just care that you support what they're wanting to get away with. And that's not okay with me. That's not okay with me, because once you get into the way of destroying synagogues and destroying churches, you know, if this was anything religious and you were standing on your right to practice your religion, your faith, and your culture, then why try to obliterate somebody else's? That doesn't make any kind of sense. So that's all I need to say.
It really doesn't, yeah. And that's the problem, is getting people to actually sit down and acknowledge that. The difficulty here, and you just see some of this in the chat here, is that people on either side of this will point to the extreme voices, because pointing to the extremes sustains their own refusal to do that growth and development and talking to people. But if we actually look for the moderate voices that do exist, and the people who actually preach coexistence, the people who say this isn't about your religion or your culture or your language or anything else, and say, like, fuck it, why don't we all get along? They exist. And if we focus on those voices, we have a chance to move forward. But the longer we point to the extreme voices, the more we feed a toxic dynamic that will play out for the next 500 years. It doesn't. This doesn't go anywhere good, and I've spent decades now pulling my hair out, begging people to say, can we please go a different direction from this? Because I'm going to tell you, as a historian, I know where this goes, and it's not good. Can we please go a different way?
Yes. But sir, thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for your knowledge. I'll be following you because I've learned so much. Thank you.
Thank you. No,
I
appreciate that. Now, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
No,
you.
I love everyone who pops into these things. I hear so many things I really enjoy from everybody.
Can I tell Dharma one thing before they leave? I don't know if she's about to leave, but I just wanted to tell you that surprisingly, Zionism, since its inception, has been very anti-Semitic as well. So, for example, when we look at Theodor Herzl, he wrote this article for Die Welt called Mauscheln. And in that article, he makes a differentiation between the Zionist Jewish people and the anti-Zionist Jewish people. and he makes a distinction by calling them Yudin and Yidin.
Yes.
Yudin are the Jewish people who support Zionism, and Yidin are the ones who don't support it.
Yes.
And the words that he uses for it, because Mauscheln in German is very, very negatively connotated. It means like swindler, it means cheat,
Wow.
it means manipulator. It's all the tropes that in the 1800s were also being used against Jewish communities, that they're manipulators, they're liars, they have loyalty to somebody else and all that stuff. So he wrote a whole article called Mauscheln on Die Welt, talking about how the Yidin were swindlers. And so not only that, but in his text, A Jewish State, he was also kept talking about how, like Jewish people aren't able to fully integrate or assimilate into European society, and anti-Semitism will also continue existing. And that's why they need to
But
create a Jewish
you see,
state.
that is exactly where, like in South Africa, the social conditioning of people of a certain group took place from a very, very early age on. And so if
Exactly.
you get told from childhood that you are right and you are the chosen and you are this and you are that, you grow up in that entitled nature, and so you go out into the world fighting for that entitlement, thinking that that is your right because you were born in that way, and everybody around you has every person ever around you has told you that, and so that is all that you believe. And so this is why it's so difficult to get through the barrier, the mental and emotional barrier of any person who thinks what they believe and who cannot concede to anybody else's way of thinking, which I think is a Z's way of existing at this point. And so people like yourself, Professor, myself, other people, we need to keep speaking. we need to keep the narrative going, never mind how thick it is, because somewhere along the line, those who are fence sitters will actually see, but wait, hold on, maybe I was wrong. It's not for everybody, but one person converted to the truth is better than none. So thank you so much, Professor, for your time. I will be following you. Thank you for your knowledge. Thank you for your time. And thank you for your blessings. Thank you so much.
And then on the topic of the last one, where there's problematic relations here, this is a neat way of looking at the complex relationship between Zionism as a movement and European Jewry that was not nationalist.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of factions there were like, well, we're the new Hebrews and we're the ones willing to fight, and they're the old Hebrews who won't fight back. If they want to walk like sheep to the slaughter, that's fine. The world is better off. I mean, there was some
Sir,
really
can
fucked
you please just
dynamics
show
there.
that again to the screen so that I can take a screenshot, please? Thank you so much. Oh, I couldn't. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just saw there's some going back and forth in the comments there. Like, Israel is literally an ethnocracy. It is by definition an apartheid state, and anybody denying that at that point is willfully ignorant. You're having to choose not to learn, because all that you mean by apartheid is that there are different laws based on your ethnicity. And that's just like, that shit's empirical at this point. I don't know, like, start with a classic on the topic here and look at how they actually construct the legal system in the state here. There are just countless works that talk about exactly the same dynamic here. You can reject it because you think it's a dirty word and it hurts your feelings, but at the end of the day, fuck your feelings if you don't like it. I mean, the problem is, the ideology exists and it is problematic, and we have to change that. And as long as we run from that, we can't get anywhere. I'm not the best person to help you, like, I don't know, ease into that, but we do need to do it. You do need to have this conversation. I mean, its legal system is deeply, deeply problematic, you know. Sorry if you in the chat want to say Israel's not an apartheid state. Sorry, I teach this shit for a living. It's literally an apartheid state. You can't deny that.
Covey, you're the last person.
Oh, Athena.
Oh, Athena.
Yeah, hi. Thank you. I just wanted to say to the person saying there are Arab judges in Israel, that's like saying America had a black president, therefore there is no racism anymore. But also, the Palestinian Israeli politicians in the Knesset routinely talk about like Israeli occupation. There are multiple videos of them actively. There was one, I think his name is Ayman Ode, if I'm not mistaken. He actively always talks about how Palestinian resistance is a reaction, and that's a law of nature, that there's always going to be a cause and reaction. So the people that you like to tokenize actively also talk out against their own oppression, because you have to understand that the Palestinian Israelis are also actively oppressed within Israel proper. They will always speak up for their oppression, but also for the oppression of the Palestinians in other in the occupied territory. So don't tokenize them if you also don't want to listen to what they have to say.
Good one on the Knesset too, because they expelled people from the Knesset for not respecting Zionism. They have expelled people from the Knesset for attending the funerals of Palestinians who were unalived by the military. It's like, you can't say that they're equally respected citizens when you demand that they accept Jewish ethnic supremacy in the state, or they cannot participate at all. That's asking people to say, yes, you can participate as long as you agree to be a second-class servile citizen. That's just not, that's bullshit. That's literally apartheid. You know, it's not even just tokenism. You're literally, like, in bringing up the Knesset as an example here, you're literally showing how it is not even possibly an equal society. When everyone's just like, this is the only democracy in the Middle East, they don't know how this state is structured.
Yeah. My question was specifically about, so I know that Ben Gurion opposed the absorbing of the West Bank into Israel, but the only reason he kind of slightly opposed it is not because he didn't want to not expand the land, but because he wanted the Jewish demographic to still continue being the majority. Because if the West Bank was absorbed, then the Jewish population wouldn't be the overwhelming majority, because they would be about almost the same. And that is the reasoning behind his opposition of absorbing the West Bank, because they didn't know what to do with the Palestinians. I do know, though, that there were
maximalist when he believed he could expel the population.
Yeah, exactly.
But the political circumstances had changed so much that still, I mean, quite a few people were expelled in 67, but not on the same scale as in 47, 48. And he recognized that that wasn't possible anymore, and that's the only reason he gave up the territorial maximalism. It's about maintaining an ethnocracy. That's the reason they supported it, and that's ultimately the key reason why I hate the two-state solution. Because the two-state solution leaves intact an ethnocracy that is still going to shit all over its own minorities. And that has to change. It does. I mean, the Palestinians being free in the territories doesn't solve the problem for me. It leaves a very problematic political entity in the area.
So the question that I had was, I know that a couple of politicians actually were in favor of taking over the West Bank, even though he was kind of preventing that from fully being realized. Can you?
Ben Gurion was out of government before 67.
No, I know, but I'm saying prior to him leaving government, there were people who were actively trying to advocate for the absorption of the West Bank. I read that in one of the books I was reading.
Yeah, that started long before the war. Yeah.
Yeah,
he participated in some of those plans before, but just changed his mind later.
Yeah, can you talk about that part a bit, like the politicians who were for, or the ideology that was for the absorption? Because I was having a discussion with somebody who was telling me that Israel had absolutely no plans on absorbing the West Bank prior to the 6 Day War, and that's just absolutely not true. I know that there were a lot of talks about it being absorbed. There was an attempt at expansion, like expansionist politics were quite popular. So but the only issue is I didn't know like which specific politicians or which specific part of the ideology needed or wanted to do that. Could you please talk
It's
more about that, please?
okay. So I can't list a bunch of politicians for you because it's a huge part of the establishment. It's not it's honestly in many ways a majority. So it's difficult to do. There are four key points, like, periods, when I can point briefly to the way this works. So the way that the 47-48 war worked out, I mean, it lasted a year. It's in many ways the most complicated war the Israelis fought. They were still the most powerful side in it, but it was a lot harder fight for them. The key there is they were starting to, the number of atrocities taking place in it were actually getting a lot of bad press. The US press, the European press, they were talking about it. You can actually look up these press reports. We were a lot more honest about this shit earlier on. And they were worried about losing legitimacy and not being able to become a UN member and having problems there. In fact, for Israel to become a UN member, they literally pledged as a condition of membership to allow the Palestinians to return, and then immediately welched on that. So they realistically should have been thrown out of the UN because they literally lied to get in. But they were worried about losing international legitimacy, so Ben Gurion agreed to stop the war and not conquer the rest. And that pissed people off. The right, like the revisionist movement, Menachem Begin's faction, the inheritors of Jabotinsky's start, they were pissed. They're like, fuck it, we wanted all of it now. Why did you stop? Like, we were winning. But it was a matter of like saying, okay, this is what we can get away with now. The key beyond that here is, okay, so in the lead up to like 56 and afterwards, there were actually pushes. Ben Gurion tried to launch wars, to actually launch a war of conquest beforehand, and actually tried to get it through cabinet, like tried to get, can we just on our own conquer these territories? And it was refused. Like, the cabinet was worried about the consequences. They did end up getting involved in the Suez Crisis, where they hooked up with Britain and France in an imperialist attempt to retake the canal. The reason for that was that in exchange for Israeli help in them retaking the canal, Britain and France would have looked the other way while they took more territory. And this is why the 56 Suez Crisis doesn't just involve them going into the Sinai. They went into the Gaza Strip first and committed atrocities against civilians there. I mean, the goal was always to drive Palestinians out and take more territory. In the 56 war, there was literally an attempt to get wider support for that, and they would have aimed for that territory in the south, and if that had worked out... Oh, hold on, it's doing a verify thing again. Okay. Verification complete. In the process of that, they had there was an argument about if that had worked, if the
I have a
Suez
question.
Crisis.
As a Dutch person,
Hold on, we're still.
are you worried that Russia might invade the
Um,
European Union or no? No?
What are they? What is
I don't know if he knows he's on.
There's always a chance.
talking to somebody else?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's an interesting question. Nothing to do with what we were talking about. So if the Suez Crisis had worked out and had Britain and France held the canal at that point, part of their tacit agreement was to allow them to then take the West Bank. So it was worked out there. Now, for 67, the third place I'll point to, that was a war of choice. Everyone told them that it didn't have to happen, that the Arab states weren't trying for war, that there was no actual threat, certainly not an existential threat. There was literally no threat to Israel at that point. But they chose to use the angry rhetoric and the posturing and the brinksmanship with the Straits of Tiran and all that bullshit as a way to seize the territories. In the internal planning documents, so in government, the choice was made by the Israeli government to go into that war specifically to take the territories. Not because they felt threatened by Syria and Egypt or whatever, but because the war was an opportunity to finish what they didn't start in 48. That's not me. That's what they fucking said. So when people say, nuh-uh, they're literally contradicting their own fucking politicians. And when the West Bank was taken in the 67 war, Levi Eshkol said at the time, right away, we will never leave. This is sovereign Israeli territory. Because that was the point of the war. It was a war of choice. The U.S. government told them, all of our intelligence, everything says, you can't possibly lose, that you're not threatened here, don't do this. And they did it anyway, because the goal was the territories, not the fight against the Arab states. It was always to get that territory again. And after that, that continued. So bringing Menachem Begin into this, the reason for the 82 Lebanon incursion was to annex the West Bank. Because if the PLO could be driven out entirely and there was no one to organize the Palestinians and the Arab states still had no effective way to resist, he thought that they could get away with expelling more of that population and formally annexing the territory. But that could only happen if Palestinians lost any hope of organizing politically and fighting back. The goal was always to take that territory. And realistically, too, there's a reason they held the area from the Litani River down for 18 years, because according to the Israeli right, the Litani River is the natural border. So they wanted to seize a chunk of Lebanon too. That was also part of it. We tend, in hindsight, to forget that that's why they stayed. It was an inch away from becoming another West Bank and under permanent control. Honestly, Hezbollah is one of the main reasons that didn't work out, because it proved to be a harder fight holding that territory. But they intended to hold that territory indefinitely. But the reason for the war, and this is not a conspiracy theory, it's not my analysis, it's literally what Begin's government said, because they have documents and we can read them. They were trying to annex the West Bank. So that's 4 different times I can point to here where it's very clearly stated, this is our goal, we want it, and they're pissed that they didn't pull it off. It was never not the case. And the problem with that is when you aim at Palestine as the territory for your national identity, the West Bank is the biblical heartland. Hey, little heart. Most of where Israel is, along the coast or whatever, those were separate Canaanite states. They weren't actually part of Israel or Judah. They weren't. They don't have the same emotional resonance. Tons of the important biblical sites are all in the West Bank. So you kind of need that to finish the set, so to speak. It's like without it, you failed in a sense. So it was part of both the Zionist left and right from the start. Now, people always fought against it. I want to make clear, Zionism is always a big tent. There were always people who did not have this ideal. But there were people from the start with this idea, and that never went away. It's not a recent phenomenon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I also wanted to talk about, I think it was Gamal Abdel Nasser's brickmanship attempts, which is kind of like, because somebody in the comments said that there were troops mobilized in the Sinai. It's because of his brickmanship strategy, and not necessarily because he actually wanted to attack. If I'm not mistaken, prior to that, he had done that.
He was trying to score political points. He wasn't actually aiming for war. Yeah.
And he tried that before already, but the then UN secretary or general, I think, general secretary, told him to move his. His name was Dam something. I forgot his name. Damn, but he told him to remove the troops, and he did remove the troops immediately as well. So this wasn't the first time that troops were mobilized in the Sinai.
Everyone loves to forget that the straits were closed before too.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
this is one of the things when Israel said, "But he closed the Straits of Tiran, that's an act of war." He said, "Yeah, but he did that before, and we talked about it, and he took it down." It's a matter of like beating his chest. He's angry because you have you never actually resolved the 1948 war. There's an unresolved situation here. People are angry. They're going to beat their chests every now and then. You can solve that by talking, but the Israelis saw an opportunity to use that, and that's what they did in 67. And the key there is, while Ben Gurion had finally gotten cold feet on the idea, Levi Eshkol had not. Like, there were people who still thought that this was the best route to go and taking that turn. And once they got it, there's no way to get rid of it. That was honestly one of the calculations Ben Gurion made, was that if they moved in, there was no way they were ever going to get rid of it. And if they couldn't get rid of the Palestinians, then you end up with a long-term problem. Doesn't make Ben Gurion an angel, but he finally figured out one thing that ruined his sort of vision. But it's largely because he was still committed to that ethno-state. So it's ultimately like the ideology that's a problem. But
yeah,
that was just like 4 right away. There's just so many places you can point to where they've been talking about this all the time. And the brinksmanship stuff, I mean, yeah, that happens all the fucking time. Moving the troops in too, some of that was actually incompetence. He told his troops to take defensive positions closer to the canal, and they established forward positions because some of the generals were spoiling for a fight that Nasser knew he would lose. But some of the generals did not know that. They thought, "Oh, we've got new weapons. Yeah, we can do this." There was no way the Egyptian military could have won, and everyone knew that. I mean, hell, the Israeli government the U.S. government predicted it perfectly. The U.S. government, in its discussions, and again, we have all this saved, we have all the discussions with Johnson and everything else. All this is recorded. They told the Israelis, if a war breaks out, you will win in between 5 and 7 days. It's perfect. It was over in 6. I mean, we knew the advantages. Everyone knew this. And Nasser knew too. But his chest beating, he went too far because of a few like bits of incompetence in his own government. His own generals defying his orders and moving in. He sent a representative to the Soviets saying, "Will you back us like you did in 56?" And the Soviets said, "Hell no!" And when that guy came back to Nasser, he said, "Oh yeah, they got our back, bro." Like, they just lied to him. Like, there's so many like mistakes along the way that they just stumbled into, but Israel took advantage of that, and it didn't need to. And the U.S. government told them, "You don't need to do this," and they said, "We want to."
Yeah. So the first time that Nasser did that was in 1960, and I just found the name of the UN Secretary General during that time. His name was Dag Hammarskjöld. And he was the person who demanded like the immediate withdrawal of those Egyptian forces from the Sinai, and Gamal Abdel Nasser did actually do that. So he had hoped that if he deployed people again, that it would happen, he would just be asked to remove the troops. But the new UN Secretary General just removed the UN forces from that region instead of actually demanding him to remove his forces. But I wanted to ask one thing. So a lot of people
were actually, I mean, when it finally came to when the Israelis finally pulled the trigger on this, like, because it was debated. They fought over the timing for all of it, right? But where they finally had to do it was when Nasser sent Sadat to the U.S. to actually get the U.S. to step in as a broker and work out like a compromise, because they wanted a political victory without actually fighting. And the Israelis struck largely because they did not want that to happen. They wanted to make sure that they could do this while they still could, while it still looked like, while they could still sell to the world that they were actually threatened. So it's, I mean, the fact that he is constantly trying to maneuver politically, that's well established. that people still want dishonestly to say that Egypt was somehow a threat. I mean, it's astonishing anybody takes that seriously anymore.
Another thing I wanted to ask is with regards to the mentality. So I've been watching a lot of interviews and reading a lot of articles on the fringe Israeli left that are actually advocating for the Palestinian struggle, because it's not many of them. Like even when people talk about leftist politicians or leftist parties in Israel, even they do not support Palestinian self-determination. So it's not a left or right politics when the Israeli government as a whole doesn't support the Palestinian self-determination. And a lot of these leftists, like these fringe leftist circles that they're usually on the younger side, they're in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and they actively, like in all the interviews that I have seen with them, these were either people who were defectors because they refused to serve in the IDF for moral reasons and not for religious reasons or mental health issues, but because they didn't want to contribute to the unaliving of Palestinians. And a commonality that I found between all of those different groups of people is that they felt so alone in a nation that was very militaristic, and that they sometimes even felt a bit scared to speak out against the fascistic government, because they felt like they weren't, that it's not a lot of them, it's not the majority, or it's not a substantial or significant amount of the population that thinks the way that they do, because they also advocate for Palestinian people. And my question is, if those Israelis who are sympathetic towards Palestinians, a lot of them actually were in the October 7 attacks as well, in a lot of the kibbutzim, a lot of the people who were unalive during October the 7th were actually very sympathetic to the Palestinian struggle and were actively trying to help Palestinians as well. So what hope do we have for a one-state solution if so a significant amount of the population doesn't even is not pro-Palestinian self-determination?
It's hard. There's no, I have no good answers for you there. And I've said this before in these kind of lives. I'll point out that 20, 25 years ago in this, I was a lot more optimistic than I am now.
Mm-hmm.
Over the last decade, my optimism about actual change inside Israel has steadily deteriorated. That doesn't mean it can't change. It can't turn back around. But the problem here is that the structural factors actually favor a continued drift into the far right. Mm-hmm. And on this issue here, it's not really a matter of like left versus right per se, and like especially when we bring up like economic and political terms on this, it's more a matter of Zionist versus post-Zionist, because that's what you're really talking about when you're looking at people who are willing to say, hey, Palestinians have a right to be here too. Because to do that, you're kind of challenging a core element of Zionism, at least as it is understood. Zionism could be reconceived again, but as it is understood by most Israelis, you can't really treat the Palestinians as equals, on the same land. It's very problematic. Mm. So a lot of these people, it's not a left or right issue. It's a matter of like post-Zionist versus Zionist. And a lot of people, this is why a lot of younger Israelis are emigrating. Like they're leaving in droves because they don't see any hope for a real future, and what they want is an ordinary country. They want a regular country where they can feel safe and not have to worry about this shit and not feel like they're the bad guy and this, that, and the other thing. And they don't think that it's ever going to go in that direction. So it's honestly sad. A number of my friends in the country who were actually committed activists fighting for like dignity for Palestinians, they've left. I've been watching them leave over the last 15 years and settle in other countries. Like they're in places like Australia now. They're just like, they gave up. because it's getting so hard to do. But it's not even just necessarily terribly young people. So there are Israelis who do actually want to change things. I mean, look at the subtitle to this book, right? I mean, this is somebody who does give a shit about making this better, right? There are Israelis, and not necessarily just kids, who want better, but they're massively outnumbered. And the problem for that isn't just the political culture, it's that everything about the situation, maintaining the violent occupation here, the way this is structured, people will fight back. And when they fight back, that lets you play into Jewish generational trauma and fear, and that pushes people farther to the right. So over time, the moderate voices are drowned out, and the people standing up saying, hi, why can't we be friends with the Palestinians? Someone just says, look at that cafe over there. My friend died there. That's why we can't be friends. That's why the governments push the Palestinians to do this. It's to their advantage to get people willing to do horrifying shit like the H group does. Because then people will do that for them. They'll point to those events, and that will push the entire political culture more and more toward a reactionary neo-fascism. This is deliberate. The Israeli right has thought about how to do this in the same way that the American right has thought about how to do this. Like Trump didn't come out of nowhere. These things have built up because there is a goal, and they have a way to get there. And everything about all these years of occupation has allowed them to build a condition that will make it harder and harder and harder for those leftist, moderate, post-Zionist, whatever voices you want to use. It's harder for them to be heard. Because whenever they stand up and say, hi, can we have solidarity with Palestinians? Someone says, no, because, and they have a story about someone they know that was hurt or unalived.
Yeah. I think that kind of reminds me of when ISIS was or IS was a huge thing. There were a lot of Europeans who were either Arab Europeans or Muslim Europeans who went and were recruited by ISIS. But what people in Europe kind of were failing to realize was the othering that people face in Europe is what makes them more susceptible to radicalization. And so the more they were othered, with how Islamophobic and Arab-phobic Europe is, it made them more susceptible, because a lot of the people who even went were second, third generation citizens. They were people who were mixed, who were probably
people like Hugh Wilders and God, the Pegida and all these other assholes. Yes.
And AfD, yeah, exactly.
They're feeding the problem. They're actually radicalizing more people. They're creating more T group recruits.
But that's beneficial for them, because after a lot of people were radicalized and left to go to Syria or Iraq, that was then in return used by these groups, these far right groups, to say, see, we've always told you the Arabs and the Muslims can't be trusted, even if they're second, third generation citizens. They can never assimilate or integrate into our societies because they still end up betraying us and blah, 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 blah. So that same tactic that you're talking about with the Israeli government is also actively used by European far-right politics.
Yeah, and you saw the same thing with the first generation in Israel. A lot of the Israeli Arabs said, let's give this a shot. They said they're going to give us citizenship. Let's give it a shot. Let's get involved. Let's create political parties. Let's talk about it. Mm-hmm. And they were shafted for decades. I mean, there've always been opportunities to make things better, but instead the goal here is, if you can make things worse and back people into a corner, they will act in the way that you want them to act, which will help your cause. And that's the problem with it here. And it's something that the Israelis do. It's something that far-right politicians in the US do, in Europe do, in Australia do. It's quite intentional. I mean, it's the way that, look at the anti-immigrant rhetoric in the U.S. It's intended to make people feel uncomfortable and lash out. Or look at a lot of the continuing prejudice. Okay, so people think that the civil rights struggle fixed everything. The black-white wealth gap in the U.S. is more than doubled since the 1960s. The situation is worse in socioeconomic terms. And when people get angry and say, hi, we're being left out of your American dream, this is fucked up, then people shit on them for it. And then what do? If somebody burns down a police station, then, oh, look, you see, you can't trust these people. Like, well, maybe you shouldn't have been oppressing the fuck out of them. It's the same thing everywhere. And it's done deliberately. If you can keep minorities in the U.S. in a state of insecurity and they lash out, then it justifies the security state, it justifies the racism, and no one has to change. The Israelis learned that from us. There's nothing new about this dynamic. They literally learned it from us, right? It's a long-term process, and the thing about it is once it gets going, it's very difficult to break that cycle.
I think when I see I'm a black woman, so when I see the dynamics, first of all, it's very, very surreal to see another group of people like Palestinians being actively dehumanized mid-conversation when I'm in the middle of it. Because it's usually in the conversation that I'm in, I'm the one being dehumanized. So it's very, very interesting to and very infuriating to see Palestinians being dehumanized. But I've noticed that dynamics that Palestinians have with Israelis are the same dynamics that I, as a black woman, have with white people. It's the oppression, the gaslighting, the appropriation of Palestinian culture as well, and trying to just completely steal and occupy everything that is Palestinian and relabel it to make it seem as if it's Israeli. So the dynamic is very, very similar to the dynamic that Black people have with white people, especially bigoted like white people or whiteness in general. It's that dynamic that we have. So it's very interesting. But my point is, because of these existing dynamics, in my opinion, I feel like an end like apartheid in South Africa is inevitable, because Israeli population is not able to actually come to the conclusion that they need to have peace with Palestinians. The people who are advocating for peace are being silenced or not listened to, as you mentioned. And economic sanctions might actually end up helping, or pressure from the outside world might end up helping. And my question is, what do you think about what the Yemenis are doing by enforcing economic sanctions by force, so to say?
Yeah, I have to say, and the NSA loves me when I do shit like this, you know. But I have to say, I'm quite happy with what they did. I was skeptical that it would work so quickly, that it would have an effect, because it's a relatively small amount of traffic, but the Brits turned around on it almost immediately because a British corporation was being affected. And then the US finally started allowing more kind of like aid in and started backing off just slightly. But the problem here is that, again, in the US, we have a very distinct problem with our relation to Israel, and that is Christian Zionists and their political power in this country. It's a lot harder to shift us on purely economic terms. And this is where I often differ with people. Honestly, gosh, it seems like this has gone on forever now. But a point that Chip raised earlier in the night was that people at the end of the day will often choose like the bread and butter kitchen table type issues, but honestly, a lot of people don't. A lot of people choose cultural issues over their own self-worth, their own like advantage. They will literally vote themselves into poverty if it hurts somebody else that they've been told to dislike. That kind of knee-jerk tribalism and the cultural biases, the prejudices that are so deeply rooted, are really hard to deal with politically. And a lot of Americans have a long history of voting against their economic interests, specifically to fuck some other disadvantaged population. And I think that's the problem we have with actually getting the U.S. behind any real change here. I think that and especially too, if you're talking about any kind of traffic out of that region, the U.S. doesn't really need Middle East oil. You know, it's largely Europe and Japan that are dependent upon it, not us. So it takes a little bit more to push us. It might take a little longer, but the fact that it's already hurting in Europe, please keep it up. You know, I mean, hi, my NSA overlords. Hello. Yes, I said that. But I don't mind what's going on there, and I think it actually can do something. Somebody just called me lame. I love that. Yes, Liam is in the United States. You know,
Mhm.
and the FBI love.
Yeah, and last question, because you need to before you take a break and end the live. You said you like lives because it helps you relax before bed, but it doesn't help you relax if you skip the bed part.
Well, yeah, but usually, I mean, so I started this, and I think part of it was I really just didn't want to wind down without talking about something else, because this genuinely hurts if I think about it. You know, if I'm not distracted by it, because to get in to get to those nodes, I mean, they had to dig in, you know, around, like, I mean, they had to scratch my carotid artery to reach it because of where they are. So I'm sore. and there is also the whole, like, it's likely to be nothing, but there is also the shit, what if there is something bad there? You know, I mean, so at least it's, you know, on most of the days leading up to this, I didn't think about it. No big deal, you know, like, you know, what will be, no big deal. But on the actual day they did it, I was inevitably going to think about it more. And it's nice to not have to do that. So this is good therapy. That's for me.
Yeah.
And tomorrow I'll just get up and I'll go about my work and I won't think about it at all again. So it'll be fine. But it was a nice way of distracting me from thinking about my own mortality.
No, you're okay. It's gonna be okay.
Oh yeah,
It's
I'm
gonna
sure.
be okay.
Given my range of weird allergies and issues there, I'm assuming the lymph nodes are inflamed just because I'm fucking weird. You know, I don't think it's cancerous, but when they stay consistently at that size for months, they have to do a test like this, because it very well could be. It's clearly not an infection. So it's either something consistently fucked up in me, or it is something like that, and they have to eliminate it. I think it's just my fucked up allergies causing that shit, but you got to find
Fingers
out.
crossed. Fingers crossed.
Oh, it's a
When is the operation?
oh well,
When the
there
procedure?
was they dug in here today or yesterday,
Oh,
whatever.
was it a biopsy then?
Yeah, they did a biopsy.
Oh, yeah.
So so I have to wait a week for the results, but the biopsy's done.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. My mother had that done, so it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Yeah. I'll be
I'm sure.
asking you in a week about the results.
But at least, you know, the fact that I can feel it reminds me of it, and that can bring the worry up. And if I'm not thinking about it, you know, normally I'm distracted by everything else. I'm not going to worry about this shit, because it is what it is. But the fact that I can feel it, this has been a nice distraction from that, and, you know, I don't have to worry about it then. So
Okay.
hopefully they'll go to sleep. So
Okay. So okay. The last thing I wanted to ask was, what do you say about people who say, "Oh, Martin Luther King Jr. was a Zionist," and like to tokenize him, even though he was alive. So when he was alive, I was talking about how the apartheid regime didn't exist yet. It was ethnic cleansing and genocide that preceded
it
it. Oh,
it
okay.
all did.
Hmm.
He wasn't aware of it. That's a whole different issue. Because technically, what happened in 47 and 48 already fits the G definition. And there's already a massive amount of ethnic cleansing. And the ethnocratic elements of the state were there from the word go.
Hmm.
But we didn't talk about it. Like, it wasn't well known.
Hmm.
So, we on the one hand, you can give him a little bit of a pass from ignorance, but the other half of it is, he is also a sincere Baptist Christian, so there's there's a theological aspect of there too. So, I guess my point on that, if people bring it up, is like, so what? Like, first off, he's dead. Let's talk about what's going on now. Like, it goes back to like relitigating the past, and to bring something like that up, all you're trying to do is bash a dead civil rights figure. So it doesn't mean that Zionism in its current form is somehow a good thing because this civil rights figure had a flawed view of it. It just means he had a flawed view of it for whatever reason, and that's either ignorance or Christian Zionism. I wouldn't know enough to say. I think either are plausible, but
I think it
doesn't matter.
Definitely more
ignorance.
No, not ignorance. It's actually very intentional. Because I believe there's I'll just call her a propagandist. I'm not quite sure what her title is, but somebody called Ruth Wise has come out several times and said that I guess brand Israel is very concerned about African Americans and them siding with Palestine. So how do you make the idea of Zionism, and more specifically, Israel doing what it's doing now, more palatable to the black community? Oh, you take somebody who's held in high regard and say, oh no, he supported us as well. But I believe his daughter. Sorry.
Yeah, their use of it. Their use of it is yeah, for sure.
But no, the ignorance part was on his part and not on the people who weaponized him.
Right. He's being weaponized, in a very disingenuous way. Why he had the position he did on Israel, I don't know. But I think either of them are possible, or some combination.
Yeah, to the people asking if you really believe that, there was a disturbing article right after October the 7th that was written by an Israeli woman. I forgot which, I think was it Haaretz or the Times of Israel, where she said, dear black people, or dear BLM, we Israelis can't breathe too, is what it was called. The name of the
definitely
title of the article.
Dear BLM, yes.
Dear BLM, we Israelis can't breathe too.
I saw that.
And she was sitting there talking about like why BLM isn't supporting Israel. And it was just very, very, very interesting how they're trying to tokenize black people.
Maybe aligning with the police states is a bad idea. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Maybe aligning with ethnocracies is a bad idea. I don't know.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And also some things that are implemented by the police state that have roots in, I think, Mossad training, if I'm not mistaken, things like the no-knock policy and
oh my God! Here the Israelis have been training American police forces. Yeah. Holy shit! And so here's the thing that bugs me the most. Okay, so this is a fun piece of trivia for y'all. Like, I reclaimed my father's family's original name when the Irish side of my family got here. Tons of anti-Irish discrimination. They couldn't get jobs, so they changed O'Mara to the German name Mar. Right? They just picked a German name. No German ancestry. They just picked it because, hey, everybody likes the Germans. So yeah, and I thought that was kind of unjust when I was younger. I was like, oh, that's kind of fucked up. But how hard is it to change your name? Oh fuck, I'm not going to do that. That's a pain in the ass. What got me to do it was the dozenth time being detained and strip searched in Israel. Because as soon as they see me where they don't think I should be, and they ask to see my passport, and they see Mar on there, that's actually Maher in Arabic. And the first thing I get is like, what are your siblings' names? What are your parents' names? What are you doing in Israel? Why are you talking to Arabs? And boom, suddenly I get scooped up into all that same and so it's the racial profiling shit. They are really good at racial profiling shit, and they've been teaching Americans to make that shit worse. And it was bad enough already. It was definitely bad enough already. But they're really good at it. Like there's a science to it there too, and the way the records build up. So like the very first time I arrived in country is the only time I was not detained at airports. There's a record. They know who I am, and I get picked up, and boom, there you go. The way that works for Palestinians, the way that they spy on people, the way that the records build up, I mean, it is atrocious, and it pisses me off that so many tech companies here collaborate in that too. But yeah, we have been importing a lot of Israeli consultants to make American policing much fucking worse. So yeah, you want to know why a lot of African Americans have a problem with this? It's affecting them. This is a much deeper problem. So yeah, people trying to bring up King, please. I mean, it's just don't waste any time on that shit. Don't even bother arguing against people like that. This is the best solution there. Like, please, bitch,
Well,
please.
his daughter
Move
has come out multiple times and said,
on. It's
essentially, keep my dad's name out your mouth, and that does that.
There you go.
So,
Leave that to the family. The family will defend them. Leave that to his family. But as far as anybody else bringing this up in a live and a debate and chats or whatever, just bitch, please. Just be
It
done with it.
was
Go on to the next thing.
Yeah, it was Amy Schumer who had reposted like him being a Zionist, and Bernice King responded to her telling her that had her father been alive to see like the apartheid regime, he would have been completely against it because he was completely against the apartheid regime in South Africa. So Bernice King actually talked about that. It's genuinely disgusting. But thank you very much for your responses. I think those were my questions, and there are some people in the comments who are very, very, very weird.
yeah, no, we've had a
Bigots,
little bit of that today. People seem to be, I don't know, maybe
bigots.
Christmas has given a lot of people a lot of time on their hands. But anyway, we got through it.
Hmm.
But
The
yeah, no,
thing you
Liam,
really
thank you
bring
so
up the
much.
nine. What is the Arabs have 99? What the hell?
He said the Arabs have 99% of the land. Can't Israelis just have this one strip of land? The poor
It's
Israelis.
it's like saying, I don't know, why can't somebody invade Portugal when the Portuguese can move to Italy?
No, literally.
Because, like, Moroccan, Egyptian, and Palestinian Arabic are not the same fucking language. I actually dislike the fact that we call Arabic a language and not a subfamily. I mean, it's kind of like the Romance language families. We don't do
Mm-hmm.
it only because there's a standard form, like an artificial constructed media form. But that's a modern artificial constructed media form based on
Mm-hmm.
classical Arabic. What people speak on the streets, they're descendants of classical Arabic, and most of them are mutually intelligible to varying degrees. It's nonsensical. They're not the same fucking people. Hi, look at that.
I mean, there like so many countries in Europe already are um, taken over by all the people who speak like the Romance languages. So why can't Spain just have that little tiny strip of land that is Portugal? I mean,
Why not?
why
Yeah,
not? Like, let's
move
just
to
get rid of the.
right.
Exactly. Like anybody who's been to Portugal, you know that it's like a very tiny, tiny country. So let the Spanish just like take them. Like it's perfectly fine. Like just
Populate.
drive the Portuguese out.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
plenty of
exactly.
people who will take them.
Let's do that. Let's do that with any tiny strip of land. Let's do that with Luxembourg. Let's do that with Liechtenstein. Like, let's just drive all the people out.
Hey,
Mm.
it's not an injustice if it's a small injustice, right? What
Exactly.
what if it's only a little G side? Can we have a
Ex-
little bit of G side?
exactly. Exactly.
Again, bitch, please. Like it's like you want to go back and say like, okay, Srebrenica was no big deal because hey, the Yazis were much worse.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, yeah, clearly the Yazis were worse, but was that good? No. It's like I don't understand where people get this kind of reasoning. It's just, yeah. Can I have just a
Just a
little?
little bit of ethno state. Exactly.
Just a
Just
little,
a little
just a
tiny
little bit.
bit. Like,
Yeah.
just a
I
little
think
tiny
this
bit of
is
Can I
ethno
just have like a little bit of
nationalism.
Jim Crow?
Just a teeny. Can
Just
we
a
can we please have like ethno nationalism
no,
diet? Like just a little one.
no, you can't because it's all fucked.
Well, I
I
think
just
partly this is what we were talking about earlier on with regards to the strong control nationalism has on some people's heads, I guess, and their inability to be able to extract themselves from it. Um, and only see their identity, I guess, through that lens. So
Who just thought I was advocating for ethno-states?
And they
I
said
don't.
Spain was an
oh,
ethno state.
Well,
I
it's
think
like
they entirely missed the
it is
sarcasm and all of that.
it is a nation state that is built around a particular group of people. So yeah, obviously it is. But I don't like any ethno states. The problem is people. It's like kicking people out of their homes to take their land is the problem, and saying that people who speak a related language are close enough, just go live with them. That has nothing to do with like. I don't think any of the countries of Europe deserve to exist. You know, people are like, "Well, you think the U.S.? What about the U.S.?" I'm like, yeah, the U.S. doesn't deserve to exist either. Sorry, I'm an anarchist. What do you want from me? I think nation states are fucking stupid. I think humans deserve to do better. I mean, they all exist. We're kind of stuck with them now, but they're all terrible. There are no good countries. They're all fucked up in various ways. Am I criticizing Israel right now? Sure. You want me to criticize Iran? I'll do that. You want me to criticize China? I'll do that. You want me to criticize the US? I'll do that. I can talk about any of them. They're all fucked up. So this is not a specific thing, and I'm not going to defend any of them. They are all problematic. Please never think that.
I hate the organization UN Watch that implies that United Nations is anti-Semitic because it has applied more sanctions on Israel than it has applied sanctions on Iran or Russia. And they always bring that up. They're like, why doesn't the UN criticize all these other bad countries more than it criticizes Israel? And I'm like, they're criticizing all of them. And like, they were credible enough when you were taking the United Nations partition plan of 1947, but now all of a sudden they're not credible anymore. Like,
And it was fun.
It's a joke.
I to them to get in the door too. That's okay. But like the thing is, Israel has been censured by the General Assembly, but there have been zero sanctions.
Oh, true, yeah, sanctions, yeah.
Literally has had UN sanctions from the Security Council. So that's a lie right away. The General Assembly has voted plenty of times, to criticize Israel, but that's toothless. That's just people saying, "Hi, this is fucked up," but it doesn't do anything. So that's just playing the victim. But here's the problem again. I really want to remind people, if you want to make this better and not just keep feeding the cycle, when we feed into an existing generational trauma and an existing victimhood cycle, you just perpetuate it. You give them a way to fight back. You give them a way to counter your arguments. We fall into these traps over and over and over again. Don't bother countering shit like this. Don't engage in crap like that. That when people are trying to play these things, they're doing it because of the way that they kind of felt that, that they were attacked. It means that we have to find a different rhetorical strategy. Because whenever you bring things up in a way that they can spin it around and make themselves the victim, and that's not like, it's not an intentional thing for most people. It's a very unconscious thing because it's rooted in their sense of self. It's just going to happen. So finding a way around that is one of the tricks here. And if we can find ways to do better at that, we'll be in a lot better shape making our cases here. The more we fall into these rhetorical traps, you're basically handing ammunition to the Israelis. And
yeah, there was a whole video of Netanyahu from 2 years ago, basically saying that the ICC was anti-Semitic because they wanted to investigate Israel for war crimes. And he was like, what he said was, it is anti-Semitic to investigate a Jewish state for war crimes, even though international law surrounding war crimes was created after Jewish people were unalived. And so he said that himself, that it's was created for Jewish people, but now it's being used against a Jewish state, and therefore it's anti-Semitic. So it's very, very disturbing.
Can I have a few war crimes? Am I not entitled to a few? People do this too. They literally like, well, Jews were persecuted for so long, they deserve to lash out. I'm like, no. I mean, did your mother teach you 2 wrongs don't make a right? This is like kindergarten logic. When person A did something fucked up to you, the way to approach that is to not do it to somebody else so that the cycle can be broken and we can all be better. But when you lash back out in exactly the same way, you tell people that it's okay to act that way and you don't actually have a problem. Oh, I got kissed. How cute is that? You don't actually have a problem with the principle. The problem here with the ethnic construction of Zionism, with the ethnocratic construction. And again, I want to be clear, there are other ways of conceiving Zionism. The problem with the ethnocratic construction of Zionism is that it literally replicates the same core logic that drove the Yazis. It doesn't make them,
I think
equivalent.
it's very.
It's not a kind of false equivalence. It's literally, there's an ethno-national movement that persecutes minorities. Here's an ethno-national movement that persecutes minorities. It's what drives it. The psychological dynamic is the same. That's a problem, because what it tells you is you learn the wrong lessons from history. Because to me, when I look at shit like that, when I look at all the nationalist wars, I think that, gosh, maybe nationalism is bad. Maybe this violence in service to your tribe is a bad thing. But when some people look at this, they say, oh, here's this nationalist conflict. That means I have to do the same thing and I have to be stronger. I have to be the powerful one. That's bully logic. It's taking the wrong fucking lesson from history. And this is one of the most frustrating things ever for historians, is we see the patterns repeat over and over and over again, and no one wants to learn from them. They don't want to do something different. They want to repeat oh, I got a hat. They want to repeat the same shit. It's really, really frustrating.
I think what's fascinating is when I see non-Jewish, non-Israeli white people tell me about all the Jewish trauma and them deserving to lash out. Tell me, a black woman. And I'm like, really? Really? Because you shouldn't be the one telling me this. Because if black people were to lash out, and if marginalized communities were allowed to lash out and cause harm to other people, then you as a white person would be fucked. Like, pardon my French, but you would be fucked as like telling a black person that, right? Because black people also have the right to supposedly lash out then by your logic, but if we were to lash out, you would be screwed. So it doesn't make sense at all for people to say that just because you were marginalized once, now you can go around marginalizing other people. Doesn't make sense. But
more than somebody just said the strong survive and all that kind of shit. I mean, that's how we all end up losing. It just, in the end, it takes everyone out. Because someone else will always end up being stronger than you in the long run. No power lasts forever. That is another wonderful lesson of history. No state lasts forever. No culture lasts forever. No empire lasts forever. They all fall. So it's basically saying, hi, I would like my descendants to suffer. It's just stupid. We can do better. Humans don't have to repeat the same fucking mistakes. We choose to do so.
I'd love to see if we can touch more on this tomorrow, maybe on the idea of nationalism, because I mean, something that I'm very fascinated about, and also very worried about in what we're seeing around the world at the moment, but also because of what Athena just said. I find it interesting the way language has changed and is being co-opted in different ways over the last 5 years, after what's happened with the George Floyd kind of protests, and then now what's happening to Palestine. And I guess how as a global society, I guess how we have been digesting how we understand things like colonialism and oppression, and who has a right to resist and who doesn't have a right to resist, and how people are managing to tiptoe around things that they have been very vehemently fighting for what a few years ago, and now oh no, I'd like to opt out of this conversation, please, which I think, oh, interesting take on that.
Right.
So yeah, maybe we can touch on that again tomorrow.
We should. Okay, so on the question of, so first off, a quick one for this Joe doofus in here. it's not human nature to lash out violently this way. It's like people like say competition is human nature. So is cooperation. Like human nature is not a single thing. We have action potentials in the brain that are activated by social circumstances. If you put people in the same fucked up situations, yeah, their human nature is going to lash out badly. If you put them in a different circumstance, they act differently. That's human nature. When people, anybody who raise 99.9% of the time when someone says it's human nature, they have never in their life read any books on human nature. They just never studied evolutionary anthropology. They know dick about it. It's so frustrating. So no, you want to talk human nature? I got several shelves on evolutionary psychology. We can talk, but it's bullshit. For tomorrow, be blessed, or I guess what your tomorrow, not mine. For Friday, why don't you pick a time that works well for you and we'll set it for that, because I don't really care what time it is. I need to spend my tomorrow working. I got to set up some of the class that starts on Tuesday, and I have a few other things I got to start working on. So, but I'll be back on my Friday. I don't care what time.
Oh, perfect. Okay. I'll send you a DM because I think it would be good to be able to have it much earlier, because there seems to be a sweet spot where you get a lot of people from Europe, some from Australia, and also from America kind of getting on at the same time. So, yeah, it's good to see some familiar faces in the chat as well. So I think
Can I
they'd
make a
enjoy.
Can I make
Go
a
ahead.
comment? I'm so sorry. Can I make a comment towards Anna and the people in the comments? Race. I'm a European woman, and I as a European woman cannot go to certain parts of Eastern Europe because it's life threatening for me, right? And this wasn't something that only I say as a generalization. This is something my Eastern European friends tell me. When I had a best friend of mine who was Hungarian, and when I went to Budapest with her, she literally wouldn't allow me to leave Budapest and go to the village side to visit her family because she told me she could not keep me safe if I were to leave Budapest. That is a Hungarian woman herself from the village side of Hungary telling me I wasn't allowed to go visit her family and leave Budapest for that particular reason. So these generalizations that you're telling me that I'm making are actual, like, rooted in not only my experience, but also in the treatment of black populations within Eastern Europe. We saw during the Ukrainian, like when Russia invaded Ukraine, how black people were literally treated in Ukraine and how they were prevented from leaving the war scene, actively kicked out of buses, right? So when I'm talking about like anger that black people have towards white people, it's not only because of colonialism and slavery, it's also because of racism. And that racism is literally rife in a lot of Eastern European countries, especially that anti-blackness, anti-black racism. So, like, again, sit the fuck down, Anna, respectfully. You're a white woman trying to tell me, a black European woman, that I'm being too generalizing when I'm not cautious enough. I could end up dying. And as a person who has already encountered neo-Nazis, respectfully, I am very, very cautious. It would be like a man telling you, a woman, not all men. Like, why are you cautious around men? Why are you talking about men when it's not all men? You're being too generalizing. So respectfully, Anna, sit the fuck down. Sorry I'm cussing, but it pisses me off when people literally tell us, oh, black people, like, you're being too generalizing. You're too generalizing, when if I'm not cautious enough, I could die. I could lose my life. So I don't fucking care about your supposed generalizations. And I also didn't only specify colonialism. I said just generally, regardless, like with anger towards whiteness as a concept and what individuals have done to continue reproducing and upholding whiteness. It's racism, colonialism, and slavery, all these three things.
And I'll defend Athena in that not just because her subjectivity demands respect in this kind of issue, but because we can go beyond the anecdotes and actually look at statistics on this shit. That's how I'll approach questions of like race and prejudice and whatnot. Oh, you want to say that you're good? Cool. So there are some people who are not probably okay. Here's how this plays out. Here are the number of hate crimes that you see here. This is a problem, right? Why is this happening? I mean, patterns are what they are. And anybody wants to think that they're a good person, they don't do things, fine, you can think that all you want. You now have a responsibility to attack other people and correct this problem. One of my pet peeves is when people say, I'm not racist. To me, you have a choice between accepting racism or being accepting racism and going along with it, or being anti-racist.
Mm-hmm.
You can oppose the existing power structures, or you can passively tolerate the power structures. If you are not actively challenging the architecture of white supremacy, then you are complicit in the architecture of white supremacy. It's as simple as that. And I don't care if that hurts your feelings. You can either fight this system and make it better, or you can say, well, it doesn't affect me personally, so fuck those people. And that's effectively what you're doing by saying this isn't like your experience. You're saying fuck people who are different than me. I don't have that experience, so I don't have to deal with that shit.
Yeah.
I got no patience for that shit at all.
Like when I travel, before I travel, one of the first things I do is I Google a certain region and how many hate crimes and how many instances of anti-Black racism that region is. If that region or that city is safe for me or not, right? So again, like my anger, I'm not going to be angry at each individual white person, of course, but my anger is with whiteness. Like I vehemently despise whiteness as a concept. I hate whiteness as a concept because whiteness as a concept has literally led not only to the displacement of my people, but has also led to the unaliving of my ancestors and anybody who looks like me around the world for simply looking like me. So I vehemently despise whiteness as a concept. And anybody who continues upholding whiteness, whether it is through ignorance or whether it is on purpose, I'm not going to like you. I'm not going to feel comfortable around you. And I'm always going to be cautious around you as well, unless you actively start dismantling that concept of whiteness, right? So again, when I'm talking about these issues, I am not like if you think it's generalizing, then yes, race and racism are very much generalizing and they are dehumanizing concepts, which is why we need to get rid of them and we need to dismantle them. But anyways, I'm gonna stop. That kind of like really annoyed me, the comments that were made. But what sections are we sitting in front of today?
Sections?
The library section. Is it the genocide section, the fascist
no,
section?
I'm on the small side of the smaller side of the office. So philosophy is over here, ancient history is over here, evolution of religions is over here and carrying into here, and then this is like Middle East kind of like mixes in among all that because there's a lot of religions in the Middle East. So it's like a giant ass Middle East religion section, and then ancient history and philosophy. So yeah. Religion, philosophy, Middle East, I guess. My econ, politics, a lot of European history, all that kind of shit's over on that side. A lot of the global South's history is in the room over there. Everything's scattered around in different areas.
Mm-hmm. But I'm gonna let
you please, holy shit! Like I get so offended by that whole But I'm white, you hate me. I'm like, okay, dude, there's nothing you can do but call me white. I mean, okay, I'm white, but like, as far as I'm concerned, treason to whiteness is loyalty to the humanity. Fuck whiteness as a concept. Whiteness is the reason that race exists as a concept. If we dispel whiteness, then blackness and everything else can go away too, because they're all responses to whiteness.
And what I hate the most is when we talk about whiteness or white people as a whole. We're not talking about I'm not talking about the individual white person. I'm talking about what whiteness as a concept, what it has done, and what all the individuals who decide to participate in whiteness, how they as a community continue contributing to the reproduction and upholding of whiteness, right? So like, take your individual out of you. And if people think that that is dehumanizing to take the individuality out of it, it is dehumanizing because race is dehumanizing. It has always been dehumanizing. And if you have an issue with being categorized, take your Ouija board, contact your ancestors, and ask them why they ended up categorizing you.
Gosh, it just disappeared for the whole thing went goofy for a minute.
Yeah, Anubis, you're gonna have to come back tomorrow because you almost fell right into the trap. Just as we were talking about the construct of whiteness, you had to ask the most. Anyway, you know what you asked. Yeah, come back tomorrow.
That one I didn't see. Someone said, "Is it your library?" Yes. Home is 52 bookcases. I have a small house, and it's mostly books and cats. I don't have a whole lot of anything else. I'm struggling right now to save up the money to eventually build on some proper rooms in the back because right now I can barely get to my bed. There's books everywhere. And then there was somebody else saying, "Do you have books on socialism?" Yeah, I have. I have 7 shelves on socialism. I have a shitload on capitalism too, and everything else. But like, yeah. So yes to your question on socialism, and of every possible variety of it. I don't see the one you were talking about. What was the one you just saw? Be blessed. That was interesting. Like that was at the end. I'm curious.
Anubis said, "How can you fight How can you fight racism without being racist to white people?"
By rejecting the concept of race because it has no scientific validity. It's only a social category meant to other people. So maybe by saying people are people and I like people. Hell, I'm not even speciesist. As far as I'm concerned, the cats can inherit the world and I'd be perfectly fine. You know, like I treat people, the reason cats like me is I treat them like people. You know, like I think if we just treat everyone with respect, the world will be a better place. But dividing into categories, if you are attached to the concept of whiteness or anything else, really, if you're attached to like, I have my racial identity, that's part of the problem. You know, so yeah, you don't have to be racist to, you're not being racist to somebody by saying races don't exist. Like, hello?
And
the for 70 years.
The interesting thing about whiteness is that it kind of like is rooted in the idea that it's devoid of any racial identity, right? Like white people are kind of indoctrinated. They're devoid of any racial identity, that they're just the norm, the default, and everybody else is the other. Everybody else is ethnic. Everybody else has a ethnicity or racial identity. But whiteness is the norm and the default. When you come to Europe, though, there's a lot of ethnicity and xenophobia with regards to ethnicity and nationality and all the different things, but still whiteness kind of operates in this idea that like white people are this norm or this measure by which like other people should be judged by because everybody else is the other. So yes, exactly. Fanon says it is the invisible identity. Yeah.
You know what I think is fascinating about whiteness as a concept? Is that we invented it in the New World and we exported it to Europe. Like, Europeans were like, the French race is better than the German race. And now it's like whiteness, you know, like you guys got that shit from us. We did that because of slavery, to justify slavery, to create a way to dehumanize people when people were looking at them saying, these guys are human. They're just darker. Like, we should be fine to them. Like, feel like, no, I mean, you got to treat them like property. Like, you had to justify that somehow. To justify the Atlantic system, you had to develop a racist system that was biological in nature. And that got re-exported to Europe and then from there to the whole rest of the world because of European empires. But it has a very specific, socioeconomic origin, which means it's not fundamental to us. various forms of kinship bias are, and there's different ways of working around that, but racism is a whole different thing. That's a modern concept. It did not exist before, and we can get over it, but it means we have to work at it. And that's where I say you can't be non-racist. If you're saying you're not racist, you're not actually helping to get rid of it, which means you're part of the problem. You can either help us tear down this terrifying architecture that has oppressed billions of people, or you can say, it's fine because I benefit by it and I'm okay. And I'm not happy with those people.
Yeah. And then shame like other people for certain rage that we might feel because of that concept continuing to be reproduced in the societies that we live in. Like, yeah. But Peter, don't say that word. It's called aboriginal. That word that you used is a slur towards Aboriginal people. So just wanted to clarify that. But I'm gonna drop so you can go to bed, because if I continue talking about this, this is literally like my field of work, post-colonial
I got
studies.
a whole
So
wall on like nationalism and racism. This gets me worked up. So
yeah, me too. I literally am collecting books on this, especially because like my field of study is post-colonial studies. So if I start talking about this once, yeah,
down a rabbit hole.
it's down a rabbit hole, and then you're gonna probably have to stay live for another 9 hours. So
Yeah, so I should probably go to sleep.
exactly.
See y'all on
Well,
Friday.
we
Yeah.
thank you for for another epic live. So
Exactly.
until my tomorrow and your Friday.
Right, exactly.
Thank you so much. This
We're
is literally
calling.
expensive education. Like,
Yes, no,
people
that's
pay so much money for this. So I appreciate you so much, Liam, for spending your time and giving us like educational, emotional labor, and also investing a lot of your time in this. So we really, really, really appreciate you. And we love the work that you do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I thank you. It's honestly it's nice that my geeky charm works for some people, because I'm still at the end of the day an autistic introvert, so it's nice that this works. That's the third person now, so pressure on you, be blessed, to figure out the time for Friday, because that's
Yes.
oh wow, my morning alarm clock just went off. That's when you know you've been up too late.
But what I encourage people to do is, if you're not following Liam, you hit the follow quickly while before the live ends, and he will put probably an announcement on his page to let you know what time it will be. But yeah, I'll email you shortly, or sorry, message you shortly to let you know what time works.
Send me a note
Just need
later.
to work
I'll
out time.
wake up. And when I'll see your message when I wake up, I'm sure, and I'll just put up a little video letting people know.
All right. Well, yeah. If you all could do the follow, and then we'll leave it there. Thanks again.
Yep.
All right.
Have a good
Good
night.
night, everyone. Good night,
Have a
Athena.
good night. Yeah, bye.
Prost. Let's see. Oh, the cats are all gone. Okay, let's see. What do we do here now? Oh, people are saying goodbye. Bye. It was nice. Wow, something's gone by here. Have a good night, folks. So, see you on Friday sometime, whenever Be Blessed lets me know. I'll put up an announcement video. Have a good night, or day, or whatever it is where you are.